but a little bit of on-the-bike protest as the rider trying to come around him appears to disagree with the line that Mr. Bacon took. So Reuben Bacon taking cream number one, $100 from the Marion University cycling team. Thank you very much, Dean Peterson and the Marion University cycling team. And as you look out on course, you see the FRS Scion from Butler Toyota Scion in Indianapolis. They also serve Carmel and Noblesville. They are proud to be an automotive leader in the area. Since opening their doors, Butler Toyota Scion has kept a firm commitment to their customers and offer a wide selection of vehicles. They strive to make the car buying process as quick and hassle-free as possible. Thank you to Craven Vapes. Craven Vapes makes e-liquids that provide a satisfying alternative to cigarettes. They use USP food-grade flavors and organic extracts to craft their e-liquids. Their mission is for you to crave their line of e-liquids instead of cigarettes. Craven Vapes also sells high-quality electronic cigarettes and accessories to ensure you have the best vaping experience when using Crave e-liquid. There is Jay Walters. Nice job, buddy. That young man there in the black who just crossed the start-finish line, out there for his second race of the day. He is a young junior. And as I'm now getting live feed from the backside and all stretches of the course, I can see that 5 riders are coming clear now. In this junior 15 to 18 category, we've got 1 Papa John's, 1 McDonald's, 1 it looks like 2 First Internet Bank riders. So a front select group now forming up. And if you are not in that front group, it's going to be very, very difficult to come to terms and regain, because the front of the race is literally coming apart right now. This is what we will call the field. Chase Widener out of Cincinnati, leading through Ryan Breedmeyer, Cameron Fisk, and another rider. So the front side of the race being exploded by 2 Papa John's riders and a McDonald's rider. This is the first race of the day where we've seen this kind of action, attacking, counter-attacking, and you can see the damage that it does as the wind kicks up. If you're not on the wheel in front of you, you're doing so much more work. It would seem like it shouldn't be that much harder, but not sitting on that wheel in front of you, you are putting out so many more watts, using so much more energy. Very difficult to go solo on a course like this. This is not necessarily a technical course. These long power stretches, 3 turns, 190 degrees, and then a couple less than 90 degrees. Tricky, but they're separated by these long stretches. So we've got Reuben Bacon, our first cream winner, with 2 Papa John's riders and 2 First Internet Bank riders. It looks like it's the team-affiliated start list. And I don't recognize that black kit, so if someone's in the area and can tell me the team so I could properly ID it, that'd be great. But I do know that 2 Papa John's riders, 1 McDonald's rider in the form of Reuben Bacon are up there, and we'll get some names with them. Cameron Fisk leading through Chase Widener that time. Thank you to T3 Cycling and Triathlon. T3 Cycling and Triathlon is a store located in Carmel that offers a wide selection of bikes and accessories for any level of cyclist. They specialize in both triathlon and road bikes at T3. Thank you to T3 Cycling and Triathlon, longtime supporter. And I did say and triathlon this year. Sometimes I just say cycling, but it's cycling. Is there a difference between cycling and isn't cycling including a triathlon? So we should say T3 cycling, running, swimming, and that equals triathlon, right? Cycling, running, and swimming equals a triathlon. So I'm just going to say T3 cycling, running, and swimming. And by combining those things, you get a triathlon. So that's Victor Popoff, young man I talked about before the race started. Reuben Bacon, Victor Popoff's teammate. I'm slowly getting the numbers to that front group. 2 Papa John's riders as well. How many t-shirts do you have in your drawer? Too many might be the answer. But I'm telling you what, when I go through my t-shirts at the end of the year or on, July, whatever, halfway through the year, and I say, I never wear this t-shirt. Why am I keeping it? And I throw it away or recycle it or turn it into a rag. There is one t-shirt that always rises to the top, and I say, I'm never going to throw that t-shirt away, and that is a t-shirt that I got here. Actually, I have 2 of them from the United State of Indiana and the Art Press, right across the street from the announcer's podium. They are creating t-shirts before your very eyes. They have a screen press or a silk screen or a wood block, or I don't know how they do it. It's magic. They like press it down and they make a t-shirt, but somehow they make a t-shirt. That shirt that I have, the United State of Indiana, I always keep and always will keep. There's Reuben Bacon, the big attack from Reuben Bacon. He's the odd man out. He has no teammates in that group, so Reuben Bacon striking out on his own. Good move, good tactical move from Reuben Bacon. I like that move. Anyway, if you want to get a t-shirt that you will never get rid of, go across the street from the announcer's podium, United State of Indiana, and the Art Press. The custom-made on-site shirts are $20, and then they have pre-printed ones, tanks, crew necks, ladies, tight, loose, however you want to wear your shirt, knotted up in the middle. Those shirts are $16, and they're all Indiana themed, the coolest shirts that you will ever own. I guarantee it. And I'm going to leave the venue today with a shirt from them, I'm sure. All right, our riders in this breakaway, interesting turn of events, because we had 5 riders start this breakaway. We have 2 riders from the Papa John's team, and we have 2 riders from the Victor Popoff team, but then we had the 1 rider who wasn't on either team. This man coming down the start-finish stretch right now. This is Reuben Bacon riding for the McDonald's cycling team. He said, I don't want to mess with teammates. I'm going to do it by myself. Reuben Bacon leading the race right now. Junior rider, the big, tall, powerful rider, Reuben Bacon left the quad team train, and that looks like that looks like Edward Fritzinger. So Fritzinger trying to chase Bacon back down. And then we have Jacob Hoggart and Victor Popoff. So Jacob Hoggart, Victor Popoff, Reuben Bacon, Ed Fritzinger, and I'm missing just one, but I think I have the number here somewhere. So Reuben Bacon now being chased by Ed Fritzinger. And we will ring the bell for our second cream of the day next time through. Cream number 2 for these junior men is a Mass Ave Criterium notepad from Lockerbie Books, a James Scott Apparel Stay Focused Deep V neck, and a Best Chocolate in Town gift card. This is a $58 cream value. attention riders, cream on the next lap. Merchandise cream on the next lap. This is Reuben Bacon. Cream on the next lap. And here's Ed Fritzinger. Ed and Jed Fritzinger are a deadly duo on the cyclocross scene. This is Ed Fritzinger racing for the Papa John's racing team. There's a cream on the next lap, but of course Reuben Bacon is up the road. Cream on the next lap, gentlemen, but you gotta catch Reuben Bacon. Cream on the next lap. Jacob Hoggard and Victor Popov, teammates there on the road. Ed Fritzinger up the road, chasing Reuben Bacon.
John, what I'm starting to watch on the backside of this course is we're only about halfway through this race of the day, but as the duo chaining the Fritzinger boys cross the finish line, if we look at our live feed here, our lead rider is about halfway around the course from our second and third place on the road. So Reuben Bacon putting in a big attack, and now he is way away. And at first I didn't think he could make this stick, but now we can see him coming onto the finish line here. We can barely see second place in the feed behind him, so he might have about a quarter or a third of the lap on the second place rider.
Yeah, Edward Fritzinger made some good headway right at first, but this is Reuben Bacon. He really has settled into this effort. Reuben Bacon easily going to take cream number 2 down. So Bacon taking both creams down, and I believe here's Fritzinger, and the chase group is going to reabsorb Fritzinger, I think. Fritzinger is certainly within sight of the chase group, maybe just 4 or 5 seconds. And that 5th rider is Jackson McNear. So that 5th rider, that other Papa John's rider, is Jackson McNear. So we've got riders from 2 different teams. Victor Popov and his teammate Jacob Hoggard in the darker kits. And then we have McNear and Fritzinger, but they've dropped one. So is this Popov? Yeah, that is Popov. So Popov, after doing a lot of work early on in the race,
come on, Victor,
just gets tailed off the back of that chasing group. Popov, that compact, powerful riding style.
Yeah, maybe some very adult tactics, if you will, there. Fritzinger comes back to that group, so they suddenly have 2 Papa Johns in that group. They will do very well to work together.
And that main field now is coming back a little bit on the chase. I don't believe they have been lapped. So that main field now has the chase, those riders chasing Reuben Bacon in sight. Not going to say it's going to come back together, but it is getting interesting. We're only 18 minutes into this 30-minute contest. And there's Reuben Bacon. So Reuben Bacon lapping the back of the field, led by Chase Widener with Cameron Fisk in there. Reuben Bacon just ticking off the laps.
Yeah, if you look at him pedaling through here, you see how he's leaned way down over his bars. He's sort of got his hands down on those drops. That is a nice flat back aero tuck position. He's riding those deep dish carbon fiber aerodynamic wheels. I think Reuben came out here with a strategy today to say, I'm going to get low, I'm going to get aero, and if I can get off the front, I'm going to give it everything that I've got. Let's look back, see if anybody's coming. The answer was no, and now he's in a good spot.
This is second, third, and fourth on the road. So second, third, and fourth on the road, just rolled across the line, led by Jacob Hoggard, and then we have teammates Ed Fritzinger and Jackson McNear in tow. Other riders have been lapped. Now this is 5th place on the road. This will be Victor Popov in the green helmet. Popov looks like he's starting to turn himself inside out a little bit. He's got that sideways grimace a little bit. That is 5th place on the road. And that train of riders just catching Popov looked fast enough and smooth enough. Wasn't paying attention a couple of laps ago. I don't think they've been lapped, so I think Popov is about to get caught by what is left of the field. Here is Reuben Bacon, however, looks to be in a different race, certainly going a much faster speed than everyone else, but Bacon
so
rushing these laps.
This is the lap group right here, so they are not right behind Reuben. He is way, way out in front. And it's very difficult when you get down by yourself like this. You're doing all the work in the wind. If you're working together with a teammate, if you're sitting right on the wheel of another teammate, you can be conserving 20, 30, 40% of your energy John's talked about it a little bit before. If you get behind somebody, get out of a draft a little, or get into a draft a little bit, conserve that energy, and two are better than one, or stronger than one. Reuben being off the front of this race for as long as he has been, he's really going to have to dig deep for this next 10 minutes or so of this race. He's really going to have to focus, because as he rounds these corners, this nice triangular criterium, he's going to catch wind from the front, from the side, and the back on every single lap. And it swirls around the backside. He's got it put together, because it looks like this chase group now of three. I'm not going to call it a chase group anymore, because there's our three go through the finish line. If we look way down at the end here, you can see Reuben actually making the turn onto the final straight. He may actually catch second, third, and fourth place by the end of this race. 10 more minutes to go, so he's got 3 or 4 more laps. Reuben Bacon putting together an absolute phenomenal race today, as he can almost see his second, third place rivals in front of him.
Reuben Bacon riding for the McDonald's Dasani Crankworks cycling team out of Lexington, Kentucky. Love coming to these Midwest races and seeing these kids every year get bigger, get faster, get more experience, get smoother, get more tactically savvy. Reuben Bacon, one of those riders, just every year progressing, progressing, progressing. Every one of these riders out here, they get incrementally better, sometimes exponentially better. Reuben Bacon, one of those riders who just in the last year has really matured, really gotten a lot taller and just more proportional, and seems very natural on the bike, and obviously put out a lot of power all by himself, essentially doing a time trial out here, not using the other rider, just setting out by himself. This is the chase group, if you will. This is second, third, and fourth on the road, and a little sort of attack up the left side. There's Ed Fritzinger just past the start-finish line. Fritzinger playing the team card. He's got Jackson McNear with him, and they're working against Jacob Hoggard. So Ed Fritzinger put in a little attack just past the start-finish line, and that will force Jacob Hoggard to chase. Certainly Ed Fritzinger's teammate, Jackson McNear, is not going to chase him down. Reuben Bacon getting 5 laps to go now. 5 laps to go for Reuben Bacon. And his name makes me hungry, Scott.
Everybody loves bacon.
And Reuben's. A bacon. Who wouldn't like a bacon Reuben?
It's right there.
Yeah, it is right there.
So some people, you talk a little about the youngsters, if you will, the young men, young women in this area. You might think you have to go to California or maybe Colorado to really see national talent, but you don't. We're actually in the Midwest, are sort of a hotbed, a trilogy, if you will, of Indianapolis, Louisville, and Cincinnati being a hotbed of young talent that are already racing on the national circuit.
Sure, we see riders developing into that national level in the Criterium. On the road, we had Will Barbro win a medal in the time trial this year from the area. We've had the Petroff boys win medals in cyclocross. Forgive me if I'm omitting your child's name, but there are many, many national caliber juniors, and look at this. Edward Fritzinger says, all right, he chased me down, I'm not going to do any work. Jackson McNear sitting back there behind Jacob Hoggard. 5 laps to go. Look for those guys to just start hitting each other over the head with attacks, but they can't sit up too much, because there is the field, if you will, of 5 riders not too far behind. 4 laps to go, and as Reuben Bacon laps those guys, all of a sudden, they're going to lose a lap, right?
That's absolutely right. They'll finish 1 lap down. All he has to do is sit on their wheel, really, to win the race. Here's a little bit of information that we got. Reuben Bacon, just about a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, went out to California to the national championships and took 4th place nationally in the time trial championship. So time trials is a discipline where you're off by yourself. It's a race against the clock. You're not drafting off anybody or anything like that. Had anyone else in this race been very privy to that, they may have not let him go off the front.
Right. It shows that he has that skill set to go out there by himself and put in the big effort. Here is the Chase Widener Cameron Fisk group. 4 laps to go. 4 laps to go. Ryan Griedmeyer from the Scholars and Bakehouse team is in there as well. 4 laps to go. Now let's see what's going to happen now when Reuben Bacon laps the field, if you will. It starts lapping people. Now, Bacon has these blue socks in the McDonald's kit. That is not Bacon. That is one of his teammates. That's Logan Newman leading that group through. Bacon may just say, you know what, I don't want to lap the group. So Reuben Bacon sees 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go, and this is very tricky. If he does take the lap at the end, it can all of a sudden go from 3 laps to bell lap. You know, if he starts taking the laps, it could mess with the tactics that those unlapped riders are playing because they no longer have 2 laps to set up whatever tactic they're going to do. All of a sudden, they have 1 lap.
Absolutely. Getting a little coaching from the side. I won't divulge the secrets, but little coaching from the side to tell him what to do and what's going on up there. Don't forget, he has a teammate right up the road from there. If he jumps into that group with them, like you said, might disrupt that a little bit. Let's let it play out. So you saw Reuben actually sit up a little bit as he came through here and say, gentlemen, I could lap you. I'm not going to because I don't want to get into that race. I'm just going to cruise on behind you here and watch the race from behind because all I got to do at this point, stay upright, no flat tires for the next 3 laps, and I've won this race.
So this is 3 laps to go. The Chase Widener group. Connor Swan in there too. And looks like they picked up Jay Walters. And is this Fritzinger going again as you cross the road? Look the direction of the cyclist and make your way across quickly, please. And that's Jackson McNear. So McNear attacking out of that group. That's second place. And immediately responding is Jacob Hoggard. So that's a group for second, third, fourth. Here's Reuben Bacon with 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go for Reuben Bacon.
Allen Brothers.
So 2 laps to go. I was about to say, all the gloves come off in that chase group, and they did right as they came to the finish line. They said, you know what? Gloves are off. It's time to put in some attacks here. We've got 2 laps to go. That's about 4 minutes or so of less of racing. I think I can get away and hold on to this a little bit. I need to wrap up second and third place. Papa John's Racing Team, 2 of the 3 people in that break, they want to make sure that they get second and third place wrapped up. So they're going to take turns attacking that 1 outrider in that group of 3.
So here's what we're going to have to do. If he doesn't lap the field, we're going to have to let the field go across, and then very quickly the lap car turns over to 1 lap to go, and we ring the bell for Bacon. We're going to have to watch very carefully here to see if Reuben Bacon has lapped the field.
Yeah, and on the backside, of course, we can see him right now. That has not happened yet, but that moto, that lead moto, is right behind that group of 6 riders, and right behind that lead moto is Reuben. He's sitting up on the backside of the course, very nice and soft.
Okay, so it looks like we will do that. We'll have the second, third, fourth place group come across, and they're going to see 2 laps to go, and then right after the motorcycle passes, we're going to flip it over to 1 to go, and I think one of our Papa John's riders slipped that group with 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. There's Fritzinger. But here's the moto, and watch, the lap counter all of a sudden goes to 1 to go, and this is Reuben Bacon with 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go for Reuben Bacon, 1 lap to go. He's on his cool down now.
Yeah, he's just going to enjoy this one. You don't get to win a race every time you come out, obviously, so you're going to enjoy this last lap.
So Jackson McNear attacked out of that group. Jackson McNear trying to nail down that second podium spot. Jackson McNear in the Papa John's kit, that blue and red and white Papa John's Pizza Cycling Team kit, was clear of the group that last time through. So we're just watching our feed. We'll let you know when the feed goes live on the web, and you too can watch. Just taking a look, and it looks like Jackson McNear is still clear on the back of the course, but being chased. He's come through this last group of riders, and it looks like he's gone through a last group, and then we have third, fourth, and fifth trying to come to terms. But rider number 152 is Jackson McNear. Let's see if it is indeed him who will get the bell. And this is McNear for 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go for Jackson McNear right there. That's second place on the road. This is a lap group, but they will get 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go, and this group coming up has 3rd place in it. So this group is going for 3rd place, 1 lap to go. Jackson McNear's up the road, 3rd place is in this group. But here is your winner of the junior boys aged 15 to 18 from the McDonald cycling team. Reuben Bacon takes down the win.
Smile on his face. There he is, coaching up after the finish line. Very nicely done.
And Jay Walters, you are done. Great race. You are also done. Nate Ganger, as you were left, you are done.
So just as we talked about now, Papa John's put somebody in 2nd place on the road right now. So Jackson, you said Jackson here just off. Back in that group though, riding 2nd wheel, John. None other than Mr. Fritzinger. He knows exactly what to do. He knows how to ride 2nd or 3rd wheel. That's where the draft is. That's where you want to start your sprint from. So Papa John's trying to get 2nd and 3rd on the podium today.
Yeah, but I think Victor Popov is a very good sprinter. He was in that early break. He kind of got dropped from that break. He has had a few laps to rest here. Popov can put together a big sprint. So the interesting thing will be to see who gets the 3rd place spot. This is Jackson McNear riding for the Papa John cycling team. He's going to take down 2nd place. Nice job, Jackson McNear. Who's going to get 3rd place? Fritzinger on the left side of the road. Not them, excuse me, this is a lap group led through by Cameron Phipps. This is a sprint. There's Popov in the middle of the road. Popov, will it be Popov? Oh, the bike throw eliminates my man Popov, and I'm going to call that one unofficially to Ed Fritzinger. From my angle, looks like Fritzinger got him.
That's why they do the high-speed camera up above the official stand. You see that camera going down on there. They'll actually roll that one back, stop it frame by frame, and let you know.
Course is not open. Jason Carew, you should know better. Course is not open. Please exit the course.
He's got a young child at home. He's not sleeping that well.
Course is not open. Rider's still out there. So we're going to get Reuben Bacon, Jackson McNear, and Ed Fritzinger. So I told you, Scott, my man Popov was blazing down the center of the road. Mark Cavendish low on the bar style and almost took it, just missed the bike throw. You can turn left right there, Reuben Bacon, and come on back to the podium. And we're going to need Cindy Todd from the Heroes Foundation. Please come up to the podium. Cindy Todd from the Heroes Foundation. Come on up to the podium, our presenting podium sponsor for our junior boys 15 to 18. Need Reuben Bacon, Ed Fritzinger, and Jackson McNear. Please come to the podium. Looks like the course is open, but please listen up for our kids race, which we will conduct here shortly. Heroes Foundation. The mission of the Heroes Foundation is Fritzinger and Jackson McNear to the podium. Ed Fritzinger and Jackson McNear to the podium, please. All right, direct your attention to our podium and area. Ms. Cindy Todd from the Heroes Foundation, co-founder of the Heroes Foundation, presenting our awards today for our boys, 15 to 18. In third place, racing for Papa John's, Mr. Edward Fritzinger. Second place, also racing for the best cycling sponsor you could ever have. Who doesn't love pizza? For the Papa John's cycling team, Mr. Jackson McNear. And your fourth place at national championships this year in the time trial, doing it all by himself today, taking both creams as well. Racing for the McDonald's cycling team out of Lexington, Kentucky, Mr. Reuben Bacon. Nice job, men. Edward Fritzinger, Jackson McNear, and Reuben Bacon. And thank you to Cindy Todd from the Heroes Foundation, presenting sponsor. Okay, direct your attention to the start-finish line. The future, l'espoir, the future of cycling is about to come roaring down Massachusetts Avenue, exceeding speeds of 8.5 miles per hour, perhaps 9. Some have training wheels, some have baskets on their bikes. Some have horns and bells, and here they come next to the family race. Cheer them all on! Strider bikes, training wheels. Team Upland, wow, a sponsored rider. And keep right on going through the start-finish line, guys. Nice job. One more competitor down the center of the street, Massachusetts Avenue. 25 meters to go. Please be careful behind you. There is a rider blazing down the center. No need to look over your shoulder. The line is in front of you. Cadence starts to come up. Let's hear it for our last final kids participants with the best helmet ever. Nice job. With luggage on the back of her bike. What is in the back of her bike? All right. Who did a bike race today with their favorite stuffed animal on their bike? This young competitor, what is your animal's name? Nathan. Nathan? Bunny. All right. With Bunny right there. Good job. I'm going to start doing bike races with the stuffed animal in my back pocket. Looks like we have one more rider, perhaps a late starter. Down the center of the street, and we have our older competitors staged at the final turn, so we need to clear the course. more wave, so as the ages get older, they do a longer and longer race. We're clear down here at the finish line, Mike Hanley, if you want to send the next wave off. Looks like that first group of riders was U4 maybe, 4 years and under. Next group should probably be U8. Course is not open. Cyclists, course is not open. Clear the course. We have kids races going on. Just looking down towards our final left turn onto Massachusetts Avenue. Looks like a big group down there. All right, we're into our second hour. You should get your smartphone out and download the Yelp app. Tell them that you are at the Mass Ave Crit, M-A-S-F Ave Crit, and you register yourself to win an online drawing. Last hour was dinner for two. This hour, I will let you know as soon as I get back up to the stage, but every hour, register to win on Yelp. Starting at 2:30, we're going to start to live stream the races. We have 5 cameras around the course, 4 fixed cameras, and 1 mobile camera, and we'll start live commentating as well. Go to nubo.net to link to that live stream. Live racing all day. Our presenting sponsor, New Belgium Brewery, just on the right side, past the start-finish line, in underneath the white tent, serving up tasty brews all day long. Please clear the course. Kids race number 2 charging down towards us. These are our older riders, older than age 5, probably all the way up to age 8. BMX bike in the center of the road. Looks like a big, big group of riders. Nice round of applause for these young competitors as they test what they are made of on this Massachusetts Avenue straightaway. Everybody finishing happy, strong, and safe. And a big round of applause for wave number 2. Our Massachusetts Avenue 7th annual Massachusetts Avenue Criterium Indiana State Championships. And one more competitor across the line in Mass Ave. Nice job, young lady. One more young competitor down the center of the street. So our crowd prize for this hour, you got to register on Yelp, is a 10-class pass at InCycle Spin Studio worth $160. Go to the Yelp app, download it, check in, and you might win a 10-class pass at InCycle Spin Studio worth $160. So if it's 10 classes and it's $160 value, that means each class is worth, that's right, $16. All right, the 8 and 9-year-olds are on their way. They are doing nearly a full lap of the course. And as I look at the cameras on the backside of the course, big group of riders coming towards us. So clear out past the start-finish line. These riders are going to be going even faster this time. Here's the front of our 8 and 9-year-olds. The 8 to 9-year-olds, nice job. 8 to 9-year-olds finishing up here a nearly full lap of the course, negotiating 2 of these tricky Massachusetts Avenue turns. I'd like to thank the YMCA of Greater Indianapolis. The YMCA is a gym, but not just a gym. They're also a charity, but not just a charity. They're all about families, but also about singles, college students, new couples, and empty nesters. Above all, they are a community. Thank you to the YMCA of Greater Indianapolis. Thank you also to Zecco Shoes. It's my weakness. I love shoes. I love shoes that people say, where did you get those shoes? What kind of shoes are those? Zecco Shoes, a new sponsor this year for the Mass Ave Criterium. Just before the start-finish line, under the blue tent, or grayish blue tent, Zecco Shoes, we're calling these podium shoes. They are light, breathable, in a variety of colors, no socks needed, no laces, cool, slip-resistant soles, machine washable, comfortable, every day, and above all, styling. I mean, I'm going to get myself a t-shirt from the United States of Indiana, and I'm going to go get some Zecco shoes, and people are going to stop me every 5 feet and say, where'd you get that t-shirt? Where'd you get those shoes? Zecco shoes, they're going to be the podium shoe for the Cat 3s, and the Pro 1-2s, and the Pro 1-2 women. Please do not ride the opposite direction on the course, ladies and gentlemen. Very dangerous. Please do not ride in opposite direction. Please do not ride against traffic on the course. Exit the course, please. Zecco Shoes, they will come up here for the Cat 3s, Cat 1-2 women, and the Pro 1-2 men, and slip a pair of podium shoes on the winner. And wait till you see these things. They are, you're going to want to be on the podium just so you can wear a pair of these shoes. Zecco shoes are comfortable, lightweight, cooling, water-resistant, fast-drying with microfiber wicking mesh material. The perfect podium shoe. Thanks to Brent Meyer for sponsoring today's race. Also, thank you to continuing sponsor, Flanner and Buchanan. Flanner and Buchanan. We are a family-owned business that proudly serves all faiths, races, and income levels. Our expertise and resources are unmatched. We offer a full spectrum of tributes from traditional funerals to cremation and memorial services, and now green burial options. With state-of-the-art video broadcasting, online guidebook, catering, and other customized services, we can make a tribute personal and meaningful, all within your budget. Thank you to Flanner and Buchanan for once again sponsoring the Mass Ave Criterium. Thank you to VeloWorks Cycling Club and Team. Introducing the VeloWorks Cycling Club and Team. Their mission is simple, to bring together cyclists of all ages and abilities to learn from each other, grow with each other, and share in their cycling experience. Thank you, VeloWorks. Thank you also to one of the most delicious sponsors ever, Yes. This joint is really straightforward, really it is. The customers order at the counter from a chalkboard menu. The menu is rotating, and this results in a variety of sauces and a rich diversity of flavor. These are soul-satisfying dishes that reflect Joe's New Orleans roots. Enticing sauces served over rice with toasted buttered bread doesn't get any simpler than that. Gaps offers a daily menu of 7 to 10 dishes, which cost about $6 or $7. There are no printed menus and no wait staff. 2 prices, not 30, easy, just the way you like it. Thank you, yes. Thank you to Basbo's. You say pizza, I say Basbo's. Basbo's first opened in Broad Ripple in 1986. The downtown location opened in 1989 right here on Massachusetts Avenue and helped really to establish the Indianapolis Downtown Arts District. In 2011, the Mass application moved across the street and just a few steps down. They serve quick, by-the-slice lunch specials on the weekdays, and of course you can get a full pie. Basbo's, the best pizza in Indianapolis. You can dine indoors or out at the lovely Sidewalk Cafe, or inside dining room with a bar, which features an eclectic menu of craft beers and affordable and delicious wines.
So if you're just arriving on scene, you're kind of wondering what's going on, what kind of race this is going on right now. This is not a race. It's sort of a break in the action today. These riders are out there getting warmed up, checking out the course a little bit. Big part of Criterium style racing is knowing the corners and understanding where the corners are. The best way to enter and exit those corners, that's what's going on right now. We're at the first half of our programming this morning. The next half, or next 2/3, coming up next. So these are some of the faster riders of the day. They're riding, they're going to be racing in this next race of 40 years and older, or 50 years older. 40 and 50 years and up in the Masters Elite category. And I just want to make a first announcement. You know, every year we have some sort of fun, crowd participatory something. You know, some years it's a push-up contest, some years it's we did Hyde Park's Got Talent, yo-yo contest. Here we've done all sorts of things. This year we're going to have a relay race, and it's going to be just after this Masters. I don't care. Ben Weaver don't care. Now, let's talk a little bit about some of the other riders in this group. Well, Ben Weaver last year crashed. He was, or 2 years ago. He won, somebody crashed. Well, I didn't say he crashed in this race, I just said he crashed. So he did ever crash last year, Ben. At some point. So we have this factory team of seasoned riders all from the Indianapolis area. Looks to be 5 or 6 of them. I don't see Paul Strove out there today. Jay's here today? Alright, so Jay Paulstrove is here today.
Are you one of the live cameras that's going to be feeding?
Paulstrove was a former Little 500 500 winner. He's raced
I got you parking here, or you walk around too?
Ben Weaver, of course, is out there on the little 500 team. Dean Peterson may be out there. I don't see him.
It's a good new feature. I like the idea.
He is out there, yes. Then we have some Upland riders. We have some Team Heroes riders, led by Tom Cox. You'll see Tom Cox try to do as little work as possible until the last possible second.
Oh, yeah.
Which, you know, no fault in him. Then we have Curtis Polson. Curtis Polson's like that lion who was just chased across the border in Liberia a couple days ago, but I don't think Polson is going to get caught. If he crosses the border, multi-time national champion, multi-time local hero, continuing local hero. He continues to rack up training ride wins for his Texas Roadhouse. And I don't know if everybody's noticed it yet in this race, but we have, I don't know if he still has a pro license, but there is a pro amongst you.
With the blast, and that is the game winner. Bears, yes! Yes! Yes!
All bad things must come to an end. The last 34 North American dates. Motley Crue, the final tour. August 20th, Bankers Life Fieldhouse. With very special guest, Alice Cooper. Reserve seat tickets on sale now at the box office or Ticketmaster.com. Motley Crue, the final tour. For more info and tour dates, visit Motley.com.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Mass Ave Criterium. Welcome to live streaming right here online right now. And you have tuned in just the right time because we are about ready to get started with our men's masters 40 years and older and 50 years and older, categories 1 through 4. A little bit of racing going on all morning. This morning we've got our junior races out of the way. Had a little bit of break, put the kids' fun ride out on the course. They have cleared the decks now. And in just moments, you will see our men's masters 40 years older and 50 years older, stacked house of riders out there today on the course here at the 8th Annual Mass Ave Criterium and Cycling Festival right here in downtown Indianapolis, Indiana. Getting our call-ups to the line for some of the top 20 registered riders, first registered riders. A little bit of a first race of the day came a few days ago when you had a chance to register, and they'll pull those riders up one by one. Looks like Zip Factory, a local team, and right here in Indianapolis is where Zip and SRAM are focused and centered, so they've got a big team out here in the Masters 40-plus race. And they'll have a big showing in the Cat 1, 2, 3 race later on this evening as well for sure. We'll get a look at them as they're working out. Welcome again. If you're not on site or you haven't been out today here in Indianapolis, it's a fine summer sunny day. Weather about, I'm going to say 82 degrees. Humidity very low for this time of year. A good wind out there on the course, making it a little bit difficult on the earlier races of the day. Don't see that slowing down at all. All the winds are all the flags are standing up straight. If you look around the course, on the back side of the course, there's a little bit of a headwind, so it's a stiff wind out there today. The racers earlier today talking about a little bit of the difficulty they were having with the wind. A little bit of a tail, I'll say a tail to side wind coming down the finishing straight. That's had some fast finishes because of that tail or side wind. You take a little bit of a left-hand turn, make your way around the back side of the turn, you get a little bit of a block from the buildings, but then you hit that headwind right before the final turn. Again, if you haven't seen it yet today, go to massavecrit.com. You can pull up a course map there. As the name says, we are on Massachusetts Avenue here in Indianapolis. The course runs from, I'll say, northeast to southwest down Mass Ave, takes a big left turn on the East Vermont Street, and then one final left-hand turn onto Jess Street before they take their final left turn and come flying down this big, fast straightaway. Mass Ave, great little town and inside of Indianapolis. Lots to do out here today, lots of food trucks on site. The Belgium Beer Garden just over past the finish line on the right-hand side. Racers coming by that once per lap. And we are just moments away from your 2:25 p.m. race. Again, this is your men's Masters 40 plus, 50 plus, 45-minute race today. They are racing for essentially 6 places deep, 3 places in each one for cash, it looks like out there. Is our wonderful Butler Toyota Scion out there out front. Butler Toyota Scion in Indianapolis. They also serve Carmel and Noblesville. They are our automotive leader, and they do or have put the pace car out there on the course now. That means we're just moments away from getting started. And a full host of racers underneath that beautiful Nouveau Mass Ave Criterium flag here on Saturday, August 1st. In wonderful Indianapolis, Indiana, getting ready to get started. Getting a look across the start sheet, some of the people that you may have seen out there. Bissell ABG Giant having a big showing today. They're going to certainly be on the front. Andre's out there. He has finished on the podium in a couple of different big races recently, including the Indy Crit and Madeira Criterium just a few months ago. Ben Weaver out there from Zip Masters team. Brian Gavitt also racing for the Zip Masters. He's right on the front line. We did see Ben Weaver up getting the call up earlier. And just getting their final instructions from head official out there, Mike Hanley, well known in the area. He's been officiating for a long time. He's out there giving their final information. I do see on the start sheet Emil Abraham. Emil Abraham racing in the States for many years now, and a very fast racer that has a blistering sprint. Listed as on the start sheet racing for Trinidad and Tobago national team. We'll definitely point him out as he's going because he has some fast sprint legs, and you better believe he'll be one to watch on the day. Jason Carew out there from the Cincinnati Velo Club, local club. Also a very fast racer, Matt Bull from Team Dayton Bicycling out there as well. Matt Bull always finishing in the top 5, I'll say, hitting the podium several times this year as well, and on a good one. Eric Anderson from the Zip Cycling team, again in that black kit with the zip down the front. Eric Anderson always a factor in the race. He'll be out there supporting his teammates. And I'm looking about 41 starters on my start sheet, and I've got the 40 plus. We'll get a look at the 50 plus or 50 years and older in just a moment as they get going as well. Texas Roadhouse, you see them over to the right there in those white and yellow kits. Texas Roadhouse having a great season out there today, underway. And racing, we have begun. Heroes Foundation putting a couple riders on the front right away. Heroes Foundation, a big sponsor on the day, supporting cancer patients in all their endeavors. They are always out here working hard, and they are also working hard on the bike today. Interesting part about this course is it's got one big 90-degree corner, and that's what you're going to see coming up in just a moment. They'll swing left on that 90-degree corner, but then from after that, we have 2 less than 90-degree angles that are almost 180 degrees as they wind their way around. This is the section right now on the course. We'll talk about this a lot as the race goes on, but this is the section on the course that's essentially a headwind. They're going right into here. You look at that flag for the volunteer there on the left-hand side. This is all headwind, so a lot of riders in the earlier races, this is where they sort of group up together and try and draft a little bit because you don't want to do a lot of work there. And then they'll take that nice big swing right back onto Massachusetts Avenue, also known as Mass Avenue. And this is essentially the finishing straight. You see the straw balers up there. That's in case the riders swing out to the right, maybe touch wheels. But this is essentially the finishing straight. The beautiful part about watching this live or by live stream is big sprint, long sprint area. And the riders making their way back through those, as you'll notice, pretty short, pretty quick laps, making their way around there. So the action is fast and furious. We've also seen already seen this morning a couple different races where the riders are easily able to sort of jump across, catch the backside of the riders in the front of them, and actually lap the field. We've seen it in 2 different races this morning, the junior races, where riders gone off the front and actually made it away around, made contact with the backside of the front part of the race to lap the field. And when you see shorter courses like this, that'll happen. So our lead moto ref taking a look over his shoulder just to see if he needs to speed up, slow down. That moto ref out there, obviously for the safety of the riders, that helps us all understand where the riders are and helps us all understand which riders are coming around next, things like that. So we watch for that lead moto. There's not a chase moto. It's only a lead moto. That lead moto will stay out front of the riders. He's obviously not there to help the riders draft or anything like that. He's there to alert all of the people on the course on the side, the volunteers, things like that. Keep them all safe. So I hear our live announcer, John Gatch, I hear him out there calling preem on the next lap. So they've already got a preem or a prize out there on the next lap. For the uninitiated, we talk about preems. Sometimes you go to these bike races, especially criterium style racing like this one, you hear the announcer yell preem. It essentially means prize. It's a French word, so I've been told. It's a little bit of a debate, but it's a French word. A preem means prize. It's an incentive, some sort of incentive to cause the riders to sprint on the next lap. And I hear that there has been a preem offered out there now. So sprinters will surely show a card or two here, depending on what the preem is. Often they're big cash preems or prizes. I know Zip has thrown their name in the hat and given away some carbon bars, things like that, handlebars. And look at this, as soon as I say that, Zip coming to the front just to do a little patrolling. Preems in a well-machined race like this, lots of experience. Preems are dangerous for 2 reasons. Number one, if you sprint this early and you sort of blow up, use too much energy, you might go right out the back and your race is over. So you may not want to sprint for it. But in a race like this, a preem can be used as a launch pad to put in an attack to try and get in a winning break. And that's exactly what I think you see going here. We've got riders going to the front. Texas Roadhouse putting a rider on the front right now. Chris Kroll, I believe that to be from Texas Roadhouse, on the front right now. They use this as a little bit of a springboard to say, okay, there's going to be a sprint. Maybe I'll just sit on, wait for it to go, and then I'll try and get down the road a little bit without the other riders. And exactly what we're seeing now is a little bit of a springboard attempt. So look at this, perfect example of good teamwork. Zip has someone in that front group of 3 riders, and then they've got 2 people in that peloton or pack or that main field. The rider in that peloton or pack main field, he's going to sit up a little bit and let the 3 riders get away if he can, because he's got a teammate up there cycling at this level. Criterium cycle styling that you're watching right now is very much a team sport. And you're going to see this in this first opening laps of this race. You're going to see a little bit of this jump off the front, try and get away a little bit, and then we'll just bring you back as we go. And eventually we'll get the right mix, we'll get the right riders jumping down the road to get away. Riders making their way back under that start-finish area. Again, big race here today at Mass Ave Criterium. Nuvo, the big sponsor, new voice, the voice of Cincinnati. Great local periodical. Check them out online at nuvo.net, and you'll find all the information there. for the racing action today. This rider off the front right now looking back saying, is anybody coming with me? A couple riders say, yep, maybe we'll go with you. We'll give it a shot. And I see it looks like Texas Roadhouse in second wheel there, and then 2 riders in from Hero Cycling, and it looked like another Zip rider in there as well. So don't know if they'll let that one go down the road quite yet, but everybody giving it a good look to think and see, does this look like a winning breakaway? If it does, we'll let it go. If not, and my teammate's not in there, you better believe we will not let that go down the road. So a nice little separation right now. We've got good representation from the various teams. Texas Roadhouse, Heroes is up there. Zip has got somebody in that break. Doesn't look like the rest of the field loves that just yet. They look like they're keeping a little bit of a check on it. It looks like there's a Bissell Giant rider in there as well. So I do like the mix from a breakaway perspective, but it doesn't look like the peloton's happy with that. It looks like we're going to push the reset button a little bit and pull this race back together. We talked a little bit about it before. Good day of racing out here. The weather could not be any better for a summer type criterium racing here in the heart of the Midwest in Indianapolis, Indiana. We've got a whole host of sponsors helping put this race together. Of course, New Belgium Brewing, they've got the beer garden set up. Nice cold drinks flowing on the just past the finish line. So if you're not on site and you're looking to come down for some of the later races, plenty of area to watch course side down there, have a cold drink. Bicycle Garage Indy, big commitment from them, welcoming everyone in the bicycling and indoor exercise. They are on site as well, giving away plenty of merchandise. They have a nice little wheel across from the announcers area where you can go over there and spin the wheel of prizes. BGI Bicycle Garage Indy, located right in Indianapolis on 82nd Street, Greenwood, and downtown. So local sponsorship helping get this done. Just one of the many, many teams and companies help bring this back to Indianapolis, this 8th year for the Nouveau Mass Ave Criterium. And a little bit of looking back over the shoulder again. This is sort of the sorting out process. If you're new to criterium style racing and you're not sure exactly what's going on and how this is playing out, I like to break these races down into 3 big parts. In this particular case, 45-minute racing, 15 minutes. The first 15 minutes, I'd say 3 big chunks. First 15 minutes, that is mostly a sorting out process. You've got a ton of energy, a ton of adrenaline, and in this case, a little bit of testosterone all out there, racing out there. And for the first 15 minutes, you're running on pure adrenaline and pure excitement. You get out there for the first 15 minutes or so, it's a bit of a sorting out process. After 15 minutes, one of 2 things happens. Either a breakaway goes down the road or you're all together again. But either way, after 15 minutes, you can't fake it anymore. You've used all of your energy up. All of that adrenaline is gone. And you've either done your homework, and that by being all of the exercise and the workouts to get to your place here, or you haven't. And if you haven't done your homework, we'll find that out at about the 15-minute mark, because that's where riders start to fall off the back of the race. That's where they start to lose a little bit of the energy, and the race starts to break up, just as you're seeing now. You see that one group off the front, the big group, that big peloton, we call that, right behind them. And then you see those riders that maybe, again, haven't done their homework before today, falling a little bit off the backside of the race. 2 races in one going on in here. There's a 40 years and older and the 50 years and older all mixed into one. So sometimes you might see a little bit of gaming going on back in that peloton because maybe there aren't any 50-year and older racers in that front group, and they're still racing for first place back there. So you have to keep that in mind a little bit as you're watching this race unfold. Big group, 7, 8 riders off the front, and look at this, Texas Roadhouse. One rider says, I don't like that mix up there. I've got a guy up there, but it's not the right mix. I'm going to go up the road as well. And as you see that happen, again, not letting that breakaway go away. So they've said, nope, we got 2 riders up there, not satisfied with that. I'm going to see if I can jump across to that race up the front. Don't want to get left behind. You can put a little bit of that effort, bridge across. We call that bridging over to the breakaway, which is what you're looking at right now. These riders have broken away from that main group. So you bridge across, latch on there, draft for a little bit, catch your breath a little bit, get your energy back, and then take it easy. And as we say that, now this is about what I was talking about. We're only 11 minutes into the race, but this is his first big selection. You got this group down the road. You've got heroes, 2 heroes riders in there, 3 Texas Roadhouse riders in there, 1 Bissell Giant rider in there, and it looks like at least 2 Zip riders in there. So, hey, all the heavy hitters out there in this breakaway today, I'd be shocked, and they're not. Peloton is set up. So Peloton says, yep, those are the right riders. We like what we've got out there. We're going to let that one go a little bit, and if you're not on that team, you just got left behind. Train has left the station for sure.
That does not mean that is the winning move. I imagine because of the size of that group will split again. It's like a cell dividing itself over and over.
So what you're seeing now is some dropped riders. They are about to get lapped on the backside of the course there. That's right in the headwind section. Moto Ref, we talked about them before, they're there to keep everybody safe. So Moto Ref comes through. He'll tell them, go ahead and leave the course, get out of the way. Lead riders coming through. So those riders have been lapped. Day is not over. They haven't been pulled out of the race or anything like that, but they've definitely been told, you're getting lapped, move over to the side. Let's let the lead riders come through. Rider right on the front from Zip Factory Race and laying down on the bars like that. That doesn't necessarily mean you're tired. That means a little bit of a headwind, maybe laying down, trying to get a little bit more aerodynamic. Maybe he says, you know what, I've been on the front of this race a little bit too much already. I'm going to go ahead and take a break, force the rest of you to come on around. And that's exactly what we're seeing on there now as the rest of the field makes their way through. When you start to see them ride 4, 5, 6 wide like that, that means not a lot of work being done. So very quickly, this race begun, separated a little bit, pulled back together, and now right back into the breakaway. We've got a good breakaway up the road a little bit, and then the big group right behind them. So damage being done right from the beginning, and we're only a quarter or a third of the way into this race here in Indianapolis, Indiana. Texas Roadhouse bringing all their big sprinters out today. I did see Curtis Tolson, former national champion and raced in Track Worlds just a few months ago. He is not in this breakaway, however. He is back patrolling the backside of this field. Don't forget, these racers are raced for 3 places deep in 2 fields, the 40 years and older and the 50 years and older. So only 6 spots, and really of those 6 spots, really only top 3 for each one of those. As the riders make their way back through the finish area, just there to the left, you do see the beer garden area, a great place to watch the races all day long. Certainly if you're watching live and then going to head down here later, start to pick out your spots where you want to watch from. That is a premier spot to watch from. Another great spot is the Chatterbox Jazz Club. So Chatterbox Jazz Club, one of the premier sponsors out here, Blue Ribbon sponsor. Located right next to the finish line, Chatterbox Jazz Club is open right now, and they've got a bit of a patio right out front. You can come down, sit down, have a drink. They do have free jazz performances and will have live performance by the Wade Baker Quartet tonight right after the Criterium. So about 9:30 p.m. they'll clear off the avenue and open up the party. We talked about it before. Pretty short lap out there today. Not big lap times, and riders able to get around the course pretty quickly. And that will cause problems if these riders tend to catch back on a little bit to that peloton, but maybe not getting further away. Working, I'd say, pretty well together when they're stretched out in that long, thin line like that, or riding right behind each other. That means they're working pretty good. When you're riding right behind a cyclist in front of you, there's a bit of a draft effect. Same thing if you watch NASCAR racing. It's the same exact principle. If you can tuck right up to that back wheel and get right up close to it, there's a draft that you can catch there that will allow you to save, I'm going to say 30% of your energy. The physics people of the world can give you a more precise draft savings, but it's about 30% of energy savings. So if you can get right up there and right next to him, you can be working 30% less than the rider in front of you. And when you're riding in one long line like that, that pace line they call that, you can save a bit of energy and ride a little bit smarter. But as I'm looking at this breakaway, I don't know that that's actually happening right now. There's a little bit of dissension out there because you're seeing 2, 3 wide. That might be Kyle Perry. Kyle Perry's too young to be in this group. That's not Kyle Perry. We'll get a look at them as they come around again. But you got 3 Texas Roadhouse riders in the front group of this. And if they detect at all that this group is not riding together very well, they may do their own tactics. With 3 riders in that breakaway, that's a lot for a team to have in there. But they may have stacked that up on purpose so that they can do a little bit of that late race tactical advantage of having the numbers in there. Zip Factory right now on the front doing a little bit of the work out front, try and keep the pace high. As they look back over their left shoulder, they can still see the peloton or the pack coming up behind them, and they'll keep tabs on them every single lap. A lot of times you'll see in Criterium style racing, you'll see or have a couple of people standing off to the side on various corners, like Texas Roadhouse may put a person or two that's well versed in the sport of cycling just off to the side that'll do a couple things. They'll yell out time splits, for instance. So they'll stand there and count the number of seconds between a break, say, and the peloton. And every lap they'll yell out 6 seconds, 9 seconds, 12 seconds, 22 seconds, 10 seconds, so that those lead riders can go, okay, I know, and can measure my effort a little bit. Am I putting time on the peloton, or are they putting time on me? And so sometimes you'll have those tactics out there as well with workers out on the course sort of helping you out with your split times and break times so that you can do a good tactical race. We talked about this being the 40 years and older and 50 years and older age groups out there, so don't let the age fool you. These are some of the most experienced racers out on the course today, some of the fastest racers. It's a 40-plus, 50-plus year bracket, but it's a Category 1, 2, 3, 4 race. So, again, for the uninitiated, you start in cycling as a Category 5, and if you win a few races and get a little experience, they'll move you up to a Category 4, 3, 2, 1, and then on to the pro level. So you've got Category 1, Category 2 racers out here for sure. So these are regional elite racers, definitely race at the elite level in the region, may race more on a national schedule or a national scale, but for sure some of the fastest racers we'll see out there today. Again, we'll see some racers later today, maybe a little bit younger, but not any slower than these racers.
When you go through the turn, you can ease off the gas just a little bit and not start pedaling until you are through the turn.
Good day of racing out there today, and what a nice venue this is, this Mass Ave. You see that sign up there to the left right now, Mass Ave, short for Massachusetts Avenue, a historic area of Indianapolis, certainly experienced a bit of a rebirth or a regrowth in the last few years. Arrived on site a little earlier today. Lots of shops around the Mass Ave Criterium. Silver City just off to the left there. Nice little gift shop. They've got ice cream shops down here, a jazz club as we've talked about before. Lots of little restaurants you can sit on the side and eat. And on a day like today is the day you want to do that. It is an absolute wonderful day. Weather-wise, temperature-wise, humidity-wise. It's a great day to come down. A little warm in the sun, that's okay. Pop over in the shade of the beer garden. It's a little cool in the shade. So it's one of those kind of days right here in the Midwest.
Just setting tempo, and right on his wheel are teammates of the rider in the break. Cole, very, very, very good time trial. Cole, one of those riders, just like we saw Reuben Bacon in our junior race, one of those guys who can go out on the front and just hammer out.
So all together off the front of the race. Follow us live. You can check out on Twitter if you look up on the screen hashtag MassAvCrit. That's where you can follow along live on Twitter as well. Of course, if you're joining us live stream now, you found us. You know exactly where to find us. We appreciate you joining in today for this wonderful race we've got out here. $7,000 in cash and prizes total on the day. One of the best courses you'll find in the Midwest. We've talked about smooth, wide open, no crazy sewer lids or dips or bumps or anything like that. The rider or the volunteers were out here early this morning, sweeping the corners, making sure everything was safe, marking anything that you might want to see or know about beforehand. And it's flat, fast, and fun racing here in the Midwest. Getting a look right now at Marian University, and they are set up. Marian University just down the way, based right here in Indianapolis, just outside on the north side. And they are getting warmed up right now in their tent. That's a nice little tent they've got set up over here. Marian, one of our partners of the race, the Ave Crit race today. This race in the past, if you go back to 2013, Corinne Rivera, a Marian University grad. Oh, by the way, while she was at Marian University, 68-time national titles she's pulled in. Now races professionally over in Europe recently, now out at the Tour of Utah, winning the Criterium there last year. She's looking to go out there and return and do that again. Marian University, quite a hotbed of cycling activity. Like I said, just down the street. Last year, taking second place, in 2013 taking second place here was none other than Chloe Dygert. So Chloe Dygert committed to racing for Marian next year. So an up-and-coming Marian University rider going out to California just a couple months ago. Chloe Dygert pulling in 2 national championship, I believe, in the road race and the time trial. Chloe Dygert now 2-time national champion, based right out of here, the Indianapolis area, committing to Marian. And Marian has already shown some of their racers this morning in the races, and it looks like they're going to be in the women's race. So if you're just joining in, you are in the middle of the men's Masters 40-plus, 50-plus race. Coming up after this at 3:20 p.m., we do have the women's category 1, 2, 3 race. So the big dogs of the cycling world coming out right now at 3:20 p.m. The women's Cat 1, 2, 3 race. Last year, Sierra Siebenlist winning this race. We'll see if she comes back to do it again this year. Sierra Siebenlist certainly, assuming she's registered for the day, will be the one to watch. She's winning at will this year. She's going to have her hands full a little bit with Shara Clark, now known as Shara Smith, getting married this year to racer Ray Smith. Shara Smith taking second place here just a year ago. Jane Vanny Noon taking third place. And I'll say she did hit the podium as well at the Indy Crit. Jane Vanny Noon did just a few weeks ago. I did get to talk briefly to Bree Clark. Bree Clark, known very much locally. Bree Clark will be racing in the next race of the day, the women's race. So lots of action coming up right after this race. Your men's 40-plus, 50-plus. We will welcome the fast ladies of the Midwest just following this race. Right now, a little bit of action up the road. We've got the 40-plus, 50-plus. Good break getting established about 10 minutes into the race. Right now, you're looking at the peloton, or the main field. There's your break. And we've got 3 Texas Roadhouse riders out there, 2 or 3 Heroes Foundation, 2 Zip riders, and 1 ABG Bissell Giant racer out there as well. So they are doing well to stay away. I would say you've got all the right racers in there to stay away and keep themselves away. No lack of experience in this group. They know how to ride together. They know how to pace themselves. Chris Kroll in there, I believe, riding right on the front right now. No, he's riding about 5th, 6th wheel in there.
Number 2 goes to the same rider, rider number 225.
And riding all together and doing well, working in sort of a pace line. So you'll see as that rider from Texas Roadhouse in that white and red kit pulls off the front, he'll slide over to the right. The riders will ride right by him. He'll jump right back there onto the back of that group. That's called pace line. That's the way to do it. You want to work in a nice, smooth pace line. That way, anybody, not one person in that breakaway, is working for himself, essentially. They're taking turns, doing a little bit of work on the front. That's Team Dayton's Matt Bowl making his way through the finish line right now. No teammates in the race, so he is flying solo today. That is a tough, tall order. Any racer out there, particularly in this race, and certainly in the category 1, 2, 3 races coming up next and later in the day, to go out there and do this on your own, very, very difficult. This is very much a team-oriented sport. Some people have likened it to a human chess match. There's a little bit of gamesmanship going on. Got to think 2 or 3 moves up the road a little bit to think, well, do I burn a match, or do I use some energy now, or do I wait a little bit? Do we put somebody off going down the road a little bit, or do we pull back and try and let it develop? And it looks like they're doing some good work right now. Texas Roadhouse, very interesting. They are spending their time on the front, yes, doing their work, but then they're pulling back a little bit. They're starting to save a little bit. Right about now, you start to think, well, we've worked our way pretty good into the race. I'm going to say, I don't know, we're halfway through maybe. Maybe it's time to think a little bit about the finish and what do we want to do? How do we want to set this up? Surely they want to win the race. Texas Roadhouse would say, sure, we've got 3 people in the breakaway. Odds are we should be able to get a spot on the podium, but what's better than a spot on the podium? Maybe 2 spots on the podium. Maybe 3 spots on the podium. They'd like nothing better than to get out there and sweep the podium, first, second, and third place. Difficult to do when you've got the amount of riders from Zip in there. You got 2 Zip factory racers out there in their master squad racing with them today, and then the Heroes Foundation as well. So when you've got this many racers out there from these many teams, certainly they're going to control the race a little bit and get a little bit of action going on the front.
Is one of the nicest shops you will ever walk into. So thank you to Bicycle Override, BGI.com. Also, here is our art press friends creating one-of-a-kind event t-shirts. On-site, all sizes, lots of colors. They have a special design for the race and every year.
All together and riding very well again in that pace line as they make their way around the course. They do a really good job of just taking turns every corner. Rider on the front swings off, next rider comes through, takes his time in the wind a little bit, does his bit of work, and then they'll move over and let the next rider come through and say, no, none of us really need to do a lot of work on the front. We can take a lot of turns and a lot of turns in the wind and get that done just like they should. I'm going to say about a half lap right now. Our breakaway has about a half lap on the peloton right now. That's about the spot you want to be in. Lap counter up to the left side you're seeing says 0. This isn't the end of the race. They just haven't started counting back so far. If you're new to Criterium style racing, all the riders out there do the same thing. They're looking at that lap card because they love when it starts counting down. The way that it works is a race like this, scheduled for 45 minutes. What the officials do is first 5, 6, 7 laps, they're timing each lap. So they're got a stopwatch up there. They're literally sitting, watching, timing each lap. They'll start to pick up an average. Is it a minute and a half, minute and 40 seconds, minute and 35 seconds? Somewhere right there, they'll dial it in, and then they'll work backwards math-wise and go, okay, at the minute and 35 seconds, it's going to take you about 11 more laps to get around to finish at the 45-minute mark. Somewhere around there, they have not put the lap counters up yet. With these short of laps, they will do a lot of laps. Now, for those of you who race Criteriums a lot or race cyclocross a lot, used to these lap counters, lap cards, and if you ask a racer, and I'll tell you myself, sometimes you don't want to look at the lap card. Sometimes it's they'll post up the laps and they'll say laps to go 15, and you think, oh, I was thinking there were maybe 7 left. I'll tell you what, body, I'm not going to look up at that lap counter, and don't tell the legs what it says if we happen to see it. So a little bit of that going on. Some of the riders say, I don't want to know what the lap counter says. Don't tell me. Right now I'm in too much pain. I'm too far in the hurt locker. Too much pain going through my body. Don't tell me what it says. And some people are fine with that. But if you're in this break of riders that we've got out there right now, this break of riders is definitely, they have an idea of how much time there is left in the race. They've been watching the clock on the other side of the banner that says 30 minutes and 51 seconds. They know that they are now 2/3 of the way done with this race. So if you've been here since the start of this race, you know I said I like to break this up into 3 chunks, and before I can even get it out of my mouth, last third of the race, you will usually see attacks, and as soon as I say that, might be a little bit of a preem going on there, but a rider going off the front from the Zip factory right now puts in a bit of an attack. I'm willing to bet that there was a preem lap going on there. We'll know in a moment if he keeps going. He does keep going. So right as I said that, right as I was getting ready to explain those big 3 chunks, we have entered that last 3 chunks where we say, sort it out in the first 15 minutes. Let's get a break going. That'll be a little bit easier to ride pace line. Then we're going to do that pace line for about 15 minutes or so. And then with the last chunk or last 15 minutes, gloves are coming off a little bit. We're going to fight it out, and I'm going because I think I can hold this for 15 minutes. So 8 laps to go comes up on the lap counter right as that attack goes underneath the flag there to say, okay, I've hit my magic 15 minutes to go mark. It's time for me to go. I think I can take this down. All back together, but this is where the gloves come off a little bit, where they stop being friends a little bit, and they start fighting it out. As look at this, Heroes rider swings off to left and says, gentlemen, you're going to fight this out. I'm going to let you fight it out. I'm going to follow some wheels a little bit at Texas Roadhouse. You got 3 riders in here. Go on up the road. We're going to follow you a little bit, let you wear yourselves out. So you see the rider swinging off to the side there. That swing off says, I am not pulling you around here. If you want to fight, come on up here and take your turn in the wind. Let's get this done. But that's a clear example when they swing wide like that says, not me, you go up front. And so a little bit back together now, but this is where the team tactics played out. So you betcha these riders met in the parking lot, if you will, beforehand and said, all right, teamies, what are we doing here? What's our strategy today? Who are we going to try and get in the breakaway? If we can get 1 or 2 riders in the breakaway, then what? Who are we going to put up front? Who do we think has the legs to win today? How's this going to play out? And that's what you're seeing going on right now. They've gotten themselves into the breakaway. That sort is done. Second sort coming now is who's going to win this bike race? And are we going to win it with a 9-up sprint or 8-up sprint? Or are we going to try and break away and win solo? Let's watch and see here as they make their way around again. If any more attacks come down, that first attack was definitely a test of the leg, a shot across the bow, if you will, to say, all right, I'm here. I've got 2 riders. Zip team has 2 riders. I'm going to go ahead and put in a bit of a dig here. Let's just see what everybody else is willing to do. Puts in that big dig, tries to make it stick, puts in the second attack a little bit with a lap later, and then nothing happens. So, all right, we're going to sit back together, watch each other, and look at the head on a swivel at Zip Rider up front, just watching everybody. He's doing 2 things. Keeping an eye on his competitors, number 1. But number 2, I said this is much so a team sport. He is watching the faces, the shoulders, the hips of the other riders because he's looking for chinks in the armor. He's looking at your breathing pattern. He's looking to see, is your mouth open or closed? Do you look relaxed? Are your shoulders stiffened up? All good examples. Are your hips starting to sway back and forth? All good tells, if you will, of a rider that's getting tired. So as they're dropping back and looking at each other, absolutely watching physical demeanor of each of those riders to try and determine who's tired, who's got legs, who doesn't. So if you've watched the Tour de France at all, if you watch the Giro d'Italia, if you watch any live racing, you will know that above the amateur ranks, in the professional ranks, one of their jobs is to keep that straight poker face. Don't show that you're tired. Watch your body so it's not rocking back and forth. You don't want to look tired at all. If you watch any of the Tour de France, they talked about it a lot, about Nibali being tired. He's the Italian national champion, former winner of the Tour. Didn't look tired. Even when he was in the hurt locker, even when he was in the worst shape, he would be sitting upright, face as straight as an arrow, not showing any signs, because of his competitors, if they can sniff that at all, looking like he's tired, they're going to attack him. So professional level racers do exactly that. They're constantly monitoring their body and their tells so nothing shows, and these racers definitely doing that as well. Little bit of a 5 lap to go reprieve, so 5 big laps to go. a little bit of the horses to the barn. You've got to be patient. Some of these riders, you have to be very patient because 5 laps to go, typically too far to go alone. Don't forget, right about here is where they're starting to get a little bit tired. The legs are starting to wear down a little bit. That's Brian Boggs going on the front from Zip Masters team. He's put in a couple attacks, Brian Boggs has, over the last few laps to try and soften up this group a little bit, wear everybody down. So he's doing the same thing, testing it out a little bit to see, is everybody just tired enough? Can I sneak away off the front of this? Will you let me go? If I can get 20 meters, maybe 30 meters, let me just watch and see what happens. If nobody reacts, maybe I'll give it a second effort and go again. A little bit of a test of the legs. Not working out, so I got to believe that unless something happens the next lap or two, this one might come back down to a big sprint. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, looks like 8 riders in this group as they make their way around onto Mass Avenue, onto this big finish line. Riders making their way through. They're going to see 5 laps to go. 4 laps to go on the counter. So counting down 4 laps to go, this is the magic lap for me. With 4 laps to go, sometimes you will see a little bit of fireworks with 4 laps to go. On a short course like this, it's difficult to get away and stay away, but 4 laps may be just enough where if you can get away, you might just be able to stay away for the day. Making their way around the 190-degree corner on this course, right back on that backside on Jess Street. Passing Michigan Street, it's about halfway down that long straightaway. That is a dead headwind. So right now you're seeing the chase group. They're coming into sort of a side wind. Your lead group has a stiff headwind right now as they make their way up. Jess, they'll swing onto Mass Avenue. And they're going to see 3 laps to go. And I'm going to say this might come down to a sprint because nobody going to the front, nobody willing to be put into the big efforts right now. I think they like their odds with their sprinters. They've got their sprinters into the breakaway. Some of the riders, the domestiques, if you will, the riders that are working for other riders out there may do a little bit of work in the wind, just sort of protect the rest of the group. As they get this downwind run, they should see 3 to go. 3 to go on the lap counter right now in this men's Masters 40 plus, 50 plus, 40 and 50-year-olds and older out there right now. Chris Kroll rolling second from Texas Roadhouse. Chris Kroll hitting the podium at Madeira Criterium and an animator of the race just a couple of months ago at the Hyde Park Criterium. In the unenviable spot right now, sitting on the front, doing all the work in the wind. So 208 is out there as well. That is Chris Richter. So you've got some 40 plus and some 50 plus. Chris Cole, we just talked about him. He's in the 50 plus category, but the rider right next to him riding in the 40 plus category. And you better believe they know it. The 40 years and older category wearing the 200 series number. The 50 plus 50 years and older wearing the 500 series. Weaving back and forth. That is a great sign of someone saying, get off my wheel, stop following me everywhere I go. I don't want to provide any draft for you. And that's when you see that big serpentine. Back and forth is simply that. It's a rider saying, get off my wheel, come around. I don't want you drafting on me. I don't really want to be up front because I know there's a lot of wind up here. And I want someone else to come around as the soft pedaling starts. 2 big laps to go. 2 big laps to go in this Masters race. We see a little bit of efforts being done on the front just to try and get away. Maybe Texas Roadhouse putting in a good little effort, try and get away. They've let him get a little bit of a gap. He's looked back and seen that and said, gentlemen, if you're not willing to come, I'm going to move off down the road. As we try and get a look at his number as he's coming across there, we may have a winning break. The rest of Texas Roadhouse says, that's our boy. We're not going to help you chase him down. So if you want to get after him, go on. But with a lap and a half to go, we've got a rider off the front from Texas Roadhouse. Big sprint legs. That may be a winning break, and we've seen it before where a rider says, well, I'm not really going to attack you. I'm just going to try and ride a little bit quicker. Maybe you'll let me go, maybe you won't. And he has made what I will say will be the winning break, because it is going to be very difficult to bring him back. He is off the front, off the saddle, and hammering a little bit, watching behind him. He knows he's got a gap. He knows the Texas Roadhouse teammates back there are going to work for him. He's got the bell lap with 1 lap to go. Heroes Foundation putting a little bit of an effort to try and catch on. That's going to be a little too late. Let's get a look as he makes his way around. We've got one Texas road racer off the front of this race. Put in a nice attack at just the right time, and I think he has sewn this one up. Now the question remains, will Texas Roadhouse be able to pull in second and third place? Zip Factory being left out of that a little bit. They're not going to be happy about that. Caught a little bit unawares with 2 laps to go. Your Texas Roadhouse cyclist has got a good gap. No time to sit up and rest yet. He is being chased down in full effort, but I think it may be a little too late. Final corner right now, on to Mass Ave. He can see that finish line, and all he has to do is put a nice steady tempo effort. He saw the big 1 lap to go. We've got a Texas Roadhouse rider on the front, and he is going to make this one stick. He can see that finish line. He'll give one last look over the shoulder just to be sure, and you better believe he's going to be able to post up and say, I nailed that one. Texas Roadhouse looking like they're pulling in second place as well. Third and fourth place on the day. Heroes and Zip Factory Cycling. Don't forget, we may still have second or third place in the 50-plus or 40-plus category coming up on the race right here. So we're going to get a look down the way. They'll still be sprinting. A little bit of a mishap in the final corner. Zip Factory going down. Heroes going down in that corner, maybe after the finish line. And it looks like Texas Roadhouse nailing down the race back on the backside, and they'll sort out the rest of this race in just a moment. So just finishing up on the day, our Masters men 40 plus and 50 years and older just finishing up. That was a 45-minute race, and we saw some good tactical racing there. We saw breakaways go down the road, a little bit of bridging attempts go down the road, and then we saw a good 2 laps to go attack by Texas Roadhouse right at the right time, put one in there and made it stick to the finish. And we'll leave it to our officials. They'll sort out who's top 3 for our 40 years and older, who's top 3 for our 50 years and older. And we'll get them up on the podium. John Gatch doing the live race announcing. And he is out there right now checking that out as you see in your camera right now. That looks like the women's riders getting ready to get started in just a moment. All right, stick with us. Coming up next, we will have our women's category 1, 2, 3 race. Right now, let's cut to commercial. We'll be back with you at the Mass Ave Crit in just a moment.
stuff to give these guys. Chris Kroll's going to get a bottle of champagne even. And some flowers. Let's see how far Chris Kroll can shoot a stream of champagne across the course. If he can pop the cork all the way across, or hit Curtis Tolson in the top of the head. There's your 50-plus podium. Brian Boggs, Don Birch, and Chris Kroll. All right. Nice job, gentlemen. Emil Abraham is so pro, he doesn't even come to... Oh, there he is. Sorry, I was bad-mouthing you. All right. One more round of applause for Brian Boggs. Don Birch. Your 2014 champion, coming up in third place this year, racing for the Zip Masters team, Mr. Ben Weaver. Second place in the category, racing for Texas Roadhouse, resides in Alabama, but is from Trinidad and Tobago. The wily fast man, Mr. Emil Abraham. His business card, I'll remind you, it says, I'm older than you and I'm faster than you. And your winner for Texas Roadhouse Cycling with a perfectly timed attack. He has won many, many, many races and will do so in the future. Your champion, John Puffer. Ben Weaver for the Zip Masters team. Emil Abraham for Texas Roadhouse. And your champion, John Puff Daddy Puffer. One more round of applause for our 40-plus podium. Ben Weaver, Emil Abraham, John Puffer.
All right, ladies, welcome to Mass Ave. There's a huge prize list today. Okay, thank you for your appliance.
Welcome back to the Mass Ave Criterium. You have joined just in time for our women's category 1, 2, 3 race, getting ready to get kicked off now here in Indianapolis, Indiana, the Nuvo Mass Ave Crit. Getting a look at some of the fastest cyclists in the Midwest. Right there, stage center, Sierra Siebenlist. We're going to be watching out for her. She is your returning champion, having won here in 2014 and 2012. Sierra Siebenlist, racing for that Scarlet Fire Racing team, is going to be the one to watch. Shara Clark rolling just on stage right there. Shara Clark, now known as Shara Smith, a very fast racer. She's going to be out here looking for that podium as well. And right now in the camera, in the green helmet, that's Bree Clark. Bree Clark coming out to the Indy Crit a few weeks ago, telling me before the race that she hadn't been riding her bike. Don't watch for her, and then pulls off a top 3 there. So Bree Clark, very smart racer. She'll find the front of this race, and she can open up a sprint like not many can. So Bree Clark definitely one to watch as well. We'll get a look to see who else is joining the race. I was looking for Chloe Dygert, hoping she'd be here. She's taken second and 6th in the past in this race, but I understand she will not be here. So no Chloe Dygert towing the line today. Local Chloe racing for Marion and also racing by, I believe, the 2016 racing squad now. I believe she's out west, so will not be here. We won't be looking for her, but we've got a whole host of racers out there on the day. This is the lady we've been talking about, Sierra Siebenlist, right there on the left side of your screen, winning seemingly at will this year, and they're all going to be looking to chase her down and not let her get away as the race gets underway. We've got some firepower here. The serious look of a lot of racers getting ready to get going. This is going to be a 45-minute race. Looks like they're racing for $1,999. And it looks like they've got plenty of preems as well, prizes out there. So as we get going, we'll start to listen and look for that a little bit right off the front there. That is Sierra Siebenlist. And the rest of the peloton will patrol her very closely. Again, she has won here not once, but twice. One in the Indy Crit just down the way, like we said about a month ago. So definitely on form, no problem at all. Saw her up at the Tour de Xenia, called that race. When I talked to her after the race, she said she had raced the day before, a Criterium, got up that morning, raced a mountain bike race, finished that up, done and dusted, finished on the podium there, got in the car, drove 3 hours north, hit the Tour de Xenia, and then won that race. Not only did she win that race, I believe she won every preem or prize cash in that race as well. So Sierra Siebenlist on the front right there. She will be patrolled closely. Wonderful day out here if you're just joining us for the racing action. We are in Indianapolis on Massachusetts Avenue. If you can make it down for the later races and you're thinking about it, you can't get better weather than we're getting here in the Midwest. Warm in the mid to 80s, I'd say, but very dry and not humid. So no problems with the weather. You can't get much better out here today. Very stiff breeze. The riders definitely are feeling that on the backside of the course. They said they can feel it, hear it. And as they get into the backside of the course, they get a little bit of a headwind as they're going back there and a little bit of a tailwind through the finishing straight. So we are seeing some very fast finishes. All back together now. We talked about in the last race, sort of a 45-minute race, sort of broken up into 3 15-minute races in my book anyway. The first 15 minutes is definitely a sorting out process. Get rid of the adrenaline a little bit. Everybody feels good in the first 15 minutes. After the first 15 minutes, things slow down a little bit from an overall perspective because the adrenaline has gone out of your body and you're a little bit tired, so you might trail off the back a little bit. But then the last 15 minutes usually picks back up. All bets are off now if a break goes up the road, but right now we're not seeing that. Grupo Compacto all together now, all riding in a nice, easy peloton. I say easy. They're not riding easy. They're still riding very hard. There's a little bit of a wedding getting out on the side of the course. That's very nice. Announced the Indy Crit, as I mentioned just a few weeks ago. We happened to be in the middle of the wedding, and the nice bride and groom obliged to come up onto the podium, and we did their own top step of the podium for the crowd. It's always nice to see the weddings. Very nice day for that. A little bit of action out on the course. We had a couple digs going down the road. That's Bree Clark on the front. So Bree Clark putting in a little bit of an effort to get up there. Shara Smith tucked right in there on her wheel as well. So again, they're going to patrol the front of this bike race and not let anyone get away. We're only 3 minutes into this race. Pretty short laps as they make their way around here. We're going to keep tight reins on this for the first part of this race. It isn't until people start to slow down and get a little bit more tired that you'll start to see some brakes go down the road and a little bit more difficult spot. And as I say that, a little bit of attack going up the left side of the road. little feeler attacks, if you will, where they go, you know, I'm going to put a little bit of an effort. Let me see if I can get away a little bit. If you come with me, that's great. If you don't, that's great too. If you come with me, I might sit up and say, okay, I tried. Gave it a little bit of an effort. You didn't come with me, so I'm going to sit back down and wait and see who goes next. Maybe we'll just follow some wheels around. A lot of the action today brought to you by Grey Goat Sports. Staff at Grey Goat Sports in Indianapolis, they're bicycle and fitness gurus. Grey Goat's a specialized, that's capital S, specialized elite store and certified master of body geometry fitting specialist. Grey Goat has 2 locations, one right here in Indianapolis and one in Franklin, Indiana. So big thanks go out to a Blue Ribbon sponsor in Grey Goat Sports. All back together. That it looks to be Sierra Siebenlist. She has 2 teammates today, and she's sort of been, what I'll say, bringing her teammates up through the ranks over the course of the season this year. As I've seen earlier in the season, Scarlet Fire Racing, you didn't see them too much on the front of the race, putting in a little bit of effort. But Sierra, I think coaching them up a little bit will put some of them in breaks, put some of them in tacks, and help her do a little bit of that work, knowing that she can close the deal a little bit later in the race. So what a great program to see that working out. And Scarlet Fire turning more and more into sort of a firepower or a powerhouse in the local cycling scene by working a little bit of those team tactics, working a little bit together, and showing us a little bit how it's done today. First Internet Bank, the other big team out there, Bree Clark, you can see her all the way to the left now. She's the tall figure on the left-hand side. Very, very fast sprinter. She's not known for her big breakaways. She's known for having riders in her team pull those brakes back just at the right time to launch a big sprint finish. And I wouldn't want anyone that I know to go up against Bree Clark, because almost always you're going to lose that one. She is just a great, great finisher of a bike race. Another big shout out to the Butler Toyota Scion. Butler Toyota Scion, the local dealer out here providing pace car. You've seen them on their lead laps each time, and they've been doing a really good job to help us keep our racers safe. We put a little moto official out there you see up at the top. The moto official helps keep that course clear. As maybe a couple breaks or attacks go down the left side of the road, that looks like Sheriff Smith putting a little bit of an effort out there. Again, Sheriff Smith doesn't want to have to sprint against some of these sprinters, especially like Bree Clark right on her wheel says, you know what, if I can get away from you, it'll be a lot easier to win this bike race. Let me go ahead and put a few attacks in, see if I can soften up the legs a little bit and make this an easier race for me by getting rid of some of the not as strong competitors maybe off the back, or somebody having a bad day. And we've got a little bit of an attack going up the road right now. Other rider I'm watching towards the back there, right there in that blue kit, Mary Penta. Mary Penta, a very, very fast racer. Races crits, races cross, races mountain bike racing. Mary Penta finishing on the podium in a 2-up sprint at the Hyde Park race just a couple of months ago. And Mary Penta has had a full season racing in the short track Louisville mountain bike series just down the way in Louisville and hitting the podium nearly every week. That's her right there in that light blue kit. No teammates with her on the right-hand side. So that's a bit of a tall order to bring no teammates to a race and expect to do very well. But if somebody can do well, Mary Penta is going to be that one. As you look down the long finishing straight of the Mass Ave Crit, Massachusetts Avenue here in Indianapolis. No laps on the lap counter yet. We're still way too early in the race. As Sierra Siebenlist makes her way around, she's got Shara Smith right on behind her, Bree Clark right behind her, and a whole host of riders. So all of the heads of state, if you will, on the front of this race right now. Sierra Siebenlist leading the race. That's your 2-time winner. Shara Smith right behind her. Shara Smith has a little bit of a bitter taste in her mouth. She has lost to Sierra Siebenlist before, but definitely here at this race, taking second place last year. So she's got a little bit of that bitter taste thinking, you know what, I'm going to watch you, Sierra Siebenlist, and if you go today, I am going with you because you're not going to do that to me again. I do not want to go second place again. I want to win this race. I'm going to watch you and make sure that nothing goes down. Now, you can't watch every break. You can't watch every one. But right now, Sierra Siebenlist being hung out to dry a little bit, put to the front of this race, no one coming around. So what you're looking at, Sierra Siebenlist on the front, Shara Smith second, Bree Clark third. One of those three will probably win this bike race. My outside riders, Mary Penta back there in the blue doing no work. She's definitely I wouldn't call her a dark horse rider because she can win. She just doesn't have any teammates with her today. So it's a little bit difficult of a task. But probably one of those three riders, one of them definitely on the podium. One of them maybe winning today as well. Getting a look at the New Belgium Brewing. New Belgium, one of the title sponsors of the race today, providing the beer garden just past the finish line on the right-hand side. If you haven't come down, you're coming down later, that's going to be the spot to watch from right there as you get a look at some of our sponsors. Indianapolis Motor Speedway, one of the big sponsors on the day today. You just got to look at their tent. They're home of the Indianapolis 500 and the Brickyard 400. That track opening back in 1909, so a long time ago, and it holds a special distinction as the world's largest spectator facility. Right here in Indianapolis. There you go. There's the New Belgium Brewing tent. Spot to get in. They're checking people in there, picking up a little bit of cold refreshments. And you'll get a look at the beer garden area. That's the place to be. That's the place to watch. You can listen to the race live, obviously, on the PA right there, and you can also watch it live. We've got 4 or 5 cameras out there, and they've got a broad or a big screen TV right there in the beer garden as well, so you can see all of the action, plus be right where the finish line is. It's VIP seating without the VIP pass. Rider from First Internet Bank on the front, doing a little bit of work, patrolling on the front, watching to make sure that no breaks go down the road. A little bit of an effort being put in there on the front. Sometimes they call that riding tempo. That is a strategy that says, I'm going to go to the front and I'm going to ride fast. Not so fast that I blow up or run out of energy, but fast enough that it wears you all down and makes you all tired. Scarlett Fryer Racing on the front. So teammate of Sierra Siebenlist right now on the front of that race, doing just like we said, a little bit of patrolling. Just to keep the pace high enough to keep the efforts in, but not so high that she blows up. And she's watching those, marking those attacks. And as we've got attacks going up the left side of the road, you see that rider jump to say, okay, I need to get on it now because someone's going down the road. I'm going to go and sit right on their wheel and control that a little bit, keep the effort in there, and make sure that I stay right on them because my teammate is back there taking a little bit of a rest, staying out of the wind, staying nice and safe. As the heads go on the swivel a little bit, looking around, we've got a little bit of a move going up on the right-hand side of the road from those First Internet Bank. Sierra Siebenlist says, don't let that one go. If nobody else is going to chase it down, I will neutralize that attack and get on that right away. Riders on the back doing everything they can. This is the hard part about Criterium racing, particularly when they have corners more or less than 90 degree in angles where every single corner is essentially your next sprint. So you come around the corner, and if you're towards the back like that, you don't carry your momentum so much. You've got to stand up and sprint again just to grab onto the backside of that peloton or that pack so that you can stay in contention of the race. Now, when you're on the front of the pack, like Sierra Siebenlist is, you can coast through it nice, pick your line, pedal out of it, nice and smooth, don't even need to stand up. But watch the back part of the race, see how they're all standing up again, sprinting to catch back on. That is a rough spot to be in because you are using a lot of energy. Every time you stand up and you engage those quad muscles, those are big muscles, use a lot of energy, require a lot of oxygen to power them, and every time you do that, you're depleting your reserves a little bit more every lap. So riding on that back third, a bad spot to be in. Sometimes you have no choice. Everybody that you talk to will say, ride on that front third. It's smoother. You're not using those big efforts. You'll be okay. And all back together. Again, when you see them sitting up, drinking like this, riding 4 or 5 wide, that says nobody on the front willing to do a lot of effort. They're going to sit back and let everybody else do the effort, maybe reset a little bit and said, okay, we've tried a few attacks. We've tried our strategy, not working out. So we're going to sit back down, wait for somebody else to attack, or wait until nobody attacks, and then maybe I'll put in one then when I'm feeling a little bit better. Right now the rider's moving past the old YMCA just off to course right from this view. The old YMCA providing open showers for the racers today. That's great support from this area, and a beautiful building, also home to the Rathskeller and a big beer garden that you can watch the race from right off to the side as well. Scarlet Fire on the front, trying to maintain the pace just on the front of the bike race, and they're just keeping that pace high enough as Bree Clark jumps up to say, I'm just going to get up front too. I know it's safer up front. I know the pace is a little bit better in the first third or so like we've talked about. I'm going to sit on the front of this bike race a little bit and try and take my corners smooth. I'm not worried about maybe some of the dicier handling that might be going back on the back, sort of the bumping of elbows. I'm going to take it nice and easy. Down East Vermont Street, they'll swing onto Northeast Street. So now onto Northeast Street, it looks like. This is the headwind section, so this is definitely where everybody sits up and says, nope, not going to be on the front here because there's too much wind in my face. That's too much energy I have to put out. I'm not going to do that. Swing off of East Street onto Massachusetts Avenue and onto that big finishing straight. And what we've seen so far today is you want to be top 3, I would say, at most in this last big left-hand turn, because if you are any more than top 3, if you're top 5, 6, 7, the chances of you winning this big finish sprint pretty nil. You don't want to be first through there because we haven't seen anyone win from the front, at least not in a pack sprint today. From the earlier races, you want to be sitting second, third, fourth wheel because that's about the spot that you can come around towards the end. You don't want to be in first. That's too far to go. You want to be a little bit back from there. You can draft for the first few seconds coming out of that corner and then stand and sprint to the finish because it is a long, long finishing straight. Of course, if you're in the area and you haven't picked up one yet, stop by your local newsstand. Nuvo, Indy's alternative voice, got a whole Mass Ave Criterium, 8 pages of coverage inside. Absolutely phenomenal. Talks a little bit about what a criterium is, what a crit is, how it works. It's got pull-out ads from behind the handlebars, a little bit of a first-hand account. Looks like they've done some. Jane Vanny Noon from Scarlet Fire, she did a little bit of a write-up in the Nuvo Press for just this. Jane Vanny Noon finishing on the podium. In Indy Crit, she also finished 3rd here last year as well. So Jane Vanny Noon having a good ride not too long ago. All right, I can hear John Gatch, our live announcer, calling Sprint Preem. And so we should see a little action on this next lap because there is a Sprint Preem being offered. Preem or a prize. And it's a merchandise Preem. So when you hear merchandise Preem, everybody out there listens up and goes, okay, what kind of merchandise is it? What is it? Is it something I really, really always wanted? And am I going to sprint for it? And they will measure out their efforts. All back together. Nobody willing to put in the big effort on the front right at this particular moment. They're sitting down to watch a little bit to see how things shape up. Number 714 on the front there. When you see the riders riding 5, 6, 7 wide like that, nothing doing out there as far as anyone wanting to ride right on the front. And here you go, big sprint right now. There is that merchandise preem out there. A little bit of an effort being put on the front, looks like by First Internet Bank. Somebody out for the preem. Dangerous preem this point in the race because this could launch a breakaway attack. Right now, sitting second wheel, that's Mary Penta, looks like. Mary Penta with no teammates. She may be looking to see if this is going to go down the road and may watch to follow. That looks like Jane Vanny Noon on the front. We'll have to get her number to see if that is in fact her. That would be a good one to go. And like I said, Mary Penta says, okay, we've got a bit of a gap. Let's go now. Mary Penta on the front, no teammates, doesn't want any of these other teams to get in there. She wants this rider from First Internet Bank to go with her, so she's jumped off the front a little bit and putting in just a little bit of an effort. She can't throw all of her chips in the middle of the table just yet. Doesn't have teammates that can bring her back if she struggles a little bit. She's watching behind her to see what's going on. It looks like she's going to sit it down, take it easy. Good effort. Didn't work this time, though. Absolutely a good tactic. If I don't have teammates and I want to get into a breakaway and get something done, is to watch that rider go down the road and maybe see if you can talk them into working with you a little bit further down the road. Didn't work this time, but it might work again. You can't go all in, because if you use all of your energy, you can't get back into this race and then expect a sprint at the end. So Mary Penta putting in a big effort there just to test the legs and see if they would let her go. The answer is no, all back together. So all together on the front again, Sierra Siebenlist, Mary Penta right behind her. It looks like Jane Vanny Noon right behind her. I can see Shara Smith in there as well. And again, she's a second place finisher, but the tall figure of Bree Clark right there as well. So again, heads of state in the first 5 or 6 racers. They're going to stay to the front. They know how this works out, and they're going to make sure that they are there at the finish.
Brought to you courtesy of Butler Toyota Scion in Indianapolis. They also serve Carmel and Noblesville. They are proud to be an automotive leader in the area. They have a committed group of customers because of the wide selection.
Mary Penta on the front there in that blue kit. That is Jane Vanny Noon right behind her. And all together again here at the Mass Ave Crit, presented by Nuvo and VeloWorks Urban Cycling, right down the street, Fountain Square, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Thank you also to the Chatterbox Jazz Club, my favorite sponsor. I'm not saying I go in there between races for a beer and a bump.
Doing a little bit of work on the front there, Mary Penta. If you're going to get on the front of the bike race, this is probably the spot to do it. A little bit of a side wind, maybe a tailwind, but it's a very strong wind that's out there. It's like getting a look at the clock. We're turning past 3:51 p.m. This race started just a few minutes after, so we're going to get a look at the lap counter. We should start to see laps to go in just a few more laps. Riders in the headwind section on the backside on East Street right now. Don't forget, we have lots of racing coming up next, up 4:15 p.m. We have our men's category 5 and beginners race. That is always a very good race to watch. That's your beginner categories. Your first, maybe second year racers coming up at 4:15 p.m. We'll roll into a men's cat 4-5. Then the single speed state champions will come out at 5:45. Single speed state championships going on here in Indianapolis today at 5:45. Past the 6 o'clock hour of our men's cat 3-4. Then the mascot race, local mascots, and we'll finally then at 7:40 p.m. welcome out our men professionals, category 1s and category 2s. Colton Barrett certainly will be back today. Jeff Pendlebury winning here last year. Chad Bird's local favorite, will be on site racing for Texas Roadhouse as well. Not a good spot for Mary Penta to be in. She is out on the front of the bike race, has been there the last couple or few laps, taking all of the wind in her face. That is not a favorable spot to be in. Maybe getting a little frustrated with the pace, wants to go a little faster, hoping to draw a few competitors off the front. But right now, nobody coming around. If you're here by yourself and you don't have a rider or a teammate with you, you want to hide out a little bit, try to hide out a little bit, stay out of the wind a little bit so that you can be a factor later on in the race. Now, somebody like Mary Penta, strong enough to make that happen, but certainly a tall order with a stacked field of the First Internet Bank riders right behind her. Swinging off a little bit. That's how we talked about that before. Mary Penta swings off and says, not pulling you around. Not going to let you draft off me for much longer. That's a clear sign. Get off my back wheel. Somebody else come through and take a turn in the wind. I've been out here for 2 laps. Somebody else. Sierra Siebenlist on the front making that big swinging corner as they make their way back down Mass Ave Crit. A veritable street fair going on a Mass Ave Crit. If you're not down here yet, come on down. There is the T3 Cycling and Triathlon, one of our presenting sponsors today. Gray Goat Cycling, we've talked about them a little bit. BGI giving away all kinds of good stuff down there. Silka, one of our sponsors today, giving away a pump later, a bicycle pump that's worth, wait for it, it's worth $450, this Silka bike pump. They're giving away a bike pump, and then in another race they'll be giving away a bike pump kit as well. Silka bringing back handmade manufacturing to the United States. And boy, oh boy, would people like to win a Silka bike pump. It's actually founded back in 1917 by Felice Sacchi in Milan, Italy. Innovated and grew quickly. Worked into the high-pressure frame pump industry, which is not something that we really had. So lots of people know the Silka brand. If you are a cyclist, chances are you've owned or had a Silka pump. I understood when I talked to them recently, they've recently brought the company back to the United States, started manufacturing them here in the States a little bit again, and building handmade pumps is no easy task. And if you buy a $450 Silka pump, the chances of you ever having to maintain that pump are almost nil. They are very well crafted, handcrafted, big barrel, very stout pumps, and they are here today with their wares. You can check them out and see them. I think you can even buy some t-shirts from them today over there at Silka. Also a cool thing that you can do here at the Mass Ave Crit today. I already stopped by and did my purchase once. The Art Press is here. The Art Press creates designs for screen printing and prints in all t-shirts in-house while providing tools that make group orders easy and donate time and money to make a difference. But they will make a Mass Ave Crit right in front of your face right here today on the spot. And hey, they're only $20. You can literally pick out your shirt color, pick out your size, and they will screen print it right in front of your eyes. Big thanks to Art Press for being out here today. Riders making their way around the backside of the course right now. We've seen SRAM a couple times. SRAM is a multi-million-dollar cycling fund committed. The fund itself is committed to improving cycling infrastructure in SRAM's local communities around the world. SRAM sponsors existing efforts through groups like People for Bikes. If you've been around bikes at all, you'll know the People for Bikes, the nice blue, white, and red insignia that they have. And Safe Routes to School, and they invest in the health of our local communities and create a better infrastructure system for people that use their products. SRAM on course today. As we approach 30 minutes, we're going to be in the last 15 minutes of this women's category 1, 2, 3 bike race. We are Grupo Compacto all together on Mass Ave, making their way around and down the final stretch as our moto ref is on the front there. It appears to be Scarlet Fire Racing on the front right now, driving that pace a little bit, keeping that pace up and high. Not Sierra Siebenlist on the front, it doesn't appear. Maybe she's back there resting up. Nope, no, that was not Sierra Siebenlist. So one of her teammates up the front keeping the pace high a little bit. Maybe she told him, go up the front, drive the pace a little bit. I'll win this if we can dial this back and get me right up to the front with everybody else tired. So please go to the front, drive the pace a little bit. I'll hang out back here, keep it a little bit easier. Don't work so hard. And then if you can deliver me in the last 2 or 3 laps in the top 5 with everybody else tired, I think I can button this one up and call it a win. Big thanks go out to Zip as well, Zip Speed Weaponry. Again, I've talked about it a little bit. I was at the Indy Crit. We gave away a $4,500 wheel set there to pre-registered riders, and they're doing it again today. Zip Speed Weaponry made right here in the Indianapolis area, and they serve a selected group of elite companies and athletes, globally located and committed to bicycle and wheelchair competition. Zip meets customers' needs for the highest performance, superlative quality components through innovative design and manufacturing utilizing the best material and technology available. So Zip Speed Weaponry right here, and we are doing another giveaway today. If you're here or if you're around or coming down, you will see right up on the podium a beautiful set of Zip wheels hanging from the rafters up there, and they're going to be giving those away today. Scarlet Fire still on the front. There's the Marion kit, Marion University just up the road, sitting second wheel right now. We will see many, have seen many Marion cyclists today, and we'll see a few this afternoon. Adam Leibowitz is here, going to be racing today. He races for the Bissell Giant squad, went to Marion, a 20-something time national champion while at Marion, just up the way, and now 3-time champion at the Indy Crit just down the road, and he will be back racing here today as well. Former Marion competitor. All back together again. They know they've only got about 10 minutes of racing left. Pace has been high the whole race. We have not seen any breakaway attempts that go down the road. Sometimes the racers actually like to see that when a breakaway forms. Let's say 2 or 3 riders get down the road and they have the right representation of team members up the road. When the right mix gets down the road, then sometimes the peloton can actually sit up and take a bit of a breather. So when we're all together like this, you might think the racing is easier. Sometimes it's more difficult when you've got all the riders together like this, because the pace stays pretty high and nobody gets a break. Pretty much everybody taking a turn at the front, pretty much everybody taking a turn putting in the work. So everybody's equally tired when a race comes down like this. 7 laps to go on the lap counter right now. 7 big laps to go. And by big laps, I don't mean long. These are short laps, but very high effort laps, because a lot of action going down right now. Sierra Siebenlith back on the front. Bree Clark sitting second place right now. Shara Smith right behind her. Jane Vanny Noon right behind her. And I got to believe we don't have to look too far for the blue kit of Mary Penta, which will be right behind her, sitting about 5th wheel. So again, heads of state watching the front of this bike race.
Brought to you by Breakaway, Motion Cycling and Fitness, and Bicycle Garage Indy. With 6 laps to go, they will see this time through. A Camelback insulated water from BGI. 2 cases. Meat Performer Beet Juice from Motion Cycling and Fitness. Beet Juice. Sports Wash Endo Shammy Cream. Brago T-shirt and coffee from Silka. Thank you, Silka, for the coffee. We'll ring the bell, and it will get the free notification.
So all together still, they should see 6 laps to go, I believe, as they make their way through. All together, racing all together. It'll be very interesting to see. And I hear the bell ringing, so a bit of a preem lap or a prize lap going with 6 laps to go.
Value merchandise cream on the next lap. Merchandise cream on the next lap.
Our live announcer, John Gatt, ringing the bell. Calling a preem lap, calling a prize lap. Sierra Siebenlist on the front, Bree Clark right behind her, Shara Smith right behind her, Mary Penta sitting about 5th wheel, and a couple other riders mixed in there as well. And again, Sierra Siebenlist says, no, we're not going to do it this way. I will not sit on the front of this bike race and drag you all around. I want to win this bike race for a 2nd year in a row, and I won't do it by sitting on the front and dragging you all around, letting you take a rest, and letting me help you win this bike race. Not going to happen, not on my watch. Too smart to have that done. She swings over and says, I'll ride slow before I ride on the front all day long hard for you. And everybody else behind her says, not it. We're going to wait as well and see if anybody else wants to come to the front. And that's what you see, fanning out on the road like that is exactly that. The riders in the back are looking around thinking, what's going on up front? Why are we slowing down? So they'll fan out a little bit, look to their left, look to the right, and go, okay, we'll go to the front for now. We're not sure what's going on up there and why everybody's slowing down. We're going to go ahead and keep the effort high, move up to the front as this cyclist in the white and black kit makes her way to the front as well. Bree Clark sitting right there in 2nd place, getting a little itchy. She likes to sprint her bike. She's seeing 5 to go. We're on a preem lap, so we'll see who's sprinting for the prize. We've got a rider jumping out on the left-hand side. It looks like Jane Vanny Noon. Maybe she's looking to double up on her preem prizes today. But no, she was just covering attack. It looks like Sierra Siebenlist going off the front a little bit. Jane Vanny Noon jumping on her wheel to make sure she doesn't get away because, again, these are dangerous times for preems. It doesn't look like Sierra Siebenlist is going to keep the throttle down. It looks like she's just taking it nice and easy, keeping the pace pretty steady, and seeing if this gap develops or not. But Shara Smith is not going to let that go easy. She will pull that breakaway attempt back. Just a bit of a gap, but not a dangerous gap. Look at that. Right there is what you just saw is professional. Jane Vanny Noon got on the front of that bike race, sat up, looked back, looked left and right, and said, they're catching us. We're not going to put in an effort now. I'm going to go ahead and sit down. You can keep going if you want, but I'm going to wait for the peloton because we're not getting away. Why burn any more energy than I have to? Not only that, she looks back now, sitting 2nd wheel, Jane Vanny Noon. She's looking back now to see 4th wheel, Bree Clark. No doubt her team leader right now from a sprint perspective. She wants to know where she is. Look at her looking back. She wants to know exactly where her sprinter is. Where's her teammate? Do I need to take care of her a little bit? Drops back now. Looks like they're talking a little bit about it. What are we going to do here? Do you want me to lead you out? We're going to see 4 laps to go coming through.
Attention, ladies, your last preem of the race with 4 laps to go. 4 laps to go, last preem of the race. Merchandise preem from Bicycle Garage Indy. 4 laps.
So I'm hearing preem lap again, so we're going nearly back-to-back preems. Didn't hear the bell, but thought I heard the yell of a preem lap. So with 4 laps to go, they're going to get a preem lap or a prize lap right now. Riders sorting themselves out. By now you can sort of smell the finish line. You sort of know that it's coming With 4 laps to go, you got about 6 to 8 minutes left of racing. You got to ask how much is left in your legs. How much fuel do you have left in the tank? How much gas can you pour on the fire at the end? Because we've seen it now all day long. We've seen a couple things happen. Number 1, big sprint finishes. Number 2, solo breakaways where the rider gets away and stays away. And now just the last race, we saw a rider just sort of roll off the front with 2 laps to go and stick it for the win. All riders together now in this women's category 1, 2, 3 race here at the Mass Ave Criterium in beautiful Indianapolis, Indiana. Such a cycling specific town. When we rolled in this morning about 9:30 a.m., riders on bikes everywhere using the bike paths, using the bike lanes. Very, very cycling specific, and Mass Ave is a great little town within a town. Shops on every sidewalk and corner where you can get around to and walk from one gift shop to another. As a couple of riders make their way on the front, that's Mary Penta now taking that preem and setting herself up in that spot right on the front of the race with 3 laps to go. As we're winding down this lap, it looks like coming up next, don't forget we have our men's category 5. That's the argy-bargy race of the day. Beginner categories will likely see 40, 50, 60 racers out there on the course. Beginner racers at that. It is a lot of bumping and grinding kind of racing, and we'll see that coming up right after this race. Rider out there, Ali Osh, that's who he's been seeing up front there. Ali Osh riding very good from Spin Zone Racing, taking a little bit of a turn at the front just a few times. Bree Clark right there sitting second wheel. No doubt that she will factor in at the finish of this race. Riding just towards the back there, Megan Hubrecht finishing on the podium this morning in the women's Cat 3-4, coming back racing this afternoon. Maybe a little bit too much effort this morning, but she is riding strong there in about the second third of this race. Just in the right spot. Stay out of the wind, stay protected, stay strong. So 2 to go on the clock, 2 to go in this women's category 1, 2, 3 race here at the Mass Ave Criterium. It's like our University of Florida rider Michelle Hedrick out there racing in that nice striped kit all the way to the left-hand side there from the University of Florida Gators. 704 on the front. That's Julie Sanchez taking a little bit of an effort on the front there, trying to keep it honest. 710, we're going to look at Tabitha Sherwood. Tabitha Sherwood sitting towards the back there, also racing her second race of the day, finishing on the podium on the Cat 3-4 race. All together with about a lap and a half to go, this is going to come down to a sprint finish. And if I had to put anything on anyone, Sierra Siebenlis is my odds-on favorite, but I think that's too easy. Bree Clark may pop up onto the podium, but what I do know is that blue kit of Mary Penta and that black kit of Shara Smith, 2 very, very strong sprinters. Not only are they strong sprinters, they can do breakaways as well, so we might see a little bit of an attack go with 1 lap to go, because everybody in this field, I guarantee everybody in this field, knows who Bree Clark is, and they know they don't want to sprint against her. So they're going to try and wear her down, as we've got a bit of an attack off the front. Ryder goes off the front with 1 lap to go. This is the best that you can do. Get out front. Don't look back now. Just keep the pedal down. Don't worry about who's behind you. You've got to give it all you can got as she muscles it around the corner there. She's got to stay on the gas. Bree Clark does not like that going down. That's her in second spot right now. She is going to try and catch back on as our rider goes down the road trying to get away as best she can. I believe that to be Rachel Method racing solo today. She may have put in the winning break with just over a lap to go. It's going to be very difficult to pull her back. She has jumped off the front. Not one of the big favors on the day because she's racing solo, but off the front right now, and the chase is not on. These riders may be letting this go way too late to try and drag her back. Nobody looking to make the efforts. They can make up that ground, but they have got to go right now, or all of these racers going for second place. Rachel Method may have put in the attack of a lifetime. She is looking back. Don't look back now, Rachel. Hold down the gas pedal, push it to the floor, and give it everything you've got. Well, I think you've got this peg. She's getting swarmed right at the finish. No, she's not going to make it. We've got a little bit Sarah Siebenlist and Shara Smith just pegging that back. Got to give a big shout out to Rachel Method. She put in an absolute blistering attack at just the right time. And look at Sarah Siebenlist. That's the hardest she's had to work for a sprint finish all year long. I don't think I've seen Sarah Siebenlist working that hard yet this year to finish up a bike race. That was absolutely fantastic. Good fireworks to finish up a race like that. Rachel, heart goes out to her. Hopefully she held on for a top 5 finish. She put in a good attack and just ran out of pavement by maybe 10 meters at the end of that race. Absolutely fantastic racing here at the Mass Ave Crit, Indianapolis, Indiana. If you aren't here now, while I'd love to talk to you on live stream all night long, come on down, join us. Hang out in the beer garden, see the food trucks and food vendors that are just off to the side, and enjoy this beautiful weather. Time on my clock, 4:13. That means we only have a few minutes before the Cat 5 men's race will get lined up. 39 racers towing the line today in the men's Cat 5. And look at poor Rachel right in the middle in the white helmet. She gave one look back and said, do I have enough? I've given you everything I can have. Moving up just on her right, that is Shara Smith, but looking way over to her left, that's Sarah Siebenlist throwing the bike, but I think Shara Smith may have pulled that out. Don't know if Rachel was able to hold on to that, getting swarmed to the line, but whew, that was a tough finish for poor Rachel. All right, stay with us. We're going to cut to a commercial break here, but when we come back, we're going to line up our men's Category 5. We've got racing all the way through the 9:30 hour this evening. Stick with us.
All bad things must come to an end. The last 34 North American dates. Motley Crue, the final tour. August 20th, Bankers Life Fieldhouse. With very special guest, Alice Cooper. Reserve seat tickets on sale now at the box office or Ticketmaster.com. Motley Crue, the final tour. For more info and tour dates, visit Motley.com.
All right, welcome back to the Mass Ave Criterium here in Indianapolis, Indiana. We have had a lot of good racing through the morning and into the early afternoon with the women's category 1, 2, 3 just finishing up. Sierra Siebenlist, Shara Smith, and Jane Vanny Noon hitting the podium just a few moments ago. Presentation right now, we are getting a look, our first look at our men's category 5 race. I'll say our men's category 5/beginner race. So there might be some one-day licensed riders out there as well. Riders coming from Wisconsin, here in Indiana, Ohio, as well as a rider from Kentucky and Illinois, it looks like. So we've got a lot of riders out there on the day today. Men's category 5, I'm assuming because you're watching this today, you probably know what category 5s are. But let's break it down for you. Category 5 is essentially the entry-level cyclists in the sport of cycling. USA Cycling, our governing body, starts everyone out as a Category 5, or at least every male rider out as a Category 5 racer. Category 5 racer simply means, I'm getting pretty serious about the sport of cycling. Think I'm ready to commit to an annual license to USA Cycling. Going to race for a little bit. And that's where we all start out. Mike Hanley looks like our chief official getting out of the way. So we are moments away from getting started for your men's Category 5 beginners race. This is the crash derby of racing. Unfortunately, this is a tough race as far as getting out there, bouncing off. And I believe we've got a junior going off the front already of this men's Category 5 race. He'll be racing on junior restricted gears, as we've got riders trailing on the back. Again, this is anyone from maybe been racing for a year, I'll say maybe 2 years, up to this is my first Criterium race ever. Let me see how this racing kind of goes. So you have that mix of categories out there, sort of a dangerous category in the vein of you never know who's going to show up on this. You could have a near national level triathlon champion come out and race, and they pretty much will sign them up as a Category 5 racer in this discipline of cycling, and then all of a sudden you've got somebody that goes off the front that can race on a national level, but because it's their first Criterium style race, they'll start them off a little bit in the beginner category, if you will. So that's what you're looking at out there right now. Men's Category 5. Now, I said they start all males out at Category 5. Women actually start out as Category 4 and work their way up to Category 1. How do you upgrade? How do you move up categories? You start at Category 5. You'll work to Category 4. Category 4 says, I've won a few races. I'm moving up a little bit. I'm working my way up to a Category 4, 3, 2, 1. Once you get past Category 1, then you go into the professional category, and then you work your way up and get your way up that way. And that's what you're seeing out there right now in this race. Men's Category 5 just underway. Working their way down East Vermont Street past the Marsh Supermarket, and they'll be swinging left any moment now on to East Street, making their way past Lockerbie and the Barton Towers, for those of you aware and familiar with this part of town. And then they'll make that big swing left onto Massachusetts Avenue, also known as Mass Ave, if you're from the area. There's our moto ref making his big left turn. All together now, riders again of all strengths and abilities out there. Looks like at least at first they're going to take it nice and easy and work together very cleanly, making their way around this wonderful course. If you haven't come down yet today, maybe you were here and went home to watch, or maybe you're watching now thinking you're going to come down later. Just had a chance to head out to Mass Ave and check out the venues. And I got to tell you, the Chatterbox Jazz Club, one of the blue ribbon sponsors today, an absolutely fabulous place to watch this bike race from. They are about 10 meters up from the start-finish line, and they are one of the only people or places out here that have a patio that butts up right up against the course. So you can literally grab a drink from inside Chatterbox Jazz Club, walk your way in out onto the patio, and sit right next to the racers as they make their way around. All together now out on the course. Like we said before, a full day of racing yet to come. We are only at 4:34 p.m. Coming up after this, we're going to go up one category. We're going to welcome out the men's category 4s and 5s, so maybe the 2 or 3 year racers in the next race. Then we're going to bring out the race that I can't wait to see. 5:45 p.m. we have the single speed state championships. We just talked a lot about in the women's race about Shara Smith. Husband Ray Smith actually won the single speed race last year, so I'm sure, I saw him out warming up before, I'm sure he'll be racing in that single speed if they're doing the championship today, which they are. And then probably we'll come back and race the category 1-2 men's race at 7:40 p.m. this evening. So men's Cat 5 this time at 4:55, men's Cat 4-5, 5:45 single speed race. At 6:10 p.m. we'll do the men's category 3-4 race, so you'll note the trend sort of stepping up in abilities and strengths as the evening progresses. We'll take a quick break for the Cultural Trail Mascot Race, which will be a lot of fun, about a 10-minute race. All the mascots will be out there and mayoral candidates. The mayor here in Indianapolis terming out, so we've got a couple or a few candidates that are going to come out here and do the mayoral race, but it'll be the race for the next mayor, not to be decided here at the race, although that would be absolutely fantastic to watch. But the mayor's race will be coming up then, the mascot race, and then at 7:40 p.m. we'll welcome out the men's professional and category 1-2 race. That is a 90-minute race. That's a long one, and we have a lot of returning pro-level racers coming in to race this evening out on the course. I saw Kirk Albers a little bit earlier. Kirk Albers, a former professional level athlete with the Jelly Belly cycling team. He'll be out here racing for that Netherland Rubber Company from just down the way. He's bringing Jack McCann, young Jack McCann, taking first in the Bloomington Crit and Spring Valley Road Race just this year. John Gatch, our live announcer, rode over to the race with him this morning. Jack McCann is his outside shot. He called him his dark horse shot for winning the race today. Jack McCann, that'll be one to watch later on. First Internet Bank will put Ryan Knapp and Ben Schmuddy here in the race later on today. Ryan Knapp just barely missing out on winning the Indy Crit a few weeks ago. He's definitely going to be one to watch out, looking for a little redemption. He trains and races just south of here out of the Indiana University Bloomington area, so we'll have to watch out for him. Bissell ABG Giant Cycling also bringing Adam Leibowitz. Adam Leibowitz, a 3-time winner of the Indy Crit. I'll say a multi-national champion while at Marian University, won more than 20 national titles on the track and elsewhere. He'll be here racing this afternoon or this evening. Andre Banashevitz racing this year, been on multiple podiums. We talked about him a little bit before he raced earlier in the day. Probably be back racing the Pro Men 1-2 race. A very fast racer. Aaron Beebe is also here as well. Broke both of his arms earlier this year, looking to come back and have a good race on the day. He's been posting on Twitter about his comeback trail. Be good to see him back and racing on his bike. Marco Aladia is also coming back, winning over 200 times in his professional career. 5-time National Criterium medalist as well. So Marco Aladia coming out and racing today again. Saw on his Twitter feed earlier today. Very much looking forward to get back out and racing on the course this evening. Not racing now. This is the men's Category 5 or beginner classification race, and you see a lot of racers out there giving it a go for their first or second time, sort of trying to learn the sport of criterium racing and making their way around nice and clean. And as I say that, a rider goes down, number 536, down just a little bit onto the pavement. He's back up. His chain is off. You got to stop, get your wits about you, understand exactly what's going on. Here's a beautiful thing about Criterium Racing that sometimes people forget. If I could talk to that rider right now, I'd say take your time, put your chain back on, do not rush. What he can do now is get back on his bike, ride around the course, talk to the official, and take what they call a free lap. So he can ride back up to the official, say, hey, I crashed on the backside of this course. The official will say, no problem at all. Where were you? He'll say, I'm about halfway back of the lead pack. And the official will put him back on his bike and push him right back into that race about mid-pack. So number 536, don't fret, don't worry. Head on back. That official standing right there that you can see in that black shirt. You say, I got in a crash. He'll pull you over there and put you right back into that race. That's called the free lap rule, and that's sort of unique to Criterium style racing. You're not going to see it in cyclocross. You're not going to see it in road racing or anything like that. And that is, it's sort of the rule of thumb to say, hey, I'm going to win today, and I'm not going to win because of your misfortune. What I want to do is I want to get in this race, and if I'm on the lead, I want to say, okay, I'm going to beat you on a good lap. So go ahead and take your free lap, get back into the race, and let's race this race. So nobody wants to race or win because of somebody else's misfortune, and that's sort of what they have going on there is, and another rider down in that same corner. You've got to watch that corner. Here's what I'm going to say is probably happening. See, his chain's off again. You got to stop. Get your chain back on. Take your time. Keep your wits about you. Take your time and get back for that free lap. No problem at all there. So what's happening here is, again, beginner categories. Every corner has what we call a speed limit. And when you're out there testing, tuning, figuring it out, you figure out what that speed limit is. Is it 20 miles an hour or 25 miles an hour? What I think is going on here is as this race goes on, you get more and more tired. Not only do you exceed that speed limit a little bit, but you also might pedal just a little bit sooner than you should. You dip that pedal down, it touches that pavement, it just has to touch it. It'll unweight that front or back wheel, and down you go. Just like that. Majority of the crashes and criteriums are just like that. They're simple little slips, no problem. Riders able to get back up, get back on their bike, and race their race. A little bit tricky of a corner. Talking to John Gatch, he's announced this race 5 times in the past. He calls that corner sort of the black hole, and that they go down in that corner fine, and then they just disappear. And that's exactly what's happened. It's a little bit sharp of an angle. The angle is a little tighter than 90 degrees, so you almost double back on yourself, but not quite. And you've got to watch right here. You can't quite pedal yet. Right about there is where you can pedal again. And if you get a little anxious and pedal too soon, you're going to go down. And I mentioned John Gatch, our live announcer on site just 1 moment ago. Heard him call for a preem or a prize lap. So there's a little bit of a race within a race going on right now, a preem or a prize lap coming out and coming up on this next lap. We'll get to see who the sprinters are, who has come to win this race today. It'll be very interesting to see how that goes. So a preem or a sprint lap going on right now. Moto official looking behind him. He's not as close as he looks like he is to those racers. There's a good gap behind there. He's got some experience and knows how to watch these racers. And we got 2 racers battling all the way through, having a good run at it. It would appear to me the racer in that blue shirt or blue jersey took that preem, and they make it around nice and safe. Sometimes, again, after those big sprint laps, riders getting a little bit more hypoxic, a little tired, and sometimes you'll see mishaps in the corners as they come around there. So we get a look at our Marian University True Trainer warm-up zone. Anybody welcome to go in and warm up on the True Trainers. Those are rollers that are set up just next to the course under the tent there. And you see lots of riders taking advantage of it. If you're around and you're looking to warm up and you forgot your trainer, that's a great spot. The True Trainer, go and hang out. They'll set you up and get you going. Thank you very much, Marian University, for bringing those down today. all back together now as they head around the course. And we'll see if they're able to make this stick as they go. Lots and lots of spectators showing up on the course. It's one of those perfect storms of absolutely awesome bike race, good venue, excellent organization putting on a race out here, and then you marry that up with some beautiful, beautiful weather, and this is what you get. Now, just off to your right, you see that rider in that sky jersey. That's a gentleman that went down and crashed in that last lap back there, being put back into the race right where he came out. That's that free lap rule we've talked about. Now, you can't do that for the full race. With 5 laps to go, they shut down the free lap rule. And if you crash then, you're sort of out. And look at this. Same corner, same results. As we get more and more tired, you're going to see more of this. Both up and okay, which is typically what you'll see. Handlebars a little bit tweaked to the side, chain off, but both riders look to be pretty much okay. We say in Criterium style racing, it's not if you're going to crash, it's when you're going to crash. And for the most part, like I said, the crashes are going to be fairly benign, not too bad. A little bit of a mishap, maybe fall down, but you should be okay. Racer trying to get back on there is looks like his handlebars are tweaked a little bit sideways, but again, he's okay if he can make his way back over to the pit area. They have some minor adjustments they can make. If he knows sort of where he's at, he can actually stop and work his way around over to the officials a little bit quicker. They'll have some minor tools there that he might be able to tweak those bars back into shape and then head right back out again. What a beautiful day, and the breeze is out and it's cool in the shade. I mentioned I got out, walked around a little bit, talked to some of the spectators. They are having a great time because you can't ask for better weather like this here in Indianapolis for this time of year. It's just absolutely beautiful. Great weather and a great venue right here at Mass Ave. Recommend you get out there and check out all the merchants along Mass Ave. They are all open and supporting of this race, big race, that sort of takes over the blocks between East Vermont, East Street, and Mass Ave. And I'm looking at over 75 local merchants open in here today. Best chocolate in town is here. And if you buy 3 truffles today, you're going to get the 4th one free. So, hey, head on over to the best chocolate in town. Also, a big shout out, big thanks to Motion Cycling and Fitness. Motion Cycling and Fitness committed very well to serving their customers exceptionally at all times in any situation and to assist with all your cycling needs. Motion Cycling and Fitness offering a unique experience to customers where you feel welcome to browse, test, chat, meet for group rides, or just shop. So Motion Cycling and Fitness, one of the big sponsors of today's racing, and thank them early and thank them often. All together now on the backside of the course as this race continues to work its way down. This is a 30-minute race. And one of the interesting things I like about Cat 5 or Category 5 racing is some of these bikes out there are the best bikes that you can buy. This is generally a classification where you see some beginners bikes, but you also see some very expensive not so much beginner's bike. So we saw a rider crash before. He was riding a LaPierre bike with some carbon fiber rims. I'm going to say that bike's in a neighborhood of $3,500. On the front right now, you see the Specialized carbon fiber bike. Those deep dish carbon fiber zip wheels, you're running $2,500, $3,500 there. So technology of these bikes are absolutely phenomenal. Carbon fiber is what the frames are made out of. Carbon fiber are what most of the wheels are made out of, and I like to call that, in my non-chemical sense, glorified plastic, if you will. very strong plastic, but glorified plastic. So carbon fiber dominating the cycling industry. Not cheap, but very, very durable. And it's what a lot of riders are out there riding on. Some of these bikes are equipped with electronic shifting, so it's touch of the button shifting. You're not pushing any wires or anything like that. You touch a button and it shifts one way. You touch another button, it shifts the other way. Between the Cat 5 and the Pro Men's 1-2 race, you sort of see some variability, but Cat 5s, you'll see a lot of very expensive bikes. And then the Pro 1-2 race, you'll see expensive bikes, but you'll see the best and latest in technology on the bikes as well. When you get into the carbon fiber, lightweight, super lightweight, those bikes in the Pro Men 1-2 race, those bikes will be in the neighborhood of about $8,000, probably for the mid-range on those bikes. Very expensive, best you can buy, but they also race faster.
One more frame for the 4-5. This is a James Scott Apparel Nat Town 500 t-shirt and a Best Chocolate in Town gift card, a $40 value. Best Chocolate in Town, hand makes truffles, caramels, and delicious desserts located at 880 Massachusetts Avenue.
Riders heading over, either checking in or checking out across the road there as more riders making their way through the start-finish area. This field being whittled down as we go, as I hear announcer John Gatch with 5 laps to go announcing preem or prize lap. And hands go right from the hoods down into the drops because that's the aerodynamic way to make and sprint around a course. So with 5 laps to go, we've called preem, horses to the barn a bit. This is where we're going to excite this race and move it up a little bit. And I'm going to say we've lost half the field starting with nearly 50 riders out there. I'm going to say we've only got 15 to 20 left in this big main bunch. So shedding riders out the back as they go, one at a time and as quick as possible. But you're going to see that a lot in these Cat 5 men's race, as our volunteers are doing an exceptional job of clearing course traffic as it makes its way across. 5 laps to go. The moto ref holds 5 laps to go as he's making his way around there. A couple riders testing the legs a little bit on the front, thinking, well, there's 2 things going on. There's a preem going on or a prize going on, and there are only 5 laps to go, and maybe I'm thinking you don't have what I have, and I can get my way off the front of this bike race and do just fine. A little bit of a jump there right at the end. Rider in the blue thinking, I've got this nailed back, and that rider in the white and black said, nope, I don't think so. I'm going to wait, sit it out, and sprint around you right at the end and take that preem. But now they may have put a winning break together because you've now got 2 riders off the front. They're definitely talking about it, so they might be colluding a little bit to say, are you good to go? I'm good to go. Let's get on down the road. Sometimes the way that works is they say, are you good to go? The other rider shakes his head and says, absolutely not. I'm headed back. But they look like they may try and make this stick. There's 2 riders getting off the front a little bit, and they're going to see 4 laps to go. They've got a good break right now going. And they will just barely maybe get off the front of this race. They're not increasing their gap, but they're not dropping back either. So they're just barely staying off the front a little bit. And they may find themselves in a good spot, but looking back like that, no, I don't think so. They've sat up and said, nope, not going to happen. Let's go ahead and go back. We still have 4 laps to go. Let's go sit in, stay out of the wind a little bit, save up those sprint legs. But, hey, you better believe they're marking each other now. We know who the sprinters are. We know how they can sprint. Let's watch them and see if we can take them in the line. So on the front right now, Team Hero Cycling on the front. Team Hero is one of the big sponsors on the day as well as a big sponsor of life in general because they are helping out with cancer patients. Team Heroes, check them out online. They do a lot of sponsorship of cycling in the area. They do a lot of sponsorship of both cycling teams and touring squads and all athletics. So check them out on Team Heroes.
Going 23, 24, 25 miles an hour, but they're going to start something that they haven't done yet. They're going to go through the turns faster than they ever have, especially on the last lap. They're going to start taking the turns at 28, 30 miles an hour, and they haven't done it yet. And they're a little bit tired, and that's where bad things can start to happen. This last turn.
So all together, Moto Ref showing 3 laps to go in this men's Category 5 race. Coming up right after this race at 4:55 p.m., which is right now, actually, our men's Cat 4-5 race. So we're just a few minutes behind schedule. Should be able to make it up in the next race. So that will start immediately following this race, which is your men's Category 5 race. And they should see 2 laps to go as they make their way through. Right, as our Team Heroes rider takes a little bit of a drink from the bottle, we've got an attack being put up on the right side of the road. Looks like a Marion University maybe cyclist. Nope. But another cyclist making his way around that corner, putting a little bit of a dig with 2 laps to go. Clearly that was his intention. With 2 to go, if I'm near the front, I'm going to go for it. And he has now galloped off the front of this bike race. Not many chasers going on behind him, but right out front, we've got a rider off the front trying to make a bit of a go of it as he rounds that big 90-degree corner onto East Street. And it looks like a chase coming on behind now. Those riders not willing to let him go just yet. Not a lot of team tactics at the Cat 5 level. They're just learning, just trying to understand cycling racing. So you don't see a lot of teams working together. You've got that rider on the front and then a few riders right behind him. I do see a Bishop Cyclists out of the Cincinnati area. That's a big team, but not in the Cat 5 category. Again, this is a very beginner race. And the riders make their way down that long finishing straight. You can start to see the crowd building up as they get 1 lap to go. The bell will come out for this men's Category 5 race. Bell lap is in effect, so 1 lap to go. Riders fanning out right now, sitting down a little bit. That's a good sign that says, I am not going to try and win this solo. I'm going to try and win this as a sprint. And as I say that, we got 1 rider going up the left side of the road, putting in an attack. All the riders in the peloton looking to the left. They see it going, and they wonder if they need to worry about that. Let's see if he got a gap. Not really, not a gap at all. And that is a tall order because he is now on the back side of this course on East Avenue. Or East Street, and as he comes down East Street, that is a full-on headwind out there now. Bit of a breeze out there. Looks like it's slackening down just a little bit, but he is out, nose in the wind. And our rider that took the earlier sprint is just back there, and rider's down. Rider's down in that final corner. It's one of our juniors down, number 502 there. He went down, and not only did he go down, he got run over by that bike, Jay Walters from North Star Development. And here's our big sprint finish right now, winding up that Bishop Cycles bike rider. I think he took that one up and easy with the big sprint all the way from the back. I believe that to be George Morrison taking that win. A little bit of a mishap there in that final corner. 2 or 3 riders going down. Tough spot to be in, and it looks like everybody making it through there easy. Number 527, Austin Yazell, finishing up on that podium spot. And hopefully our riders that went down that back corner are up and okay. It looks like they all jumped up pretty quickly, which is a good initial sign. And it looks like they've cleared that corner down there. Riders gone down. That very often happens as you get nervous in that final corner. try and make a move, maybe take the line a little bit faster than you ever have. Like we said, those corners may have had a speed limit. We'll call it a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, and on the last lap you go into it at 27. Well, you've exceeded the speed limit, and it could be problems after that, so you always have to watch out for that. More riders coming through on the finishing, so we are seeing riders as they're working their way through. These are the end of your men's Category 5 race. We're going to welcome our men's Cat 4 5s out. We got some shoulder rubbing going on for the sprint for 35th place. That was a little unnerving there towards the end, but they kept it up, which is good. Wise beyond their category. So now you'll start to see some of the riders from our men's Cat 4 5 race make their way out onto the course. Plenty of racing, like we said, to come yet today. We're going to cut to a commercial for just a little bit, and coming up next is going to be our men's Category 4 5 race. We'll get underway in just a few moments.
People, there's so much for us to prove, so keep on. There's so much for us to do, 'cause we can start revolution. You and me, I said we'll start a revolution. Just you and me.
who will win this first preem. They are bunched up in this large group, 50-plus riders on the backstretch, and it is a battle for the final turn. There they are, into the final turn. Our Butler Toyota Scion pace car, FRS, two-seater, 200 horsepower sports car, leading them through the first time. Pulling off as our Ducati Monster 996 takes over. That's a good sound. Cream on the first lap here, side by side. Oh my! I have no idea. We're gonna say that is Eli Knight. So close. Eli Knight. All right, so cast your gaze up to our award stage, because we will now give out bronze, silver, and gold in the race that was the Citizens Category 5 Massachusetts Avenue 2015 event. Riding for the Kentucky Flyers, the pedigree, the gene pool. The knowledge that this man has must be unbelievable from Chad. But in third place today, Mr. Wesley Bertolowskis. Wait, where are all the people that were yelling for him during the race? They're gone. They're silent now. Second place, your silver medalist. It was a close, close finish. Coming up in second, Mr. Austin Yazell. And your Category 5 champion out of Milford, Ohio, racing for the Bishop's Bicycling Team, Mr. George Morrison IV. He's not fourth today, he is first. George Morrison taking home the win for Bishop's Bicycles out of the greater Cincinnati area. Hands up, gentlemen. Oh, we gotta wait till George gets his stuff. There we go. Here's your podium, that's out. Wesley Bertolowskis, Austin Yazell, and George Morrison IV.
John,
Wait for the photos.
That is the most pro podium I've seen for a Category 5 race ever.
Professional Category 5s. One more round of applause. Bertolowskis, Morrison, and Yazell. As Jay Baumeister quickly runs across and rescues a court from certain death. Now our Category 4-5 race that we have out here, a little bit faster than that last category and a little bit larger. Look at the length of this field.
So on the front there, John, that was Steph Hadley from Dash Racing right here out of Indianapolis, and we got a crash in the corner just down the other side. That corner has been a thorn in everyone's side for the last 2 laps.
2 riders down in the first corner, just that first corner down there. And it is so deceptive, as we've been saying all day, because it is very, very wide, but then you get into the corner and things can get real ugly. If someone comes up on the inside just a little bit, there's also a little change of pavement there. The crosswalk is paver stone, so rider 423 going down, that's Adam Burns, and this rider who's about, you can go backwards on the course, rider 444, if you can hear me, he is underfoot. So Eric Allen, if he could run back, no, but they're continuing on. So this is where experience comes into play, right? Like if you crash right here, and you can get off the course and walk back to the pit, you're gonna be okay. And another crash in turn 3, and that final turn, 2 riders going wide, 3 riders picking up themselves. So just right down there, as we can see on our live feed monitor, 2 more riders. And these guys right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 25 riders. Boom. It's like a sausage link that's been cut right there. By the crash, those 25 in the front, that's where you need to be. All these guys, 1 more crash, and their race is over in 3 laps.
Yeah, we talked about it before a little bit as well. This is a Category 4/5 race, so Category 5 being beginners, Category 4 1 step above that. So what you often see in this race is you got a little bit more experience and a lot more speed in there. So that's what you're seeing, a little bit extra speed, a little bit less experience, and you'll see some of these crashes. Now, what you've got to watch out for on here is any rider out here can ride off the front of this race because it's 4-5 mix. They get a little bit of extra energy. And John, we're looking at the replay on our live monitor right there from that crash down there. It's just touching that pedal a little bit in the corner. You came through that corner at 23 miles an hour last time. This time you're coming through at 25, and at that speed, it's just enough to lean the bike over a little bit more than when you try and pedal. You clip that pedal, unweights the tire, down you go. Riders spread out. The other thing I've noticed about this race so far is this has not been a slow race. This has been very fast-paced. Riders spread all the way across the road tells me that they're going slow. Riders in that one long thin line tells me that they're going very fast. And as you look down too wide, the gas is fully on still on this race. These riders are absolutely hammering it out to try and bid the herd as fast as they can.
So you're talking about banging a pedal or planting a pedal in the turn. On the straight, like look at these bikes, they're straight up and down. As your foot comes down to the bottom of the pedal stroke, you've got, I don't know, 10 inches between the pedal and the ground. But as the bike starts to lean over and you're pedaling, when that pedal comes down, it gets closer and closer. And there's a point at which when the bike is leaned over far enough and you pedal, the inside pedal bangs on the inside of the turn, your back wheel lifts up off the ground, and down you go. You learn by experience what that limit is, and it's usually, in a more experienced rider, you learn by degrees. You can pedal through the turn and you just clip it, you think, okay, that's far enough. I'm going this speed through this turn on this line. I can pedal through, but I don't want to go any faster than that. Some riders will never learn that. Some riders will never be comfortable with pedaling all the way through the turns, so they're coasting through the turns, which is the safest way. But if you're not carrying enough speed through the turn, then you have a big gap to the rider in front of you, and you have to do an effort to catch back up. Then you catch back up, then another turn comes, and you get gapped. Then you have to catch back up again. So these riders at the front, very smooth or pretty smooth, and they can, if you can watch them go through this first turn, they lift that inside foot, they go through the sharpest part of the turn, and then as soon as they can, they're starting to pedal again when their bike starts to straighten up. You see desperation in the back here. People think, I gotta catch up now, I gotta catch up, and they'll try and pedal through the turn where they shouldn't, and that's where you clip a pedal, and down you go. We have 60 riders in this field. Well, we started with 60 riders. It's been whittled down at least to 50 so far. We've seen about 6 riders hit the deck. And that front group is now at about, I don't know, 25 riders.
Riders making their way around the backside of this course, so you have to measure out that effort a little bit. You have to meter it out a little bit. You can't go bang from the gun and expect to dig all the way through this race. So you have to watch a little bit. So a little bit of a pacing effort going on. And you might see the official pulling some riders from the front of this race or the back of this race. They're actually pulling riders out that are in danger of getting lapped, in danger of getting caught by the field. And now we've seen our first little ease up, if you will. The peloton is easing up a little bit. You can tell because they go 3, 4, 5 wide in there. Seth Hadley, number 452, races year-round. Cross just raced a little bit of a mountain bike race. Year racing Criterium. Comes simply in the middle of that field. A little bit of easing off here for just a moment. We'll talk about that a lot. You can see these races up into a little bit of a 1, 2, 3, if you will. This is a 40-minute race. We're only 10 minutes in, so 10 minutes homework. I mean, how much training and effort have you put in over the last 9 months plus? And that's what will start to show now in the second third of this race. As we get a little bit further into this, you can't fake it anymore. And now you'll start to see people dropping off the back that simply don't have the fitness. John, I just came back over visiting the beer garden just past the finish line on the right-hand side. I got to tell you, the beer garden is in the shade. The new Belgian beer garden is the spot to be. It's VIP seating without paying the VIP price.
Yeah, there's a sound system down there, so you can still pay attention or still keep caught up on what is happening on the road and how many laps are left, etc. So go on down to the new Belgium Brewing Beer Garden as our leaders come across, and rider number 428, Robert Frangi, leading them through, and an IU rider on the back, Whitland. So the front group down to about 20 riders, and then we have 3 distinct large groups following.
So in case you're just joining us now, you are at the Ave Criterium, right smack dab almost in the middle of the men's Cat 4-5 race right here in Indianapolis. Those of you on site know exactly where you are. What a great day we're having here.
If you're online with social media, our hashtag is MassAvCrit. If you're here on site and you want to try for one of the Yelp crowd drawings, put the Yelp app on your phone and check in to MassAvCrit this hour, between the hour of 5 and 6. You have a chance to win a night's stay at the Conrad downtown. So a free night stay at the Conrad in downtown Indianapolis. Put the Yelp app on your phone, check in, Ave Criterium, and you will be notified automatically if you win. That time through. Here, 14 outfitters. Now look at this big group. So we have 20 riders in the lead, and then this group is really the victim of those first couple of lap crashes. Two groups about to come back together. I wouldn't be surprised if those groups came back together to form one giant mosh pit of category 4-5 racers. Front group looks like it has gone off a little bit. They're not that excited to whip up the pace yet. But I do believe that as these riders are stronger, we'll see some attacking, and then the more important counterattack. You gotta make it hard for everybody, and you gotta make it a little bit harder, and that's where successful breakaway groups will start to form.
Yeah, we've talked about before, cycling, so Criterium style cycling is such a team-oriented sport. You start to see a little bit of team tactics in the Cat 4 field. So you start as a Cat 4-5 as a beginner. You move to a Cat 4. A lot of times at that stage, you join a team and you start to learn a little bit about the sport or the game of cycling. And that's what you're seeing out here today. That Dash cycling team, you'll see them as they come through, mostly black kit, blue armbands, maybe a little bit of a blue Argyle across the back. That's the Dash racing team. They're local, and they're doing a really good job at staying close to each other, staying tight, and talking to each other. That's Seth Hadley we were talking about, sprinting through the finish line right now, putting on a bit of an attack there. He races for that Dash cycling team, and you better believe they're on team tactics today.
Of course, our title sponsor, as always, is Nuvo, and alternative wood for almost 20 years. That's Criterium presented by Nuvo and New Belgium Brewing, the New Belgium Brewing Company, nationwide, promoting the sport of cycling, promoting craft beers, downtown finish line, those white tents, New Belgium Brewing Beer Garden, serving up their old tasty brews. Thank also to the YMCA of Greater Indianapolis. YMCA is not just a camp, but it is a camp. It's a charity, but not just a charity. They're about families, singles, college students, and new couples, empty nesters, and all of the above. They're about community. Also, thank you to the Art Press. Art Press is here, and we're getting word that there's some special going on over there. You can get 2 shirts for $30, and these are custom designed, printed on the spot. It's like going to, no, it's not like going to Chipotle. It's much better than going to Chipotle. It's like going to a fashion house and having a dress custom made for you, or a suit, you know, whatever you want to wear. Chad Birdsalowskis aside, you know, you could get a t-shirt printed right there on the spot. You pick the size, you pick the color, they print it for you, and the Mass Ave design this year is very, very cool. Mass Ave design with a bike t-shirt, all different colors. A few shirts for $30, and right next door to that tent, the United State of Indiana has designs on tank tops and crew necks, V-necks, all sorts of shirts. Very cool designs, stickers. You have a birthday present that you need to buy. You have a present for your wife or spouse that you need to buy because you were going on a bicycle race all day. Go on over there and get something. They have what you need. We were corrected, this is the 25th year for Nuvo. 25 years for Indy's alternative voice. Congratulations on your 25-year anniversary. Speaking of anniversaries, it's my anniversary today.
Anniversary is it, John Gatch?
Not quite as long as Nuvo, but 23 years today.
It's too bad that you're not spending it with your wife. Oh, wait a minute, you are. Your wife is actually standing right next to me.
It's been 12 great years of marriage. No, it's been 23 years of marriage. Great marriage.
She is within striking distance. Be careful. Here we go, all back together again. We talked about Seth Hadley off the front. He has been reabsorbed into this group. He'll go to the back, take a little bit of a break. But he's got plenty of team members in there with him. So all back together, whittled down from a very, very large group down to about 25 racers on the front of this race. And here you go with your chase pack, if you will, dangling off the back a little bit, hoping just for the front to slow up and they can get back in.
It is not slowing up. We're looking at our live feed from the back side of the course, and the difference, you can quickly tell how fast the riders are going, and even if you don't have a frame of reference, you know, seeing something go by or timing them or something, because they are single file and they're not even just wheel to wheel to wheel. They're gaps in between the riders, so they are really hitting it hard. And it's at this point of the race where you're really just riding where you are because that's all you can do. And if you fall off the wheel in front of you, it's like someone has put a parachute on your back. Once you get out of the draft or once you get out of that group, it's very, very difficult. This front group, just counting them as they come around this final turn, couldn't be more than 20 riders. It's about 17 or 18, and those riders at the back are really suffering. Every time they go around the turn, those last 4 riders get stretched off the back just a little bit because they're not going through the turn fast enough, and then they have to reaccelerate and catch up. Every turn that's happening, they're dropping riders. Here is your front group. This is the front group. Look at the faces of the riders on the back. They are not in a happy place. That's Joseph Hatley, so our early front runner, Joseph Hatley off the front, now wide open, dancing for air. He's counterintuitive, but sometimes it's hard to convince yourself that riding front or towards the front is easier. You just have to be able to keep yourself there, position-wise, and you have sort of the aggression to stay there, to fight for your mind. Because it's a much smoother ride when you get to the front of the group. On the back, you're constantly getting gapped off. You need a little acceleration to catch back up. And I see if you're around the finish line, you're on the second work, wondering what's going on today. No is the answer. Everything finished early. They will get a finishing place. They're simply being pulled away from the course because they have been lapped or they're in severe danger of being lapped by the front group. There are simply too many riders out on the course to keep it safe. So they will pull those riders and finish them early. They will get a place on the day. Butler Toyota Scion in Indianapolis. They also serve Carmel and Noblesville. It's proud to be an automotive leader in the area. Since opening their doors, Butler Toyota Scion has kept a firm commitment to their customers and offer a wide selection of vehicles, providing us with the pace car today, that FSR. Look at this, Scott. The crash victims early on are just about to make it back to the front group. Everybody's looking up the road, and it's that feeling where you're looking at the front of the group and you're saying, whoever is up there, please catch the group in front of you. You're stuck wherever you are, going as fast as you can. But that big group that was split off with the early crashing, looks like they're going to come back together, and then we're going to have a big mass of Category 4-5 once again.
That's true elbows racing right there, because like we said, these are beginner, maybe second-year racers still learning the ropes out there. And John, as you know, what the best thing that could happen if you're in that front group and you're looking behind you, and you better believe that they're looking behind them, if they see that big group catch, the next thing to do is to attack off the front and try and shed them off the back. Don't forget, if you're chasing up to catch, you're using every bit of energy you've got to get up to them. If then when you get up there, they attack again because they haven't been riding like that, you're going to get dropped right off the back again. If you're on the front, that's a great thing. If you just cut off the back, it's a very, very bad thing.
Yeah, it's like that game of Jenga where you have a nice solid tower at the start, and then you start pulling out one piece at a time, this whole structure weakens and falls over. The group is like that. You have everybody's nice and fit and fresh and solid at the beginning, and then you start pulling pieces out, and it doesn't take too many before the whole thing falls over. And that back group, they were on the ground, basically. They're trying to rebuild the Jenga tower, but once we rebuild it, how strong is it going to be?
This is absolutely amazing, John. You don't see this too often. That big group, I'm going to say 40-plus riders strong, 20 in the front, maybe 20 in the back. Like you said, quickly becoming 30 riders, now 35 riders, and suddenly it's almost like reset button. Let's hit the reset button and start the race over, because now you've got nearly your whole main field back together again.
Well, it's like being Control-Alt-Delete, but it's not like a new computer out of the box. All of a sudden you've loaded it up with a bunch of games, and you've
viruses.
And some viruses, and crash is a word that you can use in both instances. These guys are really tired. It is hot out here. They've been racing for almost 25 minutes, and that group that just latched on, they're like the walking wounded. They've been battling just to get back into the fight. They get back into the fight, they may let their guard down a little bit, and that's where we may see some bad things happening. They did make it through that final turn altogether, and it looks like, Scott, that big group is all back together except for one or two riders just dangling. Look at the bridge. Oh, just one guy right in the middle. This is a bad feeling. This rider right here, rider number 431, he is almost there. That is Riley Big from Yuma Athletica.
He's so close. He catches them right at the corner. They go through the corner. He has to hit the brakes right as he catches up to him, and he gets a little bit off the back. John, we call that no man's land for a reason. You are not in the front group. You are not in the chase group. You are out in the wind doing all the work you can with absolutely no help.
So these guys probably going on this front stretch, as you see them come by on any given lap, 25 miles an hour, something like that, 26. When you hit the back stretch, it's a little bit faster. It's a little bit more tailwind, so they're flicking it up just a couple of notches. But on the last lap, on the last 3 laps or so, they go even faster, taking up over 30 miles an hour. The average speed for the race will be up around 25 miles an hour for the whole thing. I'd like to thank the Chatterbox Jazz Club. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Chatterbox.
One of the best places to watch the race from, the Chatterbox Jazz Club.
The best place to watch. It's located in the heart of Mass Ave Arts Independent Restaurant and Theater District,
John,
right here on Massachusetts Avenue.
Guess what I learned about the Chatterbox? Live music right after the Wade Baker Quartet will be there on site right after the Criterium today. Come on down, make sure you're hanging out at the Chatterbox.
All right, live music at the Chatterbox. That's a good thing to do. That was Ryan Breedmeyer from the Scholars Inn Bakehouse out of Bloomington, Indiana. Scholars Inn, a longtime supporter of bicycle racing, have sponsored teams for many, many years. Oh, the Indianapolis Pacers, Scott, the NBA team. They are just past the finish line on the left side, and they are giving stuff away. Hats, stickers, koozies. You see our red-shirted volunteers with flags. That's where you cross the course. They'll let you know when it's safe to cross. Then over there to the Pacers tent, and they have some nice prizes, or nice handouts for you. You spin the wheel and you win something. So thank you to the Indianapolis Pacers for being here. If you want to know the schedule for the rest of the day, of course you can go onto our website, massfcrit.com, or go get a spectator guide with map and schedule of events over at the Nouveau tent, just behind the announcer's podium, right here, next to the Chatterbox Cafe and Jazz Club. All back together now. And that group is still just not quite back on, but it is more and more together, Scott. We just have 2 or 3 riders, so we're going to call it all back together, I think, except for these 2 on the back.
Yeah, those 2 groups now back together again. The elastic stretched way out. Now it's snapped back. That rubber band is full again. In one big group, they're rolling past the 27-minute mark, so about 10 minutes, 13 minutes left to go in racing. If we're going to see any kind of breakaway go, it's going to have to happen pretty soon, because this is a tough spot to be in. They can sort of smell that finish. They know it's coming, but it's a little too early to try and go it alone out there on the course.
I'd like to thank Eskenazi Health, one of America's 5 largest safety health net systems, providing care to nearly 1 million outpatient visitors each year. Eskenazi's health mission is to advocate, care, teach, and serve, with special emphasis on the vulnerable population of Marion County, Indiana.
Lots to do, lots to see if you're here and you're wanting to see parts of this race. Part of the beauty of Criterium style racing is the short course that it's offered, because they make so many laps around here. Take a walk around the course a little bit. John mentioned look for the red flags. That'll be where you can cross over. But check out a couple of the corners. It's a short walk away. But then make sure you make your way back over here, because in about 10 minutes, we're going to see a big sprint as we've got a breakaway going down the road.
Yeah, that's one of our Scholars Inn Bakehouse riders, Eric Nackmuse. Eric Nackmuse riding for that Bloomington, Indiana team of the Scholars Inn Bakehouse. Haven't seen him all day long. Oh, and a big crash. Well, a 2-rider crash in turn number 1. As a result of the reaction of the increase in speed, 2 riders down. 2 riders down. Now, what happens if you crash? What are your options, Scott?
Well, it depends on what lap it is, but I'm going to say option number 1 is get up and check out your bike.
Try and get going as fast as possible. So option number 2 is, if the wheel pit is still open, is to get to this neutral wheel pit just past the Stram tent. And what will happen there is, if you put a set of wheels in before the race and your wheel is bent or flat, you can go in there, get a wheel change, and then get put back in the pack 1 lap later.
This rider better hurry up right now. I believe the wheel pit closes with 5 laps to go. I'm seeing 6 to go on the lap counter. So 3-lap rule still in effect. He can ride back over, check in with the official. They'll put that rider right back in this race, exactly where he left out. It's a pit pass.
Yeah, that was Chris Hill, a rider who went down. And our Scholars Inn Bakehouse attack has been neutralized. But look at this. We have a lot of action. Some hard attacks on the front. And this group that caught up, I have a feeling these riders just had a little short stay in the front group, because it is now coming back apart again.
So, John, we've both been there at least once. About 12 riders back, I saw a rider shake his head and say something to the effect of darn it, because he knows what's just happened, right? He spent way too much energy early in the race. The race is going up the road now. If you're gapped off at this point, your race is probably done.
Yeah, they're going to see 5 laps to go next time, and they're going to hear the preem bell for our final preem. It is a preem brought to you by the Bicycle Garage Jimmy and James Scott Apparel, Sport Watch, Enzo Channy Preem, from Bicycle Garage Indy and a James Scott apparel t-shirt valued total of $70. Final preem of the day.
Bicycles Garage Indy, right across from the announcer's booth. They've been there all day giving stuff away. Look at them, hands up. They're still having a good time over there. If you want to know what BGI is all about, stop by and see their tent. Scott Bond will tell you all about it.
We had Connie Schmucker up here earlier doing a podium presentation. All right, so they're going to get the preem bell for our last merchandise preem. Attention riders, 5 laps to go and preem on the next lap. Preem on the next lap, preem on the next lap. Merchandise preem, $70 value preem on the next lap. Preem on the next lap.
Lots of looking around there, John. That tells me one thing. The riders are tired and they want to know if anybody else is going to come to the front and do any work, number one. Number two, they're wanting to know if anybody has enough energy left to attack. They want to see it, so we call it heads on a swivel a little bit. They're looking left, looking right, trying to keep tabs on everybody around them, number one. Number two, trying to get a look into the eyes of those riders to see how fatigued they are, to see if they're really able to attack or not, so they can decide what they want to do next.
Bicycle Garage Indy with 3 locations in Greater Indianapolis, committed to welcoming everyone into bicycling and indoor exercise, providing store experiences that prepare and excite, contribute to the development of communities that value exercise for recreate, transportation, and competition, ongoing engagement in the cycling community. Bicycle Garage has 3 locations, 82nd Street, Greenwood, and downtown. Last preem, 4 laps to go. The next person to cross this line will win our final merchandise preem, courtesy of Bicycle Garage Indy.
Bit of a gamble to sprint on this lap because you're going to get 4 laps to go as you come through, so you're close enough to the finish that if you go all out, if you essentially sprint like you were a run, it's going to be tough to hold it.
And one of our IU riders, rider number 435, Eric Schwedland. Rider 435, Eric Schwedland takes that one.
We had another rider ride up right next to Eric, and what they did is they talked to each other. If you saw them, they were nodding and talking a little bit as they came through to say, if you want to keep going, come with me. There are 2 of us now. 2 are stronger than 1. Do you think we can make this stick? Looks like game might be off just a little bit.
I don't know. Schwedland is pulling through, and those 2 riders are clear by about 5 bike lengths.
Definitely use a late race preem for just that. It might be your springboard. It might be your launch attack to say, let's get off the front of this bike race. No one's going to chase us down afterwards. They're all going to be tired from sprinting too. Let's give it a go.
Yeah, so Schwedland and the other rider that came up to him have about a 5-second gap. The question is, who in that chase group will bring them back, will be able to bring them back? And as they come into turn number 3, they are back together. It has been neutralized. So there's our lead motorcycle on the start-finish stretch. Schwedland has been brought back. He looks over his right shoulder. He doesn't want to drop back any further than 4 spots or so. They're going to see 3 laps to go. 25 riders in contention with 3 laps to go now. 3 laps to go. As Evan Zare from Fort Wayne Outfitters leads them across that time.
John, that is a hurting lap right there with 1 long thin line like that. That is a full gas effort for now 2 full laps. You have a sprint lap, and now you have the after sprint lap. That is full effort going on with just 2 laps to go. When they come through, they'll see 2 to go. That is an absolute terror to try and get done.
All right, next up, after this race, we have our single speed race, men and women, and this will be an Indiana State Championship race.
This is for the tough people of the crowd. Single speed?
Tough? I could think of some other adjectives.
Literally, it's single speed. It's 1 speed. They can only go so fast, and they can only go so slow, right?
Well, no, they can go more than one speed, but they only have one gear on their bike.
It's great to see because on the sprints, their legs are turning like a gerbil, man. It's like 200 RPM.
Harry Clark, I got the inside from him. I saw him warming up. He's riding a 51 in the front and a 15-2 cog in the back.
You just told all of his secrets, didn't you?
With 170 crank arms. 2 laps to go, Scholars. Bakehouse at the front once again. David Harsted. So this Scholars in Bakehouse team has been very active, Scott. They are using their riders well, making attacks, going for frames, trying to soften up the field. But can they come good at the end? With a lap and a half to go now, they are all together on stretch number 2, just behind us here. As we watch on the live stream, the riders at the front, and you can also tell how difficult it is. Everybody is down very much on their bikes. They're down in the drops, pedaling the big gear, shoulders rocking a little bit, and it is DEFCON 5. You've got to be alert at this point of the race. You cannot give up your spots. You've got to be aware of who is beside you, what turn is coming, what gear am I in, where is the wind, where do I want to be on this last lap. Lots of jostling, changing of spots, people trying to pass, hopefully not through the turns, but here they come on to the finish stretch for the penultimate time, and they will get the bell with 1 lap to go.
1 lap to go, and this is the most difficult lap in the race because you can't leave anything out there. You can't sprint early, you cannot sprint late. John said it, you've got to be in the right place at the right time. So look at this, they're going to fan out across the road. 1 last drink of water, nothing like that on the last lap. 1 lap to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Off they go on their final lap. Little bit of nervous energy, let's make sure they make it through this corner, and this is where you can get a little nervous and then crash at the front. Crash at the front, 2 or 3 riders down behind him. This is where it gets a little nerve-wracking, a little twitchy. You've got to be patient, you've got to be calm.
The first rider through the turn crashed. It was the rider that was leading it through that time crashed. And I'm telling you, Scott, all the crashes I've seen is right where that crosswalk is. There's a little bit of change in pavement, and his back wheel just went. There's a first rider through the turn.
A little too nervous, like we said, with the last lap. You're going a little faster maybe than you have in the previous laps, or you're getting a little too nervous. You talked about it. You think, I've just got to pedal now. How about now? And you pedal 1/2 second too early, touch that pedal, down you go. And now here we come, John. On the backside of this course, they've got to make that big final corner.
Oh, and riders trying to go 3 wide through that final turn. Someone comes on the inside. He's starting to sprint very, very early in blue. You'll see him right behind that motorcycle, but that is a long way to go. One rider bombed it on the inside of the course. That's that rider in the white helmet right on the yellow line. This guy made the pass in the final turn, and he's going to hold it all the way. So that's Robert Frangi. Unofficially, we got Robert Frangi in first and Logan Kuhn in second. And we'll go to the camera for third. But man, crash? Thank you.
That is some good racing towards the end of the bike race. That's a tough way to go.
Single speeders, single speeders. After this next rider crosses, we're going to stage you. This rider crashed. I think this is the guy that crashed on the last lap. No, okay. Never mind. Single speeders report to just before the line.
Yeah, for anybody not in the single speed race,
We're staging you prior to the line. So single speeders report to staging right here at Mike Hanley.
yeah, we're going to start right away with single speeders. If you're in this next race today, the single speed state champions, get out there now because this race will be starting in just moments. If you are out there warming up for a later race, know that the course will close momentarily. We do not have a big gap between these races. We're going to line our single speeds up and get them going. All right, John, I'm going to go out here and see if I can get any gear combinations, see what the gear combination's going. All right, so I'm doing an unofficial poll of gear ratios here. You're running what? We got a 52-16. 49-15. 49-15. Fitzy, I believe, right? What do you got here? 49-16, okay. What's your gear ratio, sir? 49-16, that seems to be pretty common so far. You know what you're running? 52-18, okay, all right, we're working our way down. What are you running today? 49-15. See, we can do this at the start line because now you're not giving up any secrets. It's too late for anyone to change anything around, right? What are we running back here on this nice looking bike? 48-15, all right, that's pretty common. 48-16, I've heard that more than a few times. What do we got over here? 48-15. So 48-15, we're talking about, that means they have 48 teeth in the front and 15 or 16 in the back. And it's all about how hard and how fast you can pedal your bike. Bigger in the front means you've got to turn a big gear that's hard to get going, but you can ride faster. What are we running back here? 48-16 again, very common. How about the back? All right, so a bigger one. Okay, so bigger gear. So again, harder to get going, but if you can spin up that 53-18 or 53-15, then you can go a little bit faster. So the interesting part about a single speed race, as we talked about it before, is you can only pedal so fast, and if you spin out, we call that spinning out your gear. You can't shift to a harder gear and pedal faster or go faster. You've got what you came with, and that's a big part why we ask them their gears, because it's a big part of the single speed sport is picking the right gear ratio so that you've measured somewhere between ease of pedaling and ability to pedal.
Do we have any ladies doing the single speed race? Any ladies? Raise your hand. It's a mixed category, but I don't see if we have any ladies registered. All right, if I call your name, please roll forward. Scott Harris, Marcus Grell, Blake Daly, Eli's in the house, Brad Dunn, Jeffrey Whitehurst, Tanner Holland, Caitlin Lanning, Casey Crowder, Jared Kaiser, Anthony Aranza, Thomas Svenstrup, Chris Keller, and riding a 51-15, Harry Clark. All right, everybody else roll forward.
Harry Clark didn't even take his call-up. He feels that good about his chances today. No call-up, Colin.
He's pointing to the fence.
He's in that back row, John, so you can see him in that nice striped shirt.
All right, welcome single speeders. You're racing for 15 minutes for $75 to 3 places. All right, everybody tighten up here. This is the moment that you all need to be aware of. Those who have brakes on their bikes, raise your hands. You are not allowed to use your brakes in this race. Everyone else around you's got a fixed gear. So don't be leading that bunch into the turn and then blocking up the brakes. If I see you doing that, you're automatically disqualified. Because everyone has bolt-on wheels, there will not be any, except for you, there will not be any free laps. If you
you need mechanical service, if for some reason you go down and you need mechanical service, the red specialized tent right behind you on the left is the service pit. Results will be posted at registration. If you should need medical attention, there's a blue and white van sitting over on New Jersey Street. Head over there. Conduct. There's families and kids everywhere. Please keep the four-letter vernacular to yourselves. Do not express your frustration that way anywhere on the course. That's another situation we'll have a conversation. Even if you don't have a license, we'll have a conversation about it. This is crucial. There are sponsors out there, potential sponsors. So please, be aware, be good. Is there any questions? Okay. You guys who know how to ride and have thick ears, I expect you to understand that. Everyone who has brakes, if you're in a situation, just feather them. Don't even use them if you don't ask them. These guys around you can't react to save people quickly as you can. Any further questions? Huh? I can't ride the bike for you now. John, do we have any creams?
We do have at least one cream. Listen for the bell. This is also an Indiana State Championship race. So, if you're from Indiana and you're in the top 3, we'll do a podium for you with medals. If you're not from Indiana and you're in the top 3 overall, there'll be another podium. We'll do the podium right after the race finishes. Who's not from Indiana? Raise your hand. Okay, you guys can't race. I'm kidding. You can race.
However, this will be a regional championship next year. So if you're from the central Midwest, surrounding 5 states or so, this will be a regional championship. One last word, maybe John's got another one, but when you come through here, keep your hands on the bars. Don't be showboating until you get past the line. If the camera can't see you, why don't you sit up? Questions?
All right, moments before the start of the single speed state championships. I'm a little nervous, rightfully so. All right, single speed on their way. There's a lot of beard out there, Scott. A lot of beard. A lot of beard. Oh boy. Already we have a drop. So Jared Kaiser, what you come to the line with on this race is what you get. You can't change anything else. If you pick the wrong gear, well, that's what you've got to live with. It's all go. All right, so let's explain further what a single speed bike is, because perhaps not everyone understands. And really, we have 2 types of single speed bikes in this race as well, right? Yeah. Hold on a second. John's going to rustle up a single-speed bike so he can show our anyone close to the announcer's area. So if you want to know or see one of these bikes up front and have it explained very well to you, make your way over to where you can see the announcer up front, and we'll talk through this. As our riders are on the back side of the course, we've got one up here, a nice Marinoni. What country of origin is a Marinoni, Scott? I'll give you $1. You have 10 seconds. Can I name off more than one? Italian. Incorrect. Russian. No, Czechoslovakian. Or is it? I thought it was Canadian. I think it's Canadian. But maybe you're right. We'll ask the owner. I think it's Canadian. All right, so what is a single speed? It doesn't mean the bike only goes one speed, but it means it has one gear. So there's one chainring in the front and one cog in the back. And if the rear wheel is going around, coast. So that would be why we call it a fixie, right? It is a fixed one-gear bike. So you can imagine when you start going fast, these pedals have to go around, depending on what gear you have, they have to go around fast, fast, and faster. Single-speed bikes traditionally are made for racing on the track, like over at Major Taylor Velodrome.
Or spin cycling classes.
Spin cycling classes. So they're not made for long, sustained, very, very high-speed efforts.
Like a Criterium, which is where we are today.
And they're also not made to go around sharp turns. Because, remember we talked about planting pedals? Well, you can't coast. So when you're pedaling and the rear wheel's going around and you start to go around the corner, you can only lean the bike over so far before this inside pedal hits the ground. That is why our chief official, Mike Hanley, said, you guys that can coast, or you guys with brakes, you may not use your brakes. Because these people on this bike has a brake, a front brake. Most of those bikes out there don't. And the only way to slow down is to just apply a little bit of back pressure to the pedal. It's a thrilling thing to ride one of these bikes on a city street, especially in traffic, especially around other people, around corners. So this is an interesting sort of race.
It's, you know, some of them will call it more of a pure part of the sport of cycling because it's just you in one gear. It's not you in multiple gears or anything like that. So pretty interesting to watch it. Now, I did see coming through that last lap, Scott Harris, the guy with the meanest beard and the meanest kit, goes right to the front of this race riding a fixed gear, as John just explained. He cannot stop pedaling, and he is on the front of this bike race. State championship up for grabs right now, and I understand this might be the last year for the state championships in the single speed category.
I was right, Marinoni's from Canada. You owe me $1. You owe me $1. Everybody owes, no deal.
So here we go again, Scott Harris, best beard in the bunch, best hit in the bunch, rolling through the number 600, and he's just looking over his shoulder, putting in a little bit of a dig to make it around the corner there, but again, he cannot stop pedaling, so he can only go through a corner leaning over so far.
All right, we need Robert Frangie, Logan Kuhn, and Sean Hartwick. Please come to the podium.
Podium time for our men's Cat 4-5. Race just finished up just a few moments ago. If you just heard your name, come on up to the podium area. It is your time to shine in the sun. And I mean sun literally. And guess what? You get to stand between those two zip wheels that are hanging up above the podium. John, we're giving those away today.
In about 15 minutes.
Nice. We're going to give away a set of Zip 404 tubulars. What a beautiful, beautiful wheel set.
Let's have Sean Hartwick, Robert Frangie, and Logan Kuhn please come to the podium area.
Single speeders out there, and I see equipment arriving as well. I wonder if he's headed to the Chatterbox Tavern. I know tonight we do have some live music going on in the Chatterbox immediately following this bike race. Chatterbox right by the finish line. Make your way over there if you want to see some good live music as our lead riders come to here again. Scott Harris still on the front, still looking back to see who's back here to help him out. Number 606, Brad Dunn, right behind him.
This is the largest pack I've seen of the time that I've been here at the Mass Ave for the single speed. Usually it spreads out very, very quickly, but we have quite a few riders still in that front group. All right, take a look at the podium if you would. We're going to do our category 4-5 podium, the race that just finished up. We need Sean Hartwick from team 421 in third place in the category 4-5. Riding for team 421. Mr. Sean Hartwick. And in second place in the category 4-5s, Mr. Logan Kuhn, racing for Dash Racing. No, not racing for Dash Racing. And your winner of the category 4-5s, yes, racing for Dash Racing, Robert Frangi, racing for Dash Racing, your champion in the category 4-5s.
Very fitting Dash Racing, their local team.
There's Logan Kuhn in second place. Logan Kuhn races for the Cutter Cycling Team. One more time, Mass Ave, third place, Sean Hardwick. Second place, Logan Kuhn and Robert Frangi, your winner. Nice job, gentlemen, and well done. So turning our attention back to the road. Single speed, one gear, fixed, usually no brakes. Those single speed guys probably like to be sprayed with champagne.
They make their way through 5 laps to go here in the single speed race, fixed gear slash single speed race. We don't have too much racing left to go.
So we're wearing our cream belt, Scott. We have one cream to give away. It is a $140 value, all from Grey Goat Sports. Thank you, Grey Goat. $140 prize package from Grey Goat Sports. Attention riders, the one and only cream of this race from Grey Goat Sports. Cream on the next lap, cream on the next lap. And that's 622. On the front, rider number 622, Thomas Hughes from the Nomad Cycling Club. A couple of pieces of business here. If you lost your keys and your name is Farley, and you live in Indianapolis, and we have your keys up here. Secondly, if you buy a beer in the New Belgium Brewing Beer Garden, you are automatically registered to win a New Belgium Brewing Cruiser, special edition New Belgium bicycle. So go buy a beer in the New Belgium Beer Garden and register to win a bicycle.
John, buy three beers. I don't know if it increases your odds of winning, but you can deliver 2 of them to the announcer.
Right, buy 1 for yourself and then 2 for.
So then 3, you're winning. You can win a bike.
You're a winner. You're a winner with us.
That's right. You win our adoration.
Right. All right, single speed race, and we are sprinting for a preem this time. So the next person across the line will win a preem. One rider clear through that final turn. And just, I was talking about the rear wheel goes around, the pedal goes around. So the bigger your gear, the faster you can go, turning your feet the slowest. And this rider on the front looks like he has a monster gear on his bike. Because check it out, he's going like 27 miles an hour and his pace is not super high. So rider number 622, Thomas Hughes. 622 takes the one and only cream from Grey Goat. It's a Grey Goat t-shirt or S-Words Turbo tires. Nice.
All right, you're going to see 3 laps to go, John. Sort of sculling the finish line. We had Scott Harris out there on the front for many, many laps. He's taking sort of second seat, which is a good spot to be. You can, drafting still applies with single speed bikes. It's not like all rules are off, it's just the shifting gears rule is off.
Yeah, but I'm watching Harry Clark. Harry Clark in the jorts and a striped jersey.
Lining up at the back.
He's in 3rd spot.
He did a Chad Berzalaskas. He lined up all the way in the back. You got to watch out for guys like that.
Yeah, so as we see them coming down the finish stretch, look for the guy in the striped jersey, an unmarked striped jersey wearing some jorts, and that is Harry Clark.
Smiling on the back of the, oh look, he just put in a big attack.
He put in an attack on the right side of the road. He's going to be coming up right here, coming through that first intersection right by our specialized tent neutral support area. This is Harry Clark with 2 laps to go. The man we were just talking about, Harry Clark with 2 laps to go.
And nobody chasing him down. He may ride himself right out into this race and right onto the top step of that podium. Championship medal on the line.
Scott Harris, best beard in the bunch, in 3rd spot right now.
So Harry now off the front of this bike race, gasping a little bit. That was a big effort to put in there. Don't forget, we talked about before, you can spin these bikes up as fast as you want, but you have to be ready to hold that pace because you can't immediately then back off the pace. Those pedals are going to keep on turning at whatever pace you're putting into it.
Yeah, no coasting. So really, not much resting. Even if you want to coast, even if you're cramping up, your feet will be flung around. You cannot coast. And Harry Clark looks to have put in the attack that will win him the race.
Yeah, he just looked back over his shoulder and he sees nothing but daylight between him and 2nd place. He knows he has got this 1-1. He can literally just ride a tempo, an up-tempo for the next lap and a quarter, and he will win this race.
We're going to do our zip drawing just after the finish of this race at 6:30. Jeff Gold's going to come up and help us do that. Here we go. Here's Harry Clark with 1 lap to go.
Big breakaway by Harry Clark. Look at him. He's all alone on the front of this bike race suddenly.
This is an interesting group, Scott, because we got 5 or 6 riders, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. 1 lap to go, guys. 1 to go.
So right behind him, Thomas Hughes. We talked about him, Scott Harris. That is 2nd and 3rd place. Silver and bronze medal right behind him. So you're absolutely right. 2nd, 3rd, 4th place, not a done deal yet, but Harry Clark off the front of this bike race.
Harry Clark is from Indiana. Okay, I thought for a second he was from Kentucky. No, he is from Indiana, so he's in contention.
So you got that right. Tom Hughes is registered for Kentucky. So that guy that's running 2nd or 3rd place does not count for the Indiana State Champion. So maybe 2nd, 3rd place on the road, but not 2nd, 3rd place in the championship medal hunt. And I wonder if 4th place knows that. They may give up thinking they've given it up, but that guy running in 2nd, 3rd place is a Kentucky resident, does not qualify for the Indiana Championship. And there our lead rider around that last corner.
1 to go. 1 to go.
If you look down Mass Avenue, John, you will see the big hulking figure of our future winner.
On the right side of the road, in the jorts and the striped jersey. 1 to go for this rider. But here is Harry Clark, who will be your Indiana State single speed champion. The sprint for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th right here, Scott.
And those are the number 604 Eli House is from Indiana as well. So that looks to be your 2nd place official, number 604 Eli House.
As was Scott Harris, also from Indiana. They're making it easy on us. Eli House unofficially in 2nd, Scott Harris unofficially in 1st, and Harry Clark, your champion, single speeder.
All right, so next year there will not be a state championship single speed race. Talk a little bit to Mike Hanley. He said they're going to make this into a regional championship fixed gear race. So upping the game a little bit, upping the level in the area to make it a more higher profile race. If you ever go out on your board one day and you look on YouTube, look at Red Hook Criterium. And that is a very, very well-known worldwide series of fixed gear races that people travel all over the country to get to.
Still in riders finishing, so be careful crossing the border. There's a sprint coming right here. And you can't coast, and it will hit you. And rider number 632, Julian Arboleda, who raised his hand after asking if you're not from Indiana. Casey Crowder from Team Cornfed finishing up there. So category 3 for men. Immediately after our last rider finishes, which I believe is this rider, we want you to take one lap and then come to staging. Okay, course is open, category 3, 4 men. Take a quick lap. Take a quick lap and then come to staging. And we'll be Scott Harris, Eli House, and Harry Clark. Cat 3, 4 men. 3, 4 men, take a lap. And report back to staging. We need Harry Clark, Eli House, and Scott Harris. Please come to the podium. It's going to be a double podium because it's the Indiana State Championships as well as, the top 3 steps. All right. There's Scott Harris, 3rd place in the skid job. Come on back, Scott. We'll do your podium right away. Staging is going to be done right in front of this BGI tent, so don't proceed any farther up Cat 3/4 in this BGI blue tent.
John, you know who I see just off the stage right now? A gentleman wearing a SRAM zip shirt. And I think I know what that means.
We have so much to do, Scott. We're going to do our single-speed podium. Why don't we do the drawing before we do the podium? Because some of these 3/4s may win. Right?
I agree with you.
Okay. So let's get Jeff Gold up here. And we'll line everybody up, and then we'll do the drawing for sub-wheels.
So up for grabs right now, if you're a pre-registered rider on the day today, we are going to give away these Zip 404 two-wheelers, clinchers. You can feel them, they're clinchers. Zip 404 clinchers. They've been up here all day long, just waiting for their new owner to come get them.
Fury and Son. Now you stand on there.
John, do you have to be present to win?
Am I making the rules? Jeff, tell us about these wheels.
Today we're giving away the fabulous Zip 404 private clincher. Made here in the Indianapolis. My name, 360 County Road. These wheels value at over $2,600. These wheels, as a matter of fact, in the past, we've given these away at this contest, and there was a winner named Harry Clark who went on to become the single-speed state champion. So you, if you win these, could very well be the next Indiana state single-speed champion. So we wish you good luck.
All right, I did get the official word, John. You do have to be present to win. So call it out, and if you're the winner, you better get loud or we might give them away on you.
Everybody here's present.
I'll turn the music all the way down.
Today's winner for the Zip 404 carbon clincher is Greg Hillman. Greg, are you here?
Greg. Greg, if you're here, make some noise quickly. Greg Hillman. Greg Hillman. Oh, so sad. It's so sad, isn't it? So sad. He's here where? They're here. Greg Hillman, final call.
All right, sorry about that.
We're moving.
Your winner now, your next winner for the Zip 404 carbon clinchers is Mark Stevenson.
Mark Stevenson, if you are around, you better get loud very quickly. Mark Stevenson.
Mark, are you here? Nope. All right, next person to win the Zip 404 carbon clinchers. John Hayden. John Hayden.
John Hayden? Is your name John Hayden? Did you pre-register today? John Hayden, come on up here on the stage. He has no idea what's going on right now. Come on up here on the stage, John Hayden. Head on over there and step up onto that podium because we've got something for you.
John, congratulations. You are today's winner. Zip 404 carbon clinchers.
Thank you, Jeff Gold. Thank you, Zip. When I call your name, Cat.
He's feeling like we all would. He said, this isn't even real.
I have no start list yet, so Cat 3-4 men, you have 3 preems. The first preem is from Silka. $150 value, t-shirts, inflator. Second preem is a little 500 bike. Third preem is a pair of Victoria Open Course tires. The first preem, the Silka preem, the bell is ringing now. So the first time across, that's your preem for the Silka preem. You're on the front row, don't shake your head. Come on, you should be happy. All right, when I call your name, please come forward. The other preems, I'll ring the bell and then you react. Spencer Dell, Zachary Deitch, Justin Sorber, John Okenfuss, Nicholas Unch, Brian Sullivan, Garrett Weiler, Dave Johnson, Lewis Henriksen, Bill Champion, Aaron Yancey, Reuben Bacon, Sean Aker, Jeremy Williamson, Eric Yandel, Jackson McNear, Logan Newman, Jordan Fleming, Andrew Chandler, Nate Lake. If I didn't call your name, roll forward.
Cat 3-4 men, welcome. You're racing for 60 minutes for $400 to 10 places. The service pit is the red specialized tent behind you at New Jersey. Pre-lap is over. Results will be posted at registration. Medical is approved by
All right, and we are back live at the Mass Ave Criterium here in Indianapolis, Indiana. We've had some great racing going on today and just finished up the last of the state championship single speed. Going to crown some new champions in just a moment. Single speed just getting over. It was sort of a single speed / fixed gear championship. I call it the last ever. Don't be sad. They're actually going to change it into a fixed gear regional championship going forward starting next year. So upping the game a little bit for the single speed / fixed gear category next year. But today crowning one final Indiana State single speed champion. As this is our men's category 3-4. Again, if you're just joining us, men's category 3-4 taking the line now. This is a 1-hour race, 60-minute race, $750 in cash on the line, $400 in preems and merchandise on the line, playing down 10 places deep. So there will be a lot of racing, one of the biggest fields we've seen yet today in this 3-4 field. So a lot of riders out on the course right now. Just getting underway as the evening progresses. It's absolutely beautiful outside right now. We've talked about it a few times today. If you haven't been here live with us, the weather is absolutely pristine out there. About 83 degrees, very low humidity, a nice breeze out there. I say it's a nice breeze if you're watching like I am from the comfort of a trailer and not on my bike racing into the headwind. It's a very nice breeze. Beer Garden is going. It's the new Belgium Beer Garden just past the finish line. If you are coming down later tonight to watch the Category 1-2 men's race, that's going to be the spot to watch from. I keep saying it's VIP seating without the VIP price and good adult beverages. Just past that finish line. Come on down, plenty of food vendors out there. I've had a chance to get around, check them out, and see how they're going. Food is up and running. And it looks like all of the nice drinks are available. Crowds are starting to fill in. Watching that single speed race just a moment ago was absolutely phenomenal. Some of the best riders in the area from a single speed and fixed gear category. And we've slowly been up in the game in the men's categories as the day has gone by. We started with the men's Cat 5 and beginners. We moved up to the Category 4 and Category 5s. And now we are on to the Category 3/4. So Category 3s and 4s out there. We're working our way into what I like to deem the working man's class. And Category 3 is sort of the middle ground. Category 5 is where you start. And Category 1 is essentially about as good as you can get on a national level. After that, you go on to the pros. But right now, you've got your Category 3 and Category 4 men's mixed racers out there now. A little bit of a breakaway going down the road. This is a pretty long race to start a breakaway already in this race. We have a 60-minute race, and we're only a few laps in. If you're just joining us, haven't watched any of the other races before, you will know now these are pretty short laps. So right now what you're looking at is the corner of Massachusetts Avenue and East Avenue. Massachusetts Avenue giving the name for Mass Avenue is where that comes from, and this is the Mass Ave Crit. That is essentially the final corner, and they make their way down through the finish line here. We have two corners that are at a greater angle than 90 degrees. They're almost 180-degree corners, but not quite. And then one nice 90-degree corner on the other side of the triangle. Mass Ave Crit, if you're not familiar with the area, is essentially located in downtown Indianapolis. I'll say just slightly east or northeast of the downtown area. And I'm going to say, watch this corner now. So remember, this is corner. This is corner 1, a little bit of a green paint across the middle of it. Watch this corner. This has been a thorn in a lot of racers' side all day long. It is greater than 90 degrees or sharper than 90-degree corner, and it comes right after the finish line. And riders having problems with that all day long because they get a little bit too fast and a little too hypoxic maybe as the race goes on, touching some pedals, sliding some wheels, and we've seen quite a few little mishaps going down in those corners throughout the day as riders get a little bit more tired. Plenty of teams out there. We talk a lot about teamwork in the sport of cycling, and this category is definitely where you start to see a lot more teamwork play out. In the Category 5s and 4s, you're just sort of cutting your teeth on the cycling racing and criterium style racing. Not a lot of teamwork. Mostly it's survival of the fittest, but as you move up in category, you join some teams, and that's all about the teamwork that it takes to win a bike race. Blocking and drafting, and we'll talk about that as the race progresses, because in this category, that's where you're sort of getting into that blocking, drafting, and a little bit more of the more advanced race tactics, I'll say. And we'll see some of that out there today. So as you see those matching uniforms, we call them kits. As you see those matching uniforms, that's what that's about. Those are teammates, team members of each other, and they're definitely working together. So we'll talk a little bit about drafting. Drafting is something that you can do. Essentially what you're looking at now, rider out in front, nobody behind him. The rider, 3 riders behind him, they are drafting off each other. They're just like NASCAR racing. If you get right up on that back wheel and sit right in that sweet spot where there's a little bit of the wind turbulence being cut out for you, you can actually save a lot of energy, save fuel, if you will, by drafting off of that back wheel. So that's a big part of criterium style racing. Guy in front taking all the wind. He's working 30% harder than anyone else in that peloton or pack behind him because they're all out of the wind and saving a little bit of that energy. Just moments ago, we were able to stand on stage and give away a set of Zip 404 clinchers to a young man named John Hayden in the single speed category. He had just finished up his race. John Hayden took home a $2,700 set of Zip clincher wheels, and absolutely beautiful. Took them home today. We boxed them up right there and sent them home with them. So absolutely great to see that. if you were watching and looking for the winner of that single speed race, Harry Clark, starting on the back line of the race on purpose, made his way to the front, sat in for just a moment, and with 2 laps to go, Harry Clark put in a big effort and came around for the win, took it solo in the single speed category. We've got a lot of fun coming up here yet tonight as we round the 6:30 hour. Right now, 6:30 p.m. At 7:20, right after this race, we're going to do the Cultural Trail Mascot Race, which will involve some of the mayoral candidates coming up. Indianapolis mayor, current mayor, will be done with his term very soon, and so there are a few candidates out there, and we're going to put them. This used to be called the mayor's race. We're calling it the mascot race this year because right now we're looking for the mayoral candidates, and they'll be out there racing as well as some mascots too. And if you're in the area watching live stream and you want to come on down, plenty of giveaways going on. Bicycle Garage Indy, BGI, committed to welcoming everyone into bicycling and indoor exercise. They are course side, and they've got the Wheel of Fun. Come up, spin the wheel, and claim your prize. A few goodies to be had there. I also heard the Indiana Pacers just down the way. The basketball team just past that corner that we're looking at now, corner 1. They're down there giving away hats and shirts while they last. So plenty to do and a lot of fun down here in downtown Indianapolis. So there's the corner I was talking about. Watch that corner. Ryder's down, his chain is off. If he can get his chain back on, he won't have a problem getting back into this race. So calm is the name of the game. He's got his glasses in his hand. He's picked himself back up, put himself back together. He can actually get back in this race. He's about halfway around the course. He just needs to make his way back over to the area where the official stand is, and they'll actually put him back into this race. That's called the free lap rule in criterium style racing. Nobody wants to win because of somebody else's misfortune, so they will put you back in that race and let you continue all the way down until about 5 laps to go. The free lap rule usually ends around 5 laps, and that says, nope, can't take a break towards the end and then jump back in. Let's wait and put you back in on the next lap if we're outside of 5 laps to go. And right now we're only 8 minutes into this race. And there's that corner 1. Again, I said watch that corner because as the mishaps have been going on in the afternoon, it's always in this corner, almost always, and it's almost always because a little bit too fast in there, touch a pedal, cause a little bit of problem. The last lap on the last race, if you were watching, you may have noticed the lead rider actually came around that corner too hot, washed out his front wheel and went down, and he went from first place to last place. Unfortunately, you hate to see something like that.
Podium, schedule of events, map of the course, information about.
And there is your lead moto coming around right now. He's got a couple of riders right behind him trying to get a bit of a breakaway. I know from this camera angle it looks like that rider is drafting off of that motorcycle. He's not. He's off a little bit from it. That lead moto rider has been out there all day long. He knows how to sort of keep his distance out there. Lead moto is out there to keep the riders safe, sort of acting as a leader or a course sweeper. Of course, he's got a horn on that bike. If he sees somebody crossing the road close to the cyclist, he can honk the horn to alert them that they're coming around. That's essentially his job, to stay on the front of that ride and honk the horn. And you see a rider here on the peloton urging the riders with him to come on around. He puts that hand out and says, come on, help me out. Now we're watching this rider go down the road. I don't know how you guys are feeling about that. I'm not feeling good. I want you all to come around and help me out a little bit. And as we look across, I'm thinking he's getting a lot of shaking heads to say, no thanks, sir. So Peloton sitting up, letting this rider go. They're going to let him ride away. Now, he's got a teammate or two back there, but when you see him riding 4, 5, 6, 7 wide like this, that says one thing, and that says we have given up the chase, not going to do anything about it right now. Somebody else better get going. And right as I say that, we've got an IU rider, an Indiana University rider, goes on a little bit to try and catch back up a little bit, says, okay, maybe we've let him had enough leash. Sometimes we talk about that like one of those retractable dog leashes where you sort of let the dog run and then you snap that back and you pull him back just a little bit. And that's what you're seeing a little bit of this going on here. Now that moto that you see there, not the lead moto, he's in between your lead rider, which is right here, that Upland Brewer rider. Upland Brewing right down here in Indianapolis, and that green and black kit is one of those Upland riders. Now he's got a bit of a gap back to the field, and if you look back in the field, you see all those other green kits. Those are his teammates. Now, their job is to do something we call blocking. It's not literally blocking. He's not going to ride out and stop anybody from doing anything. But what he'll do is those riders will get up in the front and disrupt the pace just a little bit and try and disrupt the chase, if you will, as they go to keep it going a little bit. So rider up the front, he'll just sort of disrupt the pace as they're going around there and try to keep the other riders from tacking back on to the front of that and getting right back into the mix. So no problem at all as far as the way that goes. He's looking pretty good off the front. Good teammates back there. Good action in the backside of the peloton. So we'll watch and see if they're able to reel him back in or if they're able to sort of stay with that break. Good team tactics so far. Put a rider off the front. Other two riders come to the front of that peloton, sit in a little bit, sort of fake like they're doing work, I'll say. They're not actually trying to chase their rider down, but they're also doing two things. Number one, they're doing that. Number two, they're also patrolling the front a little bit. So they're not going to do a lot of work up there because they don't want to pull that peloton up to their breakaway rider. But what they want to do is be ready so that if they do catch their breakaway rider, the very next thing that they can do is then attack off the front. So if their rider gets caught, they'll launch what we call a counterattack. They immediately go on the attack right after that and try and pass their rider and get off to the front of the bike race. That's a good strategy. That's a pretty advanced strategy for a Category 3-4 race, but certainly is a valid strategy they could be putting together. Upland Brewing right around the corner, and they race a lot of races. We will definitely see a full contingent of Upland Brewery racers in the Category 1-2 and professional race later on today. So plenty of racers out on the course. Again, if you're just joining, this is our men's Category 3 and Category 4 race right here at the Mass Avenue Criterium just inside of downtown Indianapolis, Indiana, presented by Nuvo. And what I will say about Nuvo, they are the presenting sponsor for this. If you're in the Indianapolis area and you have your ability to get your hands on the Nuvo periodical, there is a full pull-out area, 8 pages of coverage from the Mass Avenue Criterium. It's okay if you haven't got it yet today. You're going to want to pick that up and read it anyway. It has a good write-up of cycling in general, Criterium-style racing, and how this race can be won. So there's your lead moto headed through on the other side of that course right now as you've got all the riders out there making their way up Vermont Street, and they're getting ready to turn left on East Street, and that's sort of the 90-degree angle part of it, and then they'll swing around back onto Mass Ave, and that's what you're looking at now. You're looking at corner 1. You're looking all the way down to corner 3 right now, so they're looking really good as they make their way through the finish line any moment now. Listening a little bit to the live announcer, John Gatch, out there talking through what's going on up there. The Marian University, one of the presenting sponsors, Marian University, local university, obviously, up there, they've got the trainers set up just past the finish line, and they're rollers, the true trainers. You're welcome to go over there and get warmed up on there as well.
So Henderson now being joined by Reuben Bacon and Edward Fritzinger, but the front of the field not too far behind. Again, those junior riders, those under 18 riders, those two raced earlier in the day, and they are riding the same bikes as everybody else except for one key difference. They have a limited...
Riders continue to make their way through there. That's corner one, sort of the nemesis corner of the race. We'll certainly see some more action. 16 minutes into the race right now. And again, this is a 60-minute race, so we are only a quarter of a way through a 60-minute race. So still lots of racing to go. I like to break these races up into three big chunks. This being a 60-minute race, I'll break it up into 20-minute chunks. First 20 minutes is mostly a sorting out process. It's getting rid of the weak, primarily out of the back of the peloton or pack. So for the first 20 minutes, pedal to the metal. The pace is very high. We're going to try and shed riders off the back of the peloton. So instead of racing with 80 people, maybe we're only racing with 60 at the end of that first 20-minute block. Then for the next 20 minutes, we're going to sort it out a little bit, put in a few attacks, put in a few digs, try and get a break established to go down the road so that the rest of us can sort of take a break. Maybe we get 2, 3, 4 riders up the front, and we let them go and get about 10, 15 seconds up the road. We can all sort of relax, let them wear themselves out front, catch them with about 20 laps to go, and then the multiple attacks sort of start to come on. So you've gone really hard, then you've taken a bit of a rest, if you will. Then you've got 20 minutes left in order to put your game plan together. While the strategy won't be very complex in the Cat 3-4 realm, still a little bit of planning going on there. They still have an overall plan of who they want to put on the front of this bike race, who they want to protect, and very often those people will be riding about, I'll say 15, 20 people back right now, and you'll never see them on the front. Definitely in this category, this 3-4 category, if I look 10, 12 riders back, my guess is the winner, the eventual winner is probably somewhere right in that area. They're just going to hang out back there, let the other teams or let their teammates do a lot of work on the front. Don't let anything go down the street. That is, don't let any breakaways get away. And then with 20 laps to go, I'll move up 4, I'll move up 5, I'll get within the top 3, 5 riders, position myself perfectly so with one lap to go, I am in the right spot to either sprint for it, and it looks like that was a bit of a preem or a prize sprint coming through there. So I'll be ready to either sprint for it right at the last corner or right at the last minute. And there is your lead group of Category 3-4 riders as they make their way around once again, turning off East Street onto Mass Avenue. And so what you're looking at right now is what the racers see on their final corner. As they round this bend, what they're looking at is all the way down. There's a great shot right now on the camera. All the way down there is the finish line. And what I love about finishes like this is it pays to be patient. And we've seen it all day long, the impatience of coming around that corner, seeing that finish line, starting your sprint, saying, I got to go now. It's just too far. And we're seeing people get beat at the line all day long because that is not the spot to go. But that is a very, very tall order to make at the end of a bike race. When you're tired, you're hypoxic, you're not thinking really correctly. You come around that final corner, you start that sprint, and it's just too far. You run out of gas 50 meters before the end. The person sitting second, third, fourth wheel, they're still feeling fresh. They come right around and win the bike race. So you got to be very careful. You got to sit and watch that, and it pays to show up to a race a few hours early because you can walk around and watch these corners and watch the strategy. And certainly if you can watch the last lap of a race, that's what you want to see. You want to see the very last corner, very last lap, so you can look around and go, okay, I just watched that person sprint from the final corner and they got beat by 20 meters at the line. I don't want to do that. When I race, I'm going to come through that last corner, second, third, fourth place, choose my own line, then start my sprint somewhere right about where that tree is, right in the center of the camera right now, right about where the motorbike is. You want to sit in till about this point, click, click, click down the gears, and then up and going. That's been the winning combination from about 100 meters, maybe 150 meters out so far today. And look at them serpentining back and across the course. That is a good indication of the people or persons on the front where they think, you know what, I don't want to be on the front too long and I'm getting a little bit tired and I want you to come around. So they'll swing back and forth a little bit. Everybody behind them follows them very closely because they don't want to be on the front either. So the front rider swings off to try and let other people pull through or ride through into the win. Second, third, fourth, fifth, and so on. Just sort of do the same thing behind them. And they just keep swinging back and forth. We got one rider trying to just sort of move off the front. Didn't put in a big attack or anything, but he's moving off the front a little bit. As the rest of the group is okay with letting him do that. They're moving their way out of the front of this race. But we do have that one rider making a little bit of a go right now. Little bit of a speed limit on this corner, and it's about 2 miles an hour over what they're doing now. You ramp it up a couple more miles an hour, and that's where you're going to start seeing those back and front tires slip down a little bit, as we've been seeing throughout the day today. 6:51 p.m. Don't forget, we're still at the waning ends of the Yelp crowd prize time. If you are down and around here or close by Yelp, if you check in on Yelp at Mass Ave Crit, pull up your Yelp app, type in Mass Ave Crit, and you will see it pop up. They've been giving away stuff all day long, dinner for two, exercise classes, you name it, all day long. You just need to check in at Yelp at Mass Ave Crit, and you can win good prizes. We've got a 6 to 7 p.m. and then a 7 to 8 p.m. drawing coming out of Yelp. Rider on the front, you see him laying across his bars like that with his hands down. Kind of means two things. Somebody asked me once, they said, well, is he just really tired? He's laying down. Yes, sort of. What it's more of a more aerodynamic tuck position. So he's lowering his frontal area. He's getting as much as he can out of the wind, trying to make his body as aerodynamic as possible. The more aerodynamic, the easier you slice through the wind, the better of a ride you're going to have, the less energy you have to use to get it. So yes, it is usually a look of tired, but mostly it's trying to minimize that frontal area in the wind. It's taking on a very triathlon-esque, time trial-esque position to cheat that wind a little bit more and make it easier to get your way to the front of this bike race. A little bit of action being happened, but there we go again, that serpentine, that's swinging over. That tells you exactly what we were talking about before. That tells you whoever that is doesn't want to be on the front of this bike race. Tired a little bit of the people riding on the back of the wheel, so they'll swing over, and literally sometimes they'll say, come on around me. I don't want to do all the work up here. This Upland Brewer rider has been on the front more laps than not, and that is not a spot you want to be in a bike race. Leading the bike race the entire day doesn't mean anything if you're not the one leading over that finish line. So you want to be smart. You want to race smart. Don't want to be out in the wind with your nose in the wind, taking all the wind on your face the whole day because that's tough. Looks like we've got a little bit of an attack coming up the left side of the road now.
they may have a little energy gel either tucked in the
as riders make their way through the finish area. Still no lap count on the clock because, again, we're pretty early in the race so far. This being a full hour long, a 60-minute race. This rider on the front looking really good. We're going to get a look at his number in just a moment, try and figure out exactly who that is. It looks like Bill Champion won the Silka Pump Preem. So big congrats to Bill Champion. If you win a prize today and it has the name Silka attached to it, you're doing pretty good. I see Jackson McNear on the start sheet. Jackson McNear racing earlier before as well. Believe he hit the podium in the junior men's 15 to 18-year-old race today. Reuben Bacon winning earlier today, out racing again, winning in that junior men 15 to 18-year-old. So they're out there racing on gear-restricted bikes. That is, they don't have the same gearing. It's kind of like Little League baseball pitch counts where they only let the Little League pitchers pitch so many balls. But on here, they'll do a gear restriction so that these young riders can't mash these big gears and really damage their knees at a young age. So they're out there racing with people with full amount of gears where theirs are restricted. They can only use the top, let's say, 7 easiest gears on their bike. They can't use those big, hard mashing gears. That's a bit of a tall order sometimes to fill when you're racing with bigger people with bigger gears. Victor Popov out there racing as well. Again, racing the junior race earlier today, out racing the Cat 3-4 race. And I hear the mascots are starting to arrive. We do have the Cultural Trail mascot race at 7:20 p.m. Mascots coming in here talking before. They were saying that they've been strategizing for weeks on how to win the mascot race. So I bet that's going to be a little bit of no-holds-barred kind of racing out here for the fun mascot race coming up in just a few moments after the end of this race. Cameron Fisk out there racing, young Cameron Fisk racing again, that junior men's 15 to 18-year-olds. Edward Fritzinger also out there right now racing again. Second race of the day, and that unenviable spot of racing several hours apart as well. It looks like that might have been a little bit of a preem sprint as well. Rider coming through, shaking his head, thinking, I hope that was worth it, because that was a lot of effort to make my way through that sprint. And now he's pulling off again, saying, nope, gentlemen, come on around. That's what I've got. There's my sprint, and now we're going to try and finish this race out all together. These are riders on the backside. We must have a little bit of a mishap, a little bit of a crash, because we've got riders riding off the back that were riding on the front. He's checking out his seat. Looks like he did go down a bit of a scraped up hip there and torn shorts. So he looks like, you might look and go, why? He's cutting off the course. Well, he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do. That's a smart rider. He's going to cut across the course and get back to the official, let him know that he crashed. They'll let him take his free lap and put him right back in the race again. Nothing wrong with that, nothing illegal about that. That's perfectly fine. You just have to get back within a lap, report to the officials, and they'll put you back in the race where you came out of that race. So that looked like it happened right at corner one. We've been saying watch corner one, and that's where people are having a lot of mishaps today. Just a little bit of a slippery inside maybe there.
underneath the red specialized tent down there. There's an official down there. You may see people straightening bars or changing wheels or something like that. And as
So almost all back together. We had a rider from T3 Cycling try and put a little bit of a dig on the front there. T3, one of our triathlon partners. And out there on the course right now, T3 putting a little bit of an effort on the front of the bike race. Just a quick shout out. Today is August 1st, and on this day 43 years ago, yours truly was born. On my birthday, away from my family, a big shout out right now at home. Connor, Ben, Ryder, be good for your mom. A couple of young cyclists at home watching live racing today. This is great that we've got live racing available to watch streaming online right here from the Mass Ave Crit. And on a great day, no rain in the forecast, sunny skies, light breezes, and low humidity. We've said it before, it just doesn't get much better than this for crit style racing in America. Let's talk about that for a moment. Crit style, I keep saying crit or criterium style racing. It is just what you're watching. Not short track racing, but not 80-mile long out in farm fields road style racing. This is set up on a course, usually about a mile loop, that you race for time and or laps, and I'll explain that. You race for time. This is a 60-minute crit, 60-minute crit or criterium. What'll happen is the officials are out there taking average lap times right now. They will come up with an average number of laps or an average time it takes to take a lap. And somewhere around 20 minutes ago, they'll flash up on that lap counter. You see a 0 right in the center of the screen right now. That's the lap counter. It says 0 because they won't change that until they know how many laps they have to go to finish this bike race right at or about the 60-minute mark. And this looks like a big, earnest effort of an attack. Nope, he just downshifted again. So that wasn't necessarily an attack. That probably was another sprint or prize lap because that rider, as soon as he came across the finish line, he sat down, downshifted back into the peloton. So this rider taking home the lion's share of prizes today. Every time he jumps and sprints, he gets a little bit more prizes. Very often they'll offer up preem prizes, cash, or anything like that. Sometimes it's zip or SRAM swag. Sometimes the crowd will bring up, somebody in the crowd will say, hey, here's 20 bucks. Tell them to do a sprint lap, and they'll offer up $20 cash and get it done.
Yeah, I don't know if he won. He said he won. I don't know. I'll have to review the results from last year. So Boomer from the Pacers is here. He's trying to give Mayor Ballard a Charlie horse, but he won't beat him. Races all back together now, and it's one of Chris Coslow's teammates at the front, driving it a little bit from the Clarksville Twin team.
So damage being done at the back. You see that Upland Brewer rider popping off the back a little bit as attacks go up the road because we've got one going up the right side and one up the left side trying to match each other out there. This is where the fireworks will begin. As this race starts to wane down, we've said we've had enough of these little bit accelerations. We're going to go ahead and get this started and get a little bit more of an effort. 34 minutes. We've passed the halfway mark. Games have been played, and we're done with these. We've talked about first 20 minutes, second 20 minutes. We're well into that second 20 minutes. So the sorting has been done. That last 20 minutes is where the fireworks usually start, and you'll start to see some big attacks come through as riders start to say, okay, no breakaway is going. We're not sprinting 40 people deep. We're going to sprint 10 or 15 people deep. Let's put a little bit of an effort at the front. Let's try and get something going on the front. Work with me here. Let's ride away from the front of this bike race. I don't mind sprinting against you, buddy, but I don't want to sprint against 20 people behind me, too. If we can whittle this down a little bit, let's get that done.
On the other side of the course, on this 3-turn course.
Two riders off the front, that McDonald's racer right there by Velo Science racer. Velo Science, a fairly newer team. They got a great new kit this year, and they know how to win bike races. Looks like they're doing pretty good up there as we see 36 minutes into a 60-minute race.
And has already raced today. We heard
Yeah, so I'm hearing that might be Reuben Bacon in that breakaway. If that is indeed Reuben Bacon taking 4th place in the national time trials just about a month ago in California, so he can ride by himself. Now, he did this in the juniors race, 15 to 18-year-old race. Reuben Bacon went to the front, rode away from the entire peloton, and time trialed his way to the finish. And it looks like he's been biding his time back there. I've got to believe that's Reuben Bacon riding that McDonald's kit. And he looks like he is putting together another time trial package here. He likes to ride out front, likes to ride by himself, flicking his elbow a little bit, so that's a good sign. Flicking his elbow says, come on around, work with me, buddy, and that's exactly what's going on. If that is indeed Reuben Bacon, he's got a partner up there in that Velo Science kit. We'll get a look to see what his number is in just a moment, but they can work together. 2 are stronger than 1. We've talked about the energy savings with drafting off each other, and that's what can happen if they work together right now, and they look like they're going to do that just well. This rider trying to bridge up before, looks like he's given up just a little bit and will be caught. But look at this, serpentine in the back. That means dissension in the peloton. Nobody willing to do the work. That bodes very well for those 2 riders off the front right now when nobody is organized behind them and chasing, and that's what's happened. Peloton has stopped racing. They've said, I'm not chasing them, you chase them. And if these 2 riders about every half lap continue to take their turns, they will have put together the winning break right now. So up the front right now, I have been able to confirm we've got number 322 and 311 out there. And as we look across the start sheet, we're going to get and see exactly who those are. Number 322, Trevor Miller. Trevor Miller from Velo Science Cycling Team. Up off front, he's from Ohio, a Category 3-4 racer. And he is up there with number 311. That is indeed Reuben Bacon. So Reuben Bacon, the junior, putting together another race today from Kentucky. Reuben Bacon taking 4th place in the National Time Trial Championship in his age group just about a month and a half ago out in California. So he is very comfortable riding off the front of the bike race by himself. But even better, he does not have to do all the work himself. He has got good company there. And number 322, Trevor Miller. Now they're in a breakaway. This is what we would call the chase group. These 4 riders trying to bridge across, trying to get from the back to the front of this bike race. And 4 are stronger than 2. And so these 4 riders trying to bridge their way up to those 2 riders, that's a dangerous thing to see. Oh, and here we go, riders down in the corner. We keep talking about speed limits. This is a dangerous corner. That rider has been off the front most of this bike race, so he knows how to take that corner. Sliding into that corner, and even worse, he slid right into that curb. Thankfully, those hay bales there are able to get him back in there. He's got plenty of time to get back in the bike race. If he can collect himself, what you'd say to that guy is, it's okay, put your chain back on, get over to that wheel pit, talk to the officials. They'll get you back in the bike race. You can fix your bike there. Don't bother trying to fix it course side. So that corner 1 continuing to just be an absolute thorn in people's side. The course is fine. The corner is fine. He can get back into this race if he feels okay. Maybe he's figuring his luck has run out and he is done for the day. Purdue rider, like I said, he's been on the front of this bike race a lot. An early racer off the front will try and get number 361 there. So let's get a look and see who he is. Number 361 is going to be none other than Trevor John from Purdue Cycling Team right here in Indiana. Trevor John trying to get his bike back together there. If he can get it there and get over to the officials very soon, they'll let him back in this race. But look at this, all together at the front now. We've got 1 rider off the front. I believe that Reuben has gone off the front of the bike race, shed himself of his Velo Science partner, and now is going to try and take this one solo again. This youngster racing in the junior age group. Don't forget, with junior restricted gears, is now riding off the front of this bike race. He's got smaller, well, bigger gears, but he can't go, I'll say, he doesn't have the top end gearing that the rest of these adult racers out there have. So if he can wind this up as fast as go, he can't go as fast as the other racers are because he doesn't have the gearing for that. His idea is going to be to ride smooth, do just what he's doing, stand and sprint out of every corner, keep that flat back, riding down in the drops like he is, try and stay out of the wind and make this one stick. Nine big laps to go. Reuben Bacon knows exactly how to pace himself out just perfect. If he looks back, and don't look back, the gazelle never looks back at the lions that are chasing, because right now if he looks back, that's what it's going to feel like, a whole pride of lions behind him, because there is that charging peloton right now coming around that corner. Reuben Bacon, by no means is this a done deal. But I got to tell you, looking at that peloton, if you're seeing what I'm seeing on the TV right now, the chase is not on. This peloton has zero interest in chasing down Reuben Bacon right now. Look at them even talking to each other. Go with me, buddy. Let's go and chase this kid down. Gentleman behind him says, not me. I'm not your guy. I don't have the energy. I can't do it right now. Reuben Bacon, with the composure of a very mature racer, well beyond his years, doesn't even bother to look back. He's looking ahead, focusing on his effort, watching his heart rate monitor, watching his wattage meter maybe on his bike to say, I know I can put out X amount of energy at X heartbeat or heart rate for the next 20 minutes and I'll be okay. And with 9 laps to go, he's got about, I'd say, 15 minutes of a race left. So he knows how much effort he can put in. Reuben Bacon, I believe it was his father standing next to the course behind, or next to the course on his earlier race, coaching him from the side, saying, give an effort on this lap. And then the very next lap, he'd say, okay, take this lap off. You just gained 2 seconds. Next lap, all right, back on it again. They're putting time on you. Next lap, don't catch the breakaway. So he was very careful to help work with his son, or it might be his student if he's the coach, but working together to tell him each lap, watch your effort, watch your lines, do this, be careful. So I'm sure he's got the same thing going on right now. So your peloton all stretched out there, and we see our early breakaway companion just coming through, and he's about mid-pack now. So effort's a little bit too much, a little bit above his head. Maybe Trevor Miller looked very strong in that breakaway, but that is a tall, tall order to say, there's only 2 of us, and about every half lap I have to come to the front. Now, for those of you watching, if you're not a cyclist, what are the efforts like? If you're a runner, this is like a 5K PR effort. This is as fast as you can go for 5 kilometers, 3.2 miles. That's good. That's about the running world. If this is a triathlon, this is like the sprint diff. If you're a triathlete, this is like a sprint distance triathlon. There's not much pacing to be done. You got to give it all you got for almost the whole race, because that's the speeds they're running there. They're running 80 to 86% of their maximum heart rate, bumping right above where the body starts to kick back with lactic acid. They run right up to that level and stop and try and hold it there. A little bit overboard the lactic acid threshold, a little bit below that. They can't go anaerobic unless they're sprinting. They've got to keep the body at that maximum potential without overloading the system, because you overload it, bang, bang, done you go, out the back you go, race is over. No free laps if you get dropped. You only get free laps if you have a mechanical. So what you're seeing there is the 2 moto officials, the one out front of Reuben Bacon, only barely stealing a glance back there just for a moment, only daring to look back to say, okay, I just need to know, are they right on me or are they way behind me? Maybe stealing a glance back as he goes around those corners. But Reuben Bacon, again, mature beyond his years in cycling. He's been at it for a long time, despite his young age, and he knows how to win a bike race. Obviously already hitting the top step of the podium once already today. All right, just in the background, you may be able to hear John Gatch, our live announcer, yelling "Preem" on the next lap. I hear the bell ringing, so there's a prize being offered for the winner of the next lap. I would believe that would be Reuben Bacon off the front. Peloton all sitting down again, riding 4, 5, 6 wide. Reuben Bacon's lead in no danger of being caught right now. He does not have any chasers out there. Still too far away to call this a done deal. If you did have a strong team that was able to set up a good tight pace line, then they would be able to catch him in pretty quick order. But right now, that doesn't seem to be in order.
An $80 value. Thank you also to the Heroes Foundation. Thanks to Todd and Cindy for being here and doing what they do with the Heroes Foundation and for donating a t-shirt, a Team Joey t-shirt for this next frame. Here is our lead photo around the final turn.
For the mathematicians out there in the world, I know that 5K is 3.1 miles. I was just testing you all to see if you would text me and let me know it's 3.2. Just kidding, 3.1. 3.1 miles, I think I said 3.2, 5K. Either way, less than 5K to go in this race. We're at 5 laps to go right now as Reuben Bacon makes his way through the finish line. He's going to look up and see 5 laps to go. And again, don't look back, Reuben. Your name sounds very good. Reuben or Bacon, it doesn't matter which one you go through. It sounds good to the Peloton charging behind him. If they put together a good time trial pace to try and catch him, they can still reel him in, putting a little bit of time in him. He can't sit up yet. It is too early to dream. But I got to tell you, if you're looking at Peloton and you're understanding Peloton physics, they are not chasing him right now. And every time the Peloton sits up like this, Reuben Bacon can put a little bit of an effort in and know that he is going to seal his win. If he looks back and sees them riding wide like that, riding a few riders wide, well, then he knows they're not chasing him. Now, if he looks back and sees them in one long, thin line, that means the chase is on. That means I've got to stay on my effort. But right now, if he looks over his shoulder, he's going to say, that Peloton's not chasing me. I don't have anything to worry about. With under 5 laps to go, I've got this one sewn up. I just need to stay on the gas, stay upright. So Peloton taking it 3, 4, 5 wide through that corner. They have resigned themselves to second place. Reuben Bacon can start to dream a little bit, just start to dream a little bit, because with 4 laps to go, he has such a gap on this Peloton that he's got not much to worry about. Take the corners easy, understand where you're at, keep that nice flat back down. He's in those drops, he's aerodynamic, he's minimizing his frontal area where the wind can catch him and slow him down. He knows exactly what to do here. He's just got to stay on it. But now we've got a little bit of action back there. It won't take them a lap to reel them back if they're all working together. The problem is that Peloton is not working as one cohesive unit. They are working against each other, not with each other. And while you're working against each other, you will never pull back a rider like Reuben Bacon.
But Reuben Bacon is still clear. This is going to be a very, very crucial lap with 3 laps to go. If he can sustain this 10-plus second lap between 2 and 1 to go, I think he's got it in the bag. But here he comes. He's going to see 3 laps to go. Crucial lap for young Reuben Bacon with 3 laps to go.
There we go. We're seeing 3 laps to go. We are at the waning end of our men's Category 3 and Category 4 race. Right now, Reuben Bacon winning his race earlier today in the juniors, 15 to 18-year-olds, on a gear-restricted bike. Went out to the front, pulled another rider away with him for just a little bit. Trevor Miller tried to go with him, pace a little bit too much for him, dropped back, and had to let young Reuben go by himself. And now Reuben left to the charge, and if you're going to leave someone up to the charge, that would be young Reuben Bacon, time trial specialist. And this is how he likes to race his bike. Look at him look back. He knows he's got this. Under 3 laps to go. He has this. Everything being held constant. He gives it one more look. Look at him. I think he's even smirking a little bit where he's thinking, yeah, I think I've got this. I'm going to win 2 bike races in one day. Now he's racing for the 3-4 men's. This is a $750 prize payout for these racers out there. So Reuben will take home the lion's share of that chunk of change. Mom and Dad, that's college fund. That's a good deposit right there. Maybe after you stop at McDonald's or, you know, the pizza place that's here right around the corner. So lots and lots of great racing to come. Right now we've got 2 laps to go with Reuben Bacon out there. And here we go. We've got a little bit of an attempt to get away. 2 riders trying to roll themselves clear, trying to get out front a little bit. They don't want to be with that big peloton behind them, maybe a little bit tired of the pace. They're going to try and ride away as well. That rider out front trying to get a little bit of help. Number 3, looks like 66, trying to get a little help from his breakaway companion there, trying anything he can do just to get himself out front. Who I haven't seen all day, Dylan Hayda from VeloScience. Number 364, Dylan Hayda winning many, many Cat 4-5 races. I believe upgraded recently and is now racing out here. We'll look for Dylan Hayda yet today. He's not done. He'd be riding that black and orange VeloScience. Here's our leader on the road. Reuben Bacon gives it one last look over the shoulder. He's getting 1 lap to go. This is one excited young man as the crowd is getting 4 and 5 deep down here at Mass Ave in Indianapolis, Indiana. We're getting geared up for the final race of the day, final 2 races. We're going to do our mascot race right after this, but then after that, we're bringing out the Pro Category 1-2 men's race, the big dogs of the cycling world coming out for this evening race. And right now, not a bad seat to be had in this place. So just got to look at the numbers there. Number 308 joining at the front. Number 308 is going to be Bill Champion. And number 308, Bill Champion, he's been the one winning a lot of these preems today. So Bill Champion's got to be tired, playing his cards a little bit early maybe. We're under 1 lap to go. Reuben Bacon has got this one sewn up. He's got 1 big corner to navigate. Take it easy. No reason to take a risk here. Take it nice and easy, pedal through. He'll likely give 1 more look over the shoulder just to be sure that he's got the right spot. There he gives a look over the shoulder, and Reuben Bacon's going to sew this one up and call it done. 2nd and 3rd place right now, battling out right behind him, but spotlight on you, Reuben Bacon, for winning back-to-back races today in absolute true fashion. That youngster crushed the rest of the field. And here is 2nd and 3rd place on the day. Absolutely phenomenal. Reuben Bacon back there doing bunny hops on his bike. He's so excited. He can't believe himself. Won 2 bike races in one day. Look at the smile on that kid's face. Absolutely phenomenal to watch something like that happen. He's having a great time racing his bike. Absolutely on top form and loving every minute of seeing something like that happen, as there is your 2nd place unofficial, number 306. 2nd place unofficially on the race. Getting into that breakaway, that is none other than Garrett Weiler, racing for Bike MS. So Garrett Weiler looking good, making his way through there as well. And unofficially, Bill Champion, it looked like, in 3rd place, of course, unofficially. All right, time on tap, 7:23 p.m. If you're just tuning in, the Cultural Trail Mascot Race is going to get started any moment now. And at 7:40 p.m., the men's Pro 1-2 race will get underway. Earlier today, we did see the women's Pro Category 1-2 race went off at 3:20 p.m. So we got to see that big race. Shara Smith, Jane Vanny Noon, both hitting the podium there, as well as Mary Penta. So we had all the big dogs of cycling. I'm sorry, Sierra Siebenlist was up there on the podium with them, taking home that $1,999 top purse.
In costume, we have Mayor Ballard racing against the mascots. Mayor Ballard, we're going to get him up to the podium real fast because I don't know what's going to happen during the race. We want to talk to him while he can still talk.
All right, stick with us. Mascot race coming up next. We're going to break for a commercial break, but don't go away. Get your final drinks or get yourself down here because at 7:40 p.m., we're going to do the men's professional category 1-2 race. Don't go away.
You're invited to the most anticipated live family event of the year. Disney on Ice presents Frozen, presented by Yo Kids Organic Yogurt. Experience the debut of Elsa, Anna, and Olaf in the fantastical winter wonderland of Arendelle. On Ice, sing along to the songs that you love with special appearances by Mickey, Minnie, and more. Let yourself go, live in your hometown.
Disney on Ice presents Frozen, opening September 3rd at Painters Light Fieldhouse. Tickets are on sale now. Visit the box office or Ticketmaster.com today.
All right, you joined us just in time. Mass Ave Crit, men's professional category 1-2 out on the course right now. You have not missed a single thing. Thanks you for joining us here at the Nuvo Mass Ave Crit as we get underway racing. A full 90-minute race coming up here on the streets of Indianapolis, Indiana. The Nuvo Mass Ave Crit, 8th year in the running, and we have a real good race shaping up right now. 61 riders on the start sheet, and a true who's who of racing in the Midwest and nationally coming around just off the start. We're going to go through our start sheet. This is an exciting start sheet for me. Very excited to see a lot of these racers out here. The first one I saw right off the front, Adam Leibowitz, racing for the Bissell ABG Giant team, a 22-plus time national champion, former Marion University rider from right here in Indianapolis, here racing today. He pulled off the trifecta just about a month ago, winning Indy Crit for the 3rd time in a row. And he's definitely looking to put in some efforts today. Looks to be like him, maybe right back in the field there. So we'll get a look at him as they go around. Let's look down the start sheet as we're just getting started and underway. First rider out there I'd like to talk about from Zone 6 Cycling, right out of Indiana, Ben Schmuddy. We're definitely going to keep an eye on Ben, always an animator in the race, and absolutely will be here today. Checking out some of his tweets from earlier today. Very excited to be here racing at Mass Ave and ready to put down the pain and make this a great race. Andy Messer from Team Upland Brewing out there. Andy Messer, doesn't matter what he shows up on and what kind of bike, how wide the tires. If it's a mountain bike, a cross bike, or a road bike, you better believe Andy Messer is going to be in the first third of any race out there. We'll be animating, and we will see him. We'll point him out as we go. Team Upland Brewing in that lime green kit, and we'll see a lot of Team Upland Brewing as we go. Jonathan Jacob out there from ICC Bissell ABG Giant. Talked a little bit about him already. They're in that black and light blue kit right in 3rd place right now on there. Check that kit out because that's going to be that Bissell kit. They've got a full contingent. Jonathan Jacob here. Aaron Beebe is here as well from Bissell ABG Giant. Having a bit of a comeback race here. Again, very excited to get back on the bike and back in racing. We'll be looking for him to be an animator all day long. Adam Leibowitz, we already talked about him. When I asked him once, I said 22 plus because I asked him once, how many national championship titles do you own? And he said, you know, I sort of stopped counting at 20. Somewhere north of 20, Adam Leibowitz. That is going to be a guy to watch today. Andre Banaskevich from Bissell Giant. Andre Banaskevich finishing on the podium at the Ave Criterium just a couple months ago. He is always an animator again on the front of the race, and he will be putting in efforts. We'll look for him to move up a little bit as it goes. Seems to be more of a ladder race specialist. Maybe sits in a little bit from the beginning of the race, but always a fast finisher. Seems to be his tactic and his strong points. Andres Banaskevich, always an animator in the race. Ben Weaver out there from the Zip Masters team. Ben Weaver racing earlier today. We'll keep an eye on him. Zip Racing and their Masters team know how to race a bike, know how to get around a course fast. And, hey, they're in their hometown. Zip Factory just down the way, SRAM just down the way. Ben Weaver is going to have hometown pride on his mind today. 2 racers to watch out for from Netherland Rubber. Jack McCann. Jack Snack McCann, we're going to keep an eye. We'll point him out because just a moment ago, he was trying to bridge across. Young Jack McCann in his early 20s, absolute phenom, has been racing for the past several years and absolutely racing way above his age and way above his weight, if you will. Jack McCann will be an absolute animator of this race today. We'll get a look at him as he's making his way around. With him is his teammate, Kirk Albers. Those of you who know the sport of cycling, you know Kirk Albers as the former Jelly Belly professional cyclist. Kirk Albers now residing in Central Ohio and Upper Arlington, Ohio, just outside of the Columbus area, still very much involved in the sport of cycling. I got to be honest, he was probably out here setting up some of these barricades earlier this morning. He's that involved in cycling. Kirk Albers, former professional, out racing for the Netherland Rubber team. Back in 2013 was 6th place here, so looking to improve a little bit on the 2015 edition of this. From Texas Roadhouse, Jonathan Puffer. John Puffer taking the podium earlier today, so we know he is on a good day and having a good sprint. We'll watch out for the full Texas Roadhouse team, but for right now, John Puffer, definitely a guy to watch out for. Marco Alidia, a name I have not seen for a while. Marco Alidia looking to make his comeback race today. Out with some injuries earlier in the year, and he is back and racing, feeling calm and confident. Marco Alidia was racing for the professional level Alto Velo team. Marco Alidia, just to give you a little bit of a hint about this guy, he has 200-plus career wins. He's a 5-time National Criterium medalist, and he's a member of the fastest lead-out train in America. If you follow USA Crit Series at all, you know the Alto Velo team, you know about his teammates, and Marco Alidia is an absolute force to be reckoned with. We have a little bit of a wipeout now. One of the Bissell ABG Giant riders checking his tires. He's got a flat front tire, it looks like, all the way down. Flat front tire, that would be why he went down. No problem. He will work his way back over to the start area and take his free lap and get a tire. That's number 10, Jonathan Jacob. We just talked about him. He'll be back in a race, no problem at all. Looks like he went down pretty soft, and good thing is nobody else went down with him. Looking down my start sheet, some more Texas Roadhouse. Kyle Perry is going to be someone we're going to be watching out for all day long. Kyle Perry, a very, very fast racer, used to work with the team Upland Brewing. We've got Matt Giddings on the front right now from Texas Roadhouse, but he is Kyle Perry's teammate. So that lead trio already has one Texas Roadhouse rider in there. Another rider that I'd love to talk about real quick, he's riding about, I'm going to say about 15th wheel. Looks like there's a little bit of a preem lap, definitely a preem lap going on right now. No problem taking that one. But one rider I want to point out, racing for the first time, I think, this year in a Criterium race, is the Think Green Pedal the Planet out of Kentucky. None other than Drew Dizzle Dillman. Goes to Marian University just up the way, and he's sitting right about 20th place. That's him making his way through the area in that green and blue kit. Drew Dillman races in Europe in the cyclocross sport, races on mountain bikes, and he's out here warming up essentially for his cross season by getting a good Criterium workout in. Drew Dillman out racing today. As our 3-rider breakaway makes their way up the road a little bit, we've got a rider who maybe put a little bit too much into the sprint. So rider up front, we know number 9, Matt Giddings. He's got a Bissell ABG Giant. We'll get a look to see who exactly that is up there riding with him in just a moment, as our 3-man breakaway suddenly becomes a 2-man breakaway. Already just 8 minutes into the race, we've got a 3-man breakaway, 2-man breakaway now. That rider looks like a First Internet Bank rider, having a little bit of trouble keeping up with the pace. I was coming up next to talk about Zone 6 cycling. Ryan Knapp riding on that First Internet Bank, and I didn't have to wait too long because he's sitting about second wheel in that big chase peloton. So your 2 riders go through. There is your next rider on the way, and then right behind him, Ryan Knapp, just back behind him, riding in that peloton. Ryan Knapp right behind, having no problem at all, looking for the front of this race. He finished on the podium in the Indy Crit. That's him in those goggle-style glasses, riding second wheel right now. That's Ryan Knapp, the local boy. I'll call him local. He's just down the way in Bloomington. He is one of the women's trainers down there. One of the earlier racers today, one of the ladies in the earlier racer, talking to her about her experience. She's a Little 500 racer, 2-time Little 500 racer, and she definitely said, Ryan Knapp is my coach. And so a little bit of a break going down the road. Now, let's look back down the start sheet. Ryan Knapp, we just talked about him. Martin Vecchio from Netherland Rubber, he's going to be putting a little bit of an effort on the front as well, as your 2 First Internet Bank Zone 6 racers making their way through. Zone 6 cycling having a good go at it to see if they can get themselves down the road. Emil Abraham racing for that Trinidad and Tobago national team out of Alabama. Although I believe he's out of Georgia, actually, but We've got Alabama on the start sheet. Emil Abraham taking the podium earlier in a race today, so back racing this afternoon. Zone 6 Cycling also has Bo Boggs out there. Bo Boggs, a very good racer. And look at this duo from Zone 6 Cycling. They are reeling this break in. Just a two-man race, really, to try and reel this break back in. Big shout out to Ryan Good out there from Cincy Velo Club coming and racing today. Ryan Good involved in the Infinite Nutrition realm as well, and he is always a factor in the top 10 in a race. On any given day, you will see Ryan Good towards the front of the race. We'll be sure and point him out as we go. Ray Smith from Clarksville Schwinn, his wife hitting the podium earlier today. Ray Smith winning the single speed category last year, opting out of that to race in this Pro 1-2 race in the evening. Couple other ones to mention. Chad Birds-Alaskis. We cannot let a race go by without talking about this guy. Second place here in 2014. Second place here in 2013. If you think someone has something to prove, I'm going to go back to 2012. Chad Birds-Alaskis has finished second place here 2012, 2013, and 2014. Ever the bridesmaid he is, and you better believe he's going to look to make that one better today. Chad Birds-Alaskis, very well known. In fact, I say his name. He's riding right on the yellow line there in the white kit, sitting about 15 riders back. Local guy. They love him here in Indianapolis. Having finished second place here 3 years in a row, let's hope to see him go one better. Colton Barrett out there as well, Texas Roadhouse Cycling. Colton Barrett actually won here in 2013 and also has done very well in years past. He's also finished top 5 in 2012. And, oh, hey, by the way, Colton Barrett, right now, he finished first in the Tour of Nevada Criterium, first in the Tour of American Dairyland Criterium. Also has been a Track Nationals, two-time Track National collegiate champion. So Colton Barrett, no slouch when it comes to the bike. He is out there racing for that Texas Roadhouse crew right now tonight as well. Very excited to see, I keep talking about Texas Roadhouse, very excited to see Jacob Redleski is out there as well. Jacob Redleski racing for several national level teams. He's here racing with Texas Roadhouse tonight as well to try and help them pull in a win. All right, those are my riders to watch out for. I know it's a big list of riders to watch out for, but that is the firepower that comes to Mass Ave Criterium here tonight, August 1st, on a beautiful night in the neighborhood. Right in your screen right now, that is none other than Andy Messer. We were just talking about local Andy Messer. That's him rolling through fourth place on the front of that peloton right now. A little bit of alarm bells and whistles go off when he's going up the road because they know he's a strong rider. He can ride a bike fast, and most of these local riders will definitely know Andy Messer. Good on the bike, a good bike handler. Just in your screen there a moment ago, anyone that's from the Indianapolis area knows that's Mike Hanley diving through your screen right there. Mike Hanley, one of the local officials. I'll call him a beloved local official. Andy Messer giving up the chase a little bit, saying, I tried to bridge across there. It's just too much for me to go. And, hey, don't forget, it's a 90-minute race. Now, right on the front, I want you to look at that rider there in the blue top. That is Jack McCann, and I did not like the way he was coming through that corner. He looked like he was slipping all the way through that corner. I wonder if he's getting a little bit of a flat tire or if it was just a speed that he was coming through. And we got a little drone action going on the race today. Let's get a look at Jack McCann, see if he stays in. I did not like the way his tire was slipping like that. It looked like maybe he was getting a flat tire. Maybe he was just coming a little too hot in that corner, but he appeared to slip twice. This corner, I want you to focus on this if you weren't with us before. This is corner one. Corner one is proving to be difficult for a lot of riders. This is where we've seen the majority of the accidents happen today was right here in corner one. As you get a little bit too fast, maybe get a little bit anxious, this is a dangerous corner to work your way through. Little slip of the tire, little touch of the pedal, lean it over a little bit, down you go. So lead moto ref there, maybe given a seconds gap count. That's Ryan Knapp on the front right now. So Ryan Knapp leading the break right now. He has missed out too many times, and he doesn't want to miss out again. He's got a little bit of company in there. That looks to be maybe Josiah Chalmers. We'll get a look as he comes back around again, just barely missing that number every time. And we've got a Texas Roadhouse rider, Bissell rider up front, and that Zone 6 cycling rider. I got to tell you, we talk about it a lot in live announcing, and when you watch these crits live and sometimes in person, we, the watchers, never know what the right chemistry is for a break. We don't know if it's the right people at the right time from the right team with the right firepower in the break, but that peloton knows. They've strategized around the day. They know what's going on. I've talked about him before. Ryan Good, that's Ryan Good on the front right now. We've said to watch out for him. He'll be at the front of that bike race. Ryan Good, Infinite Nutrition, racing for that Cincy Velo team on the front right now, trying not to let those riders go down the way. But back to that right chemistry of that right mix. We don't know what that right mix is. Ryan Good does not have a teammate in that break. He's going to put in a bit of a chase. Upland Brewery does not have a teammate in that race. They're going to contribute to that race. Everybody else back there, they've got a dog in the hunt, if you will. They've got a rider up the road. They're not going to contribute to any sort of chase. Right now, 3 good riders down the way. Upland Brewery trying to get in there. And then it looks like a little bit of Cincy Velo trying to get in there as well. They're in that black and white kit. Maybe Matson money, but we've got an attack trying to go. A little bit of tactical maneuvering, trying to scare everybody off a little bit, heading over towards that curb and maybe diving back in a little bit. Try and scare everybody off his wheel and bridge up. Ooh, and there we go, rider down again. We talk about speed limits. That is exceeding the speed limit in a corner. I've taken this corner all day long. That nice maneuver there by that rider just to avoid that crash. Number 1 going down, that's Ben Schmuddy. Look out for him. Now, you may wonder, why isn't he jumping up and taking off again? There's no problem. This is Criterium style racing. You crash, you come off your bike like that, no problem. Head over to the officials area. You can actually get what they call a free lap. Free lap rule is in effect. These guys off the front, they don't want to win, and at the end, Ben come up to him and said, you know, I would have beat you today, but I crashed. So these riders say, no problem. What we do in Criterium style racing is you go back over there, fix your bike, get into this race, because if I win, I want to win because I beat you, not because you crashed. Get back in, right on the lead lap. Let's get this done the way we want to do this. So they'll put Ben Schmuddy right back in the race, right where he came out. Not in the lead, right in that peloton area. Nice. Looks like our police are helping some of the people across the course. We want to keep them nice and safe. We like to see that. So we've got riders up the road, a good break right in the middle in this no man's lane. We've got a rider of 3. We'll call them the chase, and then we'll call this the peloton, the pack, the main field. As your riders are right on the front of the race there. And we've talked about before, finishing that thought, speed limits. If you go through a corner at 27 miles an hour and you think everything's fine and you go through at 29 and that's exceeding the speed limit, out go your tires, down you go. And you're going to see that as the course or the race goes. Sometimes the corner is just a little bit different. Maybe you picked a different line. Maybe you found a little bit of sand or something in one line that you didn't see before. Down you go. No problem. These guys are professionals. They'll get up, head back, get put right back in the race. This is your rider getting put back in the race. So you see what happened there. He sits off to the side, talks to the officials. They push him right back into the race right where he came out. If you were just watching that Texas Roadhouse, that's Kyle Perry. We've talked about him before. Kyle Perry knows how to get to the front of a bike race. He's very good at figuring out who the top 10 racers probably are, and he'll get himself up there, biding his time. He's got 2 teammates up the road right now, so nothing for him to do just yet. He's feeling okay. It's a good spot to be in. No stress, no worries right now. He's looking okay. And as I get a look down there, number 42, that is Emil Abraham. So Emil Abraham, I thought I caught that bike, Stradale team bike, racing in 4th place, which is not the bike of most Texas Roadhouse riders. That was absolutely Emil Abraham, number 42, racing for Trinidad and Tobago. He's racing clearly in a Texas Roadhouse kit, so working with them today. Emil Abraham hitting that podium this morning. He's back there to do again. That's him sitting second wheel of that second chase group or first chase group right there. So good chase group to be in. You got somebody with the sprint legs of Emil Abraham in there. That's a good group to be in. They may link up. Now, if you're up the road a little bit and you look back and you are not on Texas Roadhouse, you get a little bit concerned about that. It's okay if you got one Texas Roadhouse rider in your break, but to have two in there, that's a little bit unnerving. They might start working together. So up front, Ryan Knapp sitting on the front of this race. Right behind him is that Bissell rider. And then we've got the Texas Roadhouse rider again, trying to get numbers on them to figure out exactly who those riders are. As they're coming through, number 9 in there. It looks to be number 9. That is Matt Giddings. So Matt Giddings in that front group as well. Looking back to see who's coming up back behind him. And I believe that to be Josiah Chalmers in that lead breakaway as well. So just calling preem lap. Ryan Knapp taking home a preem. Of course, they're not sprinting it out. A little bit of an agreement to say, no problem, let's not sprint this out. Let's maintain our efforts, stay on the front of this bike race, and see if we can get this done. As the full peloton or pack makes their way right past the New Belgium Brewing Beer Garden just over to the left just a moment ago. That's a nice shady spot where you can stop, get a nice cold beverage, hang out, and watch the race. So there's your breakaway group of 3, followed by a chase group of 3, and it appears that they will link up any moment now. That's Ryan Good in that break. That'll put 2 Texas Roadhouse into the break, 1 Upland Brewing, 1 Cincy Velo, 1 Bissell rider. So the numbers, 1 Zone 6 rider, the numbers don't look good when you got 2 Texas Roadhouse riders in that break and then onesies of everybody else. You've got to watch those Texas Roadhouse riders in that case. So 3 by 3 by 40 is the situation on the road right now. 3 riders off the front, 3 riders trying to bridge across, and then the big peloton chasing behind them. That 3 by 3, it looked like they were going to link up and be a group of 6, but that has not happened yet for a few laps now, about holding the same distance between them. Now let's get a look. That's Ryan Good coming through. That's Emil Abraham, and then we've got it looks to be number 20 coming through. Douglas Fagan maybe in that chase group as well. So that's your chase group. So now we know Ryan Knapp's up the road. We know Matt Giddings up the road. Still got to catch who that Bissell rider is sandwiched right between them. But now we know Emil Abraham, Ryan Good, and Douglas Fagan in that chase group right behind trying to make their way up there. So swinging off of East Street on to Massachusetts Avenue. That's where we're at, the Mass Ave Crit, right here in Indianapolis, Indiana. If you're just joining us, thanks for joining us. We are working our way through our men's professional and Category 1 and Category 2 field situation on the road. Ryan Knapp up front, Bissell right with him, and then Matt Giddings in a breakaway group, a great breakaway trio, if you will, followed by a chase trio, followed by the peloton. And that's been the status quo for the last, I'm going to say, 4 to 5 laps. No real changes taking place, but we may see a catch here any moment. Oh, and we've had a mishap. Corner 1 again. Corner 1 continues to claim victims. David Morse going down from above and beyond cancer. Get your chain on, take your time, and you can make your way back around and get your free lap. So no problems there, no stress. David Morse down but up again. And look at this sorting out we've got going on. Dissension at the front. It looked to be as our Bissell rider goes a bit on the attack maybe. I don't even think it was an attack. I think Ryan Knapp put the hammer down a little bit, caught everybody unawares and said, I don't really want Texas Roadhouse to have 2 riders in this race. So I'm going to put a bit of an effort down to try and get away. And look at that. Bang, bang, out go the lights. That chase trio now gone We've got a duo off the front shattering the chase. Matt Giddings not able to hold on to the pace. Emil Abraham dropping back. Ryan Good dropping back. Douglas Fagan dropping back. Everybody's saying, I can't hold that pace. That appears to be an Estellas rider now making his way up, trying to jump out to that lead group. We'll get a look at that rider as they go through, but that looked to be the kit of an Estellas cycling rider. And here we go. That is our lead moto on E Street right now. Ryan Knapp looking back. Got to be a little bit frustrated. Look at him. He wants them to come through. He said, come on, man. We are getting caught. We had a good breakaway going. What is going on here? I'm going to go ahead and say that's probably Jacob Redleski. Let's take a look. That looks to be Jacob Redleski. It says Texas Road on here, but that surely looks like an Estellas kit. And I believe that's who he's racing for now. We'll get a look as he's making his way around again. Shake up at the front. We had a trio, another trio chase, full peloton, fractured at the front now. We've got all kinds of mayhem going on. Riders coming up, riders going back. So we'll get a look as they make their way around right now. So 2 Bissell riders up there up front. Ryan Knapp from Zone 6 right there. We've got that rider right there in that red kit, and then a new Texas Roadhouse rider as we get their numbers making their way around. We'll get a look to see exactly who they are. But this looks to be a re-sorting out. Now 5 different riders up front. That would appear to be Ray Smith in your view right now from that Clarksville Schwinn team. As the sorting out again back at the back. I just caught the glimpse, I believe to be, of Matt Bowl from Team Dayton Cycling racing earlier today. Looks like he's back out racing a little bit again this afternoon. That's a big order to go by. Andy Prickett from his teammate. So Matt Bowl racing solo earlier. Now Andy Prickett coming out to race with him from Team Dayton Cycling out of obviously Dayton, Ohio. Matt Bowl actually out of the Cincinnati area, but races for that local team and has been racing on the national level the last couple years. It looks like they're coming back together now. One long thin line, so the pace is still high, but definitely coming back together a little bit. So the chase is sort of done. The breakaway has been neutralized, and very often what we'll see now is a reset of the race and likely see some attacks go down the road. But right now we've got a lot of fracture going on. This pace has been so high that it would be very difficult now to put an attack when you're already revved to your limit. A little bit of an effort going up the left side of the road. Ryan Knapp there in those white glasses looking back. He's frustrated. He wants to be in a breakaway, was not able to get the right amount of cooperation out there that he wanted. And so that did not work for him. Number 37 there on your screen. That's Hogan Sills from Estellas. That's right. It is a Estellas rider. Hogan Sills coming in here. So Estellas known for their national presence. And he is out there riding a little bit. Beautiful shot of, I believe, a Masonic Lodge based on the symbol on top of that, just to course the north side of the course. So yeah, Hogan Sills racing from Illinois in this Pro 1-2 race, Category 1-2 race. That's him in that red Estellas Pro cycling kit right there coming through just now. So no teammates here. That's going to be a tough way to go. But if he finds that right brake, finds the right wheel, he may find himself in a breakaway. Riders making their way through your camera now. Number 26 making his way through. Scott McClary from Zone 6 Cycling as well. And look at the frustration on Ryan Knapp. He keeps riding on the front saying, gentlemen, let's go. Swinging back and forth, trying to get people to come up front and work with him. Doesn't want to do all the work himself, but right now trying to garner, rally the troops, if you will, and say, gentlemen, we've got to ride faster. We're just going to keep getting caught. And a Bissell rider galloping off the front just a little bit, number 11. That's Adam Leibowitz. We've been talking about him, 3-time Indy Crit winner, 20-plus national champion on the track. Adam Leibowitz from I'm sorry, that's Aaron Beebe. I'm sorry, Aaron Beebe. I didn't think it looked like Adam Leibowitz. He is coming back right now. Aaron on a good ride right now, and I was going to say, Adam not known for his breakaways. Shocked me a little bit, but my correction, Aaron Beebe off the front of this bike race, going for it a little bit, a bit of a comeback race for him, and he's looking strong out there right now. Texas Roadhouse weaving back and forth back there, trying to get riders off them because he can look back. He's got Aaron up the road from Bissell, and if he looks 2 riders back, he's got 2 riders. That definitely Adam Leibowitz. 4th rider right there. That's the shape and form of Adam Leibowitz. Guaranteed he's looking to win this bike race today, or at least help out his teammates. Having so much help in the Indy Crit from his teammates, it may be payback time. He's going to do his job to slow this race down. See if he can let Aaron get off the front a little bit of this bike race, have some good times riding his bike again. So that's Aaron Beebe right now. Beebe in corner 1, the corner that's causing so many problems. And then behind him, he's got a good group coming behind him. But Texas Roadhouse right behind him, Ryan Knapp right behind him. And then it looks like still 2 riders right behind him, Bissell riders. So they're looking strong now. The Bissell riders for Team Tactics, if you're not familiar with this, absolutely a team sport. You have to have teammates working for you. Those Bissell riders, while they won't actually touch anybody up front, they will do their best to sort of impede the progress of the peloton. So they'll ride close to the front for 2 reasons. Number 1, they want to slow everybody down a little bit. So maybe they take a half pedal longer after coming out of the corners. Maybe they don't go quite as hard in the straightaways. They're trying to disrupt the flow and the chase of that peloton. That's number 1 reason. Number 2, they'll sit back there, do no work, because if Aaron gets caught, then they'll want to launch an attack and get off the front. And look at this, Texas Roadhouse putting 3 riders on the front. They don't want this break to go down the road, so they're going to get to the front, do a little bit of a team time trial, if you will, work together, draft off each other, share the load, share the effort up front of time in the wind to try and keep this breakaway at a manageable distance. Way too early for them to try and let a racer go down the way. So they're going to sit and watch and try and not let that happen. Chad Berdzalauskas on the front, right behind him. And he's got his teammate right behind him as well. Chad Berdzalauskas, we talked about him. Everybody loves Chad around here. He's come in 2nd place. If you're just joining and didn't hear me tell this heartbreak story, Chad Berdzalauskas finished 2nd place 2012, 2nd place 2013, and guess what place in 2014? You got it, 2nd place. So always the bridesmaid here, and he's looking to try and get on the top of that podium right now. So Chad Berdzalauskas trying to drag everyone back. He's got a teammate, Kyle Perry, right behind him, trying to get a little bit of work done there. But right now, Aaron Beebe off the front of this bike race. Chad and Kyle working together, talking a little bit right there on the front. They've got 3 team members up there. Ryan Knapp just patrolling, trying to keep the effort honest up there and try and make sure that they don't get too far away. I just saw a t-shirt there from Grey Goat Sports. Grey Goat Sports, one of our blue ribbon sponsors tonight. Staff at Grey Goat Sports in Indy. Always bicycle and fitness gurus. Stop by and check them out. Grey Goat is a specialized elite store. So if you're looking for a specialized bike and you're in Indianapolis, check out Grey Goat Sports. And as I get a look up at the lap counter, still showing 0. We're not counting down, but just to the right of that, the time on deck, 34 minutes into a 90-minute race. So we're only 1/3 of the way done. And as the sun begins to set in the Indianapolis area, not a bad seat in the house. It is absolutely phenomenal summer weather out there. The humidity is low, the temperature is high, and it's a beautiful, beautiful night to spend out at the Massachusetts Avenue Criterium, the Mass Ave Crit in its 8th year running. Had a chance to talk to the announcer, live announcer, John Gatch, well known again in the area. He is a coach of the Lionhearts Junior Racing program, also one of my frequent co-announcers. Rode over together, and I said, John, who's going to win that Pro Men 1-2 race? And he said, you know, my black horse, dark horse, whatever you want to call it, racer out there today is going to be Jack McCann. So we're going to be looking for Jack McCann later on in the race. I called out one of two people. I said, you know, I'd love to say Adam Leibowitz. Adam Leibowitz winning the Indy Crit 3 times in a row. I know he'd love to win this race. He's never won this race, at least not in the last 3 years. Adam Leibowitz has not won this race or even finished in the top 3. So I think he'd love to check this box off in his list of successful races. And I like his chances here. And we'll see if that plays out. Having said that, there's a couple of dark horses I'll say out there. Hogan Sills from Estelis Pro, got to watch out for that guy. So he doesn't have any teammates here, but he can race a nice and cagey race and just kind of sit towards the front of this bike race and reel in riders, maybe put in attacks as he goes. So we'll look to see how he is feeling today. Love to see Aaron Beebe on a race, sort of a race back into shape. Love to see him do well at this. But I also can't count out Drew Dillman back there. Finishing well, Drew Dillman not too long ago, finishing well at a couple mountain bike races, distance races. I'd love to see him do well, but I'd say that would be a tall order. He's essentially using this as a training race, an up-tempo, hard training race for his cyclocross season. Coming around, I hear John Gatch talking about preem lap. So prize laps, as Aaron Beebe says, I'm done, gentlemen. You have caught me. I had a good go at it, but that's fine. Come on through. I just need to stay in this group right now, so no problems there. This is a preem or a prize lap right now. Didn't hear exactly what it was. Could be cash, could be prizes. As we get a good look at corner one, has been a problem all day long for the racers. Hopefully it won't be a problem for any of these racers. So if you don't know what a preem or a prize lap is, essentially we ring a bell and say, next person around. The next person to make it all the way around the course and make it through the finish line, they're going to take home a preem or a prize. In a race like this, the prizes that are out there are valued at over $900. So broken down into 3 or 4 different prizes. I know one of the prizes out there was a set or a pair, I should say, or one carbon fiber handlebar made by Zip, retail value around $300. So anybody would like to take that one home. That is a good prize and one that will get put to good use. The fine folks of Zip always supporting cycling and doing a great job to support local cycling in this area as well. That's a Netherland rubber. That looks to be Martin Vecchio to me. I haven't seen his number, but that looks like the style of Martin Vecchio. That's what I'm hearing over the announcement now. Martin Vecchio taking home that preem out of the northern Ohio area. Martin Vecchio races crits very well, races cross as well. We'll be seeing him in the cyclocross season getting ramped up here in the next month or two. Martin Vecchio loves to hunt down preems, and he has opened up the bank on the last lap there. Martin Vecchio taking home that preem. Now we've got a Bissell rider jumping off the front a little bit, using that as a springboard to get it down the road just a little bit. As they're making their way around the course, sitting about top 10 there, I'd say top 6. Drew Dillman just talked about him, that green and sort of blue kit. Using it as a warm-up, but he doesn't look like he's warming up. He looks like he's on good form right now. Drew Dillman spends some time in the fall cyclocross racing in Europe, learning how to race over there. So he is an international talent right here on course today. And he aligns with that Marion cycling team. Marion University just about, I'd say, 5 miles up the road from here, maybe 10 at the most. Marion Cycling home of national champions. When we talk about Adam Leibowitz winning his national champions, those were done as a Marian University cyclist 20-plus times. Corinne Rivera, she is out racing, getting ready to race, defend her crit champ over at the Tour of Utah, racing over in Europe in the last 2 weeks. Corinne Rivera not here today. Corinne Rivera actually won this race in 2013, and at that time she had won, stay with me here, 68 national titles at the time when she had won this race last. So 68 national times she has stood on the top step, mostly in the track discipline, before Corinne Rivera graduated from Marian University, graduated on to the United Healthcare National Pro Team, and will be out racing in the Tour of Utah starting, I believe, tomorrow.
Toyota Scion and serving Carmel and Noblesville. I'm looking at my closed circuit feed, and Jonathan Jacobs is off the front right now.
So we're hearing Jonathan Jacob off the front of this bike race. Don't forget, Jonathan Jacob actually crashed very early on in the race, went down, back up on his bike, no problem, went to the pit essentially, got it fixed up, and he's back in there. He's looked like he's off the front with Kyle Perry. I'd love to see Kyle Perry do well here. Kyle Perry missing podiums, not by much. I know he stood on the podium on day one of the big 3-day cycling series here just a couple of months ago, kicked off up in the Columbus area, the Columbus area. We go up there for the tour of Grandview, then we went to Hyde Park and Madeira. So big 3 days of racing that brings in the national talent. And I know he was up there as well. So getting a look right now on the course, looks like number 33, Kyle Perry out there in that breakaway. He's got John Becker from Zone 6 Cycling, and then Jonathan Jacob right behind him. So that's your lead trio right now out on the course. We've had a bit of a shakeup. We had a breakaway go early, get brought back. Another breakaway trio go, which was followed by a trio of chasers. They got brought back. And now it looks like our lead trio again is going to get brought right back in again as the lead changes continue to take place. Riders right now in that headwind area of East Street turning onto Massachusetts, or Mass Ave, as we got the name from. That's the long finishing straight you're looking at now from that lead moto ref as he makes his way through here. Back on the front again, Ryan Knapp trying to get his race started. He really wants to get a breakaway going. You can see the frustration in his body language. He looks up at that timing clock. It says 43 minutes, so we are about halfway through this race. All of the efforts he's done so far for the last 45 minutes, and he really wants to get a breakaway established, but he can't seem to find that right mix, that right chemistry of riders to go up the road with him and work equally. Just can't seem to find it. You can see the frustration in his shoulders, not getting a lot of cooperation out there from the other cyclists. He's just looking over his shoulder again. Ryan Knapp can't believe he can't get someone to get out here with him. Bissell on the front as well. They're swinging over a little bit, looking around for some other teams to come to the front. Texas Roadhouse has to be one of the most well-represented teams out there right now, and he's not getting a lot of help from them. That looks to be Adam Leibowitz. Nope, Adam Leibowitz is right back there in the peloton. So one of his teammates up the road just a little bit, dragging out a Texas Roadhouse rider. But again, that's got to be Ryan Knapp, where he says, no, gentlemen, I am not going to let a break go down the road without me. Texas Roadhouse, Bissell, you're 1-2 in me. 1-2 punch, 1-2 punch. And I'm going to keep calling your bluff and riding up into that group and not let them go. He's watched that happen to him again. He's not about to let it happen to him again today. And he says, every time you send a rider down the road, I'm going with them because I'm not missing out today. And as we've got our two lead motos coming through, Right on the backside. So patrolling off the back a little bit, they'll resort themselves out, and we're going to come all back together. Seems like a great time to take a bit of a commercial break. We're going to be right back after this with the live action from the Mass Ave Crit right after our commercial break for our sponsors.
People, there's so much for us to prove, so keep on. There's so much for us to do, 'cause we can start a revolution. You and me, I said we'll start a revolution. Just you and me.
All right, and welcome back, Mass Ave Crit. We're about halfway through our men's professional category 1-2 race. And if you're just joining us or just joined us recently, you have missed a lot of action in the first 45 minutes of this race. We have seen attack after attack after attack. Bissell putting riders on the front. The ICC Bissell APG Giant team throwing one rider after another down the road. Texas Roadhouse, same thing. One rider, another down the road. I would say Zone 6 Cycling, but it's really Ryan Knapp going down the road one after another. Upland Brewing trying to get themselves one after another down the road. So attack after attack after attack coming. Just looking for that right mix. Netherland Rubber right behind them now, but sitting out just a little bit. As we get a live feed from our finish line area, you can see the 48 minutes on the clock. That is the finish line area up there. John Gatch doing the live race announcing, and that's where our podium presentation will be immediately following this race. But for right now, we've got one rider out the front, trailed by three, trailed by the full pack or peloton. And that's Ryan Knapp on the front right there. He has got a few partners with him. One of them looks like to be Dustin Marici, I believe to be in that Marion kit right behind him. So he's found a new breakaway partner or breakaway partners as Ryan Knapp. Again, if you haven't been watching, he has been, I believe, in every single break of the day. And that is a lot to ask of your legs. We've got a Bissell rider off the front right now looking at his bike, just hammering away. But lots of attacks behind him. So for the uninitiated, if you don't know, looking back, you don't see a lot of riders sitting up riding 5-6 wide. What you see is one long, thin line. That means the pace is very high as they're making their way around the course right now. The pace is up. Everybody's on the chase. They don't want to get left behind. It's too early to get dropped in a race like this. And, hey, by the way, this race places 15 or pays 15 deep for a $2,000 cash payout. So you want to finish at least top 15. If you're not going to win, you want to at least try and finish top 15 as our riders make their way through. Again, Bissell rider on the front. Ryan Knapp rolling through second, and he's got quite a bit of company as they make their way through again under that Nuvo Mass Ave Crit banner here Saturday, August 1st on a beautiful, beautiful day. I'm going to give a shout out right now. It's a momentous day in the life of John Gatch, my co-announcer. He's out there live announcing. It is his anniversary, so a big shout out to John and Jerry Gatch for spending your anniversary right here with us. Congratulations. Riders bunny hopping on the backside, just hopping over a little bit of maybe a sewer lid or a spot in the pavement that they don't like, frequent tactic. It's good. They're not swerving. They're just hopping over it. That's a great tactic and something you see in these more experienced crowds. And it looks like Kyle Perry there from Texas Roadhouse on the chase right now. Martin Vecchio leading that a little bit of chase peloton, if you will. Martin Vecchio picking up one of those preems just a few laps ago, and he looks like he's back out there in a nice, safe spot. Not up front, but definitely not back in the mayhem. A lot of riders talk about, where do you want to be in the peloton? Do you want to be on the front? Well, of course, everybody wants to be on the front, but that's not physically possible to do over and over and over again. So what happens a lot is you want to stay in the front third of the racers. So I'm just going to say, I'm going to bet, just looking at the way that that rider is going, that's probably Jonathan Jacob. Is it because I recognize him? No, I can't tell him in those hat and glasses. Did I see his number? No, but what I did see, unfortunately, was a lot of black marks down the left side of his body. I know that Jonathan Jacob crashed earlier on in the race, got back up, went on. So that might be Jonathan Jacob now off the front of this bike race, still wearing the wounds of his early crash early on in the race, only going down, I believe, because of a flat tire, but he's back in and now off the front of this bike race. So where do you want to be in the peloton? Again, you can't be on the front. That's too much wind, too much work. Don't want to be in the back third. Back third is where typically the crashes happen, number one. And number two, it's the slinky game back there. Every corner sort of stretches out the peloton, and then it comes back together. And that's that slinky part. And if you were on the back of that slinky, you've got to move very quickly to get back up to the front of a bike race, which means using a lot of energy, expending a lot of energy. You don't want to be in the back third. Where you want to be is in that front third or so of the peloton. So first 20 or so riders are sort of in the right spot for a nice long 90-minute race. On the front like this, way too much work to get done. Back third is a dangerous spot to be in. You want to be in the first 20 or so riders of a race, to be very careful not to get into trouble, not too far back so that you are not able to catch back up, but right in that sweet spot is about, I'm going to say 10th to 20th place right now, which is about where the riders you're looking at right now, this is probably where you're going to see your lead riders come out of. They're in that sweet spot, if you will, of staying out of the wind, staying protected from the wind, and yet in contention, able to get up to the front of the bike race at short notice. So I wouldn't say the chase is really on Bissell off the front there, but I don't see a big chase. They know they're going to catch that Bissell rider, but what they don't want to catch too quick, too early, too fast, because what will happen is as soon as they catch, that's the perfect time for the next rider to launch an attack and go off the front. And so if you catch that rider, that might incite or initiate another attack. They call that a counterattack. And that means the pace just goes up again. So you're like, you know what? Hey, we've caught this rider. We're close. We're going to catch him. Let's just sit up for a moment. Let's let this go for a moment. We'll catch him in the next lap or two. But for right now, maybe we can sit down, take a drink of water, and take a bit of a breather before we know it goes again. 53 minutes on the clock. So 53 minutes into a 90-minute race. We're quickly working our way into the last third of this race. First third of the race, lots of action. Second, third, we're right in the middle of that where, yeah, some attacks trying to go down the road. Maybe there's a bit of a sort-out process, maybe not. Last third, we'll see that light up again. I said that just out of the corner there. You did see a rider attack. That was Ryan Knapp again. We'll get a look here in just a moment and see if he's able to make that stick. Ryan Knapp, love the guy. I have to, unfortunately, race against him all cyclocross season long. And unfortunately, I say race against him. I race in his category, but I call him Don't Lap Me Knapp because the guy's always trying to put a lap on me in cyclocross. Love Ryan Knapp. Great guy, soft-spoken, very nice, cares a lot about the sport of cycling. I mentioned before, he gives a lot back, coaches the women's team over at IU. always trying to gather up good parts and accessories to supplement their parts for the women's training, and he's always taking them out on training rides. It's really great to see him giving back to the sport of cycling. Like I said, soft-spoken, but he's a quiet killer because he'll crush streams on a day like today. So Aaron Beebe back off the front again. Ryan Knapp in there with a Texas Roadhouse rider sandwiched right in between. And as we get into the 60-minute mark of this race, this is where you start to see some breakaways start to stick and go down the road and actually work because riders are getting tired out there. That looks to be Ray Smith trying to lead the charge, not to get left behind. But as you get in the last 20, 30 minutes of this race, that's where you'll see breakaways go and maybe stay on it. And working together, it looks like pretty well off the front. Aaron Beebe, Ryan Knapp, and that Texas Roadhouse cyclist trying not to get left behind. I see it looks like an Upland, maybe an Upland Brewing. That's Kyle Perry in that group. So this is a dangerous, dangerous group. You got Ryan Knapp, Kyle Perry, and Aaron Beebe off the front of this bike race. Absolutely dangerous trio to let go down the road. These guys know how to ride off the front. They know how to pace line. They know how to time trial. They'll work together. Looks like Ryan Knapp talking to him a little bit, saying, come on, Kyle, I need your help in this. Come on, Aaron. We can make this stick, but we've got to work together. We've got to make this happen. And I'm going to say, I don't like the cohesion right now. It doesn't look very cohesive. And if they're not working together from moment one, then this will not last. Netherland Rubber got a rider coming up right behind them now, and then Team Upland Brewery as well. So you may see a 5-rider breakaway in just a moment going up the road. 5 riders this late in the race surely could make this stick. And that's Chad Bertzalauskas riding on the front right there. Emil Abraham riding third wheel. So they're not represented in the break, but they do have a rider up front in Kyle Perry to get this going. They've got it going any second now. They'll make it up front. So there's your trio, but now we're going to join up. I'm going to call it join because they're only about 10 meters off. They may make it across, and these riders will look back. They'll take an assessment. Kyle Perry will look back and go, who's back there? Who's about to join? Do we want them on or not? And if he says no, he's going to drill it at the front a little bit and say, gentlemen, don't let these two catch us. We don't want them in the mix with us. So 62 riding over there. That is Dustin Marici riding in that black and green kit, and then we'll have to get a look at who his breakaway companion is. That's Netherland Rubber rider, but I can't get a look at exactly who that is. It's not Martin Vecchio. It is not Jack McCann. It could be Kirk Albers. He's tall enough. Kirk Albers, I could pick him out before, but the guy has started a CrossFit program the last few years, and now he's got big arms, and so I can't pick him out all the time because he's all strong now in his upper body. So we'll get a look here right now at those two trying to bridge across. I've got to believe that that is Kirk Albers. We'll try and get a look at his number as he makes his way around. Kirk Albers will be rolling in number 29. So let's see if that is indeed 29 Kirk Albers. If so, now you've got former professional level firepower in there. Ryan Knapp on the front. Kyle Perry right behind him. Aaron Beebe right behind him. And then we know Mr. Marici, Dustin Marici, right behind him. We've got to get the number off of that Netherland Rubber rider. Again, it appears to be Kirk Albers, but I just can't tell. So I'm hearing Merchandise Preem come up over the announcement. Merchandise Preem, so a prize. I would say unlikely these riders will sprint for that. They will continue to work together to try and get away. Boy, it certainly looks like Kirk Albers, but I got to tell you, for those of you watching online that know Kirk Albers well, you got to go with me on this. His arms have gotten so big that it just doesn't look like Kirk Albers anymore. He's got triceps now and biceps. So I can't call it, but I think that might be Kirk Albers on the front. Merchandise Preem coming up, and I don't think we'll see our lead 5 riders do anything about that. They shouldn't do anything about it. They should sit in, take it easy, because they want to win the bike race. Great to get merchandise, but don't disrupt your flow. Don't make it harder on your breakaway companions. Let's just keep it nice and easy and straight and narrow. Let's keep the gas on. So out there on the front, you've got to watch out. Kyle Perry out there. He's a great sprinter. He sprints very Mark Cavendish style. He's low in his profile, so it makes him more aerodynamic and fast. Aaron Beebe, you're just coming into the camera view right now. Then we've got Dustin Marici in that green and black kit wearing that cask helmet. Ryan Knapp in that lead 5 as well. Local boy Ryan Knapp, again, I'd love to see him do well because of all he does for the sport of cycling. And I'm going to call that has got to be number 29, Kirk Albers. I don't know anyone else on the Netherlands rubber team that has that pedaling style. He's very tall. But kudos to you, Kirk Albers. You're putting on the muscles there, buddy. So there's your lead group of 5 making their way around. Swinging around East Street onto Massachusetts or Mass Ave. They'll make their way past the YMCA that also has the Rathskeller there. Plenty of riders watching from there. The YMCA opening their doors to us today for all riders to go in there and shower up so they can come back and hang out here at the Mass Ave Crit. And here is your big group. So I think we have our winning break of the day. A little early to call it, but when you've got a Texas Roadhouse rider in the break and then you've got that many Texas Roadhouse riders stacking up the front of that peloton, they will do absolutely no work to try and bring this break away. They've got their man, Kyle Perry, their sprinter, out in this breakaway, and that's a good spot. And good on you, Ryan Knapp, for putting yourself in potentially what could be the winning break of the day. 1 hour and 2 minutes on the clock, and now the lead group has about a half lap on the rest of the field. So it would be very difficult, not impossible, when you got 6 Texas Roadhouse riders. 6 Texas Roadhouse riders on the front of this peloton. They are controlling everything. Andy Messer, Upland Brewing, has been left out of the party, and he says, that's it, gentlemen. I know what you're doing. You are slowing down this peloton. And no, I'm going to take a flyer, see if I can bridge across no man's land to get myself back into this race. But Andy Messer, you are going to have to put your head down and throw all your chips to the center of the table if you're going to get across to this breakaway, because that is going to be a very, very tough spot to go. That is a big expanse of land to try and make your way across to the front of this race. Good on you for trying, and he is going all in, says, this is what I've got. It's all or nothing right now. I'm either racing for last or I'm racing for 6, but I need to get up to that group, and I'm going to put all my chips in the center table and say, here's what I've got. Call my bluff if you may, but I'm trying to go for it. And look at Texas Roadhouse rolling this race like a professional peloton, getting their guy into the break, Kyle Perry, and then patrolling the front of that peloton like it's their job, because it is, and they are doing a superb job of that today. That is team racing. That is team tactics. Bissell, same thing. So now you've got Bissell, Netherland Rubber, Texas Roadhouse, Zone 6, all the big players out there working to disrupt that peloton. It will be one singular attack after another. Upland Brewery, that's what we're talking about. You missed out on this break. There's nothing you can do about it. You've got a stranglehold going on with Texas Roadhouse and the rest out there. And now you're going to see these onesie-twosies try and sort of go up the road. This Bissell rider, he's got one job. So you may look and go, okay, Scott, you just said the Bissell wouldn't attack this group. Bissell's not attacking this group. They're sending a rider up to that rider in Andy Messer in that green Upland kit. Essentially, his job is going to be to ride up to his back wheel. Right here, you can see it. Bissell in that white kit, blue kit, black kit is going to ride up to the green wheel of Andy Messer and sit on his wheel and pull him right back to the peloton. So he'll sit on him, mentally sit on him, right on his back wheel, do no work, and his job is just to drag Andy Messer figuratively back into that peloton to say, no, sir, you have missed that break. You're not going to do any work. You're not going to create the white rabbit, if you will, for the peloton to chase. My job's going to go up there, sit on your wheel, drag him right back. I'd be shocked to see this Bissell rider ride past Andy Messer. He should ride up there, sit on his wheel, and then slowly just help him come on back to that peloton because he wants his rider up front. Right now, Aaron Beebe, all in for this guy, and he wants him to do well on this ride, so he's going to drag that rider back. So you're getting a look down that long finishing straight right now of our lead group, our lead 5 riders right now. And look, see, just what we were talking about. We've got a rider up front sitting on that Bissell Giant, rode right up to Andy Messer's wheel, that Upland Brewery, looks back and says, no, Andy, I'm not here to help you. This is not a 2-man breakaway. This is me protecting my rider who's up the road in this lead break of 5 riders right now. So let's talk about that. Some people have said, what do you mean he's going to sit on his wheel and drag him back? He can't touch him. No, he can't touch him. So, but he can ride right up to his wheel. Mentally now, you've got a sandbag behind you. You've got this thing you're dragging around the course mentally to go, get off my wheel and help me. He's going to look back and that Bissell rider's going to go, no, not here to help you. Mentally, I'm just going to sit on your wheel and pull you slowly back because you want me to come around and work, get into the wind, ride with you, and you're going to get frustrated. You just have to pretend like he's not there. Look, Andy Messer saying, you're going to work with me or not? This Bissell Giant says, not. That's the answer, not. I'm not here to work with you because if I do anything to help that peloton get up to my group where I've got Aaron Beebe out front, then I haven't done my job as a good teammate because I've done something to hurt his chances of winning this bike race. And so here you go. This is not your lead. This is your chase group coming up behind Andy Messer. Heartbreak goes out for him. He wants to get across. One rider trying to ride against 5 of the stronger riders in the Midwest and beyond is a very, very tough order to place. And that's simply not going to happen. Look at Texas Roadhouse riding like they're in the Tour de France, protecting their leader out down the road, sitting on the front of this race, making it difficult for anyone to break away and come around them simply by riding tempo, they call, on the front. So they ride a pace that's not easy, but not overwhelmingly hard. It's somewhere right in between, fast enough that they're not going to catch the breakaway riders, but slow enough that they're sort of taking it easy and slowing the riders down. So there's your breakaway group of 5. Coming up East Street and coming now off of Vermont Street, you'll see a group of 3 riders, it looked like, trying to get off the front of that peloton. So there's your group of 5. We'll pan back here to the left. And there's your group of 3 riders now caught in no man's land because you're not off the front, but you're not in the peloton, so you're doing all the work. They are working 20% plus harder than anyone in that peloton. So burning matches, writing checks out of the bank, if you will, one after another. And our lap counter is up, 14 laps to go. So big group of 5 off the front. That is such a great spot to be in. Such a great spot to be in because you've got representation from Netherland Rubber. You've got representation from Bissell. You've got representation from Zone 6. And you've got representation from Texas Roadhouse. So if you brought all of your teams to the party, all of those teams have one guy in the break right now. That's what you want. That's exactly what you want to happen because you're nearly guaranteed a podium spot. Now, of course, there are only 3 spots on the podium. But if you've got a sprinter in that, you're nearly guaranteed a podium spot. And, oh, by the way, you might take home 2 if you can control the field and win the field sprint. Field sprint being anyone beyond that breakaway in that big peloton or field, as we call it. 13 laps to go on the lap counter. So 13 laps to go, a bit of measured effort going in. It's too early to start playing games. If the 5 riders out there front right now start playing any sort of games, and by games I mean looking at each other and maybe not racing and maybe trying to save a little bit of energy, they can get caught in 2 laps tops from a group like this today. But they won't do that. Right now they are trying to stay on the front of this bike race, so they will continue taking their turn on the front, working in the wind, riding in the slipstream behind them, conserving energy, just so they can make it away. Drew Dillman right there, center screen, that green and blue kit. National level racer, international level racer, out warming up, if you will, getting himself ready for the cyclocross season that starts in just over a month. Look at that. There is the chase group. So this group of riders is sort of in the middle of no man's land. You can't even see the lead group out there. They're dangling just off the front of the main peloton, but here's your lead group riders. Kyle Perry on the front. Dustin Marici right behind him. Ryan Knapp right behind him. Aaron Beebe right behind him. And Kirk Albers, the former professional Jelly Belly pro, right behind him. And that is a tough person to have in the break. Kirk Albers not known for his sprint. Not a knock against him, just not known for his sprint. He is a breakaway specialist, and you're going to want to keep an eye on him as we get down into 8, 7, 6 laps to go. He may have a bit of a dig to try and break away and win this solo, because when he looks around, Kirk Albers, he knows who's here. Ryan Knapp, again, not known for his sprint. Kirk Albers, not known for his sprint. Aaron Beebe, good sprinter. Kyle Perry, excellent sprinter. My dark horse in this group is Dustin Marici a little bit, because I don't know his sprint ability out there. But Kirk Albers and Ryan Knapp, not known for their big sprint powerhouse. So they may actually collude a little bit as the race winds down to try and get away, or sort of break away from the breakaway, if you will, and do a little bit of extra effort. Because, hey, if you're looking around and you know you got to sprint against Kyle Perry, these riders know who he is, and they know his sprint ability. And if they know they can't beat him, well, then why would they do anything else other than go all in with a few laps to go or several laps to go and try and beat him out, catch him unawares, and get off the front of the bike race and beat him, because they know they can't sprint against him? Absolutely, Kirk Albers. Still hasn't been able to see his number, but I know his face well. Work with Kirk Albers a lot, and he is definitely out there riding a good race today. He's got shut out a few times because he works so hard to help set up the course. A lot of these barriers out here coming from Kirk Albers' company. So I'm sure he showed up, set up a bunch of barriers, and now he's put on his racing kit and is racing as well. Retired from professional cycling, I'm going to say in the last 10 years. I can't remember exactly when it was. I know I raced a couple races where he was still in his Jelly Belly kit. And now he is out there racing for that Netherlands Rubber Squad. He, again, bases himself out of the Columbus, Ohio area. And so you've got representation from several states out there right now. 11 laps to go in this men's professional category 1-2 race here at the Mass Ave Crit. Mass Ave Crit doubling up as the Indiana State Championship Criterium race as well. They've been crowning champions all day long, and they'll do the same thing out of this race. If they're an Indiana State racer out there, they will crown them the Crit champ as well. So on the front, that's Kirk Albers, the tall figure of Kirk Albers. Kyle Perry right behind him. Dustin Marici right behind him. Ryan Knapp in the 4th spot right now, and it looked like the other rider, one more rider out there, Aaron Beebe in 5th spot. But hey, doesn't matter if you're in 5th place now. It all matters on that final lap if you're in 1st place or not. Dustin Marici laying down on the bars like that. He is tired, but that's not what that is. That is a nice arrow tuck. You may have seen him flick his elbow a little bit. That says, come on around, gentlemen. That's my time on the front. That's the universal signal for cyclists. flick your elbow that says, come on around. I'm not going to slow down, but you should speed up or maintain your pace a little bit. Come around on the other side of me. Take your turn in the wind. Do a little bit of work with me. And again, they will do well to do just that. They will keep working themselves around. 5 up strong. That is a strong, strong way to go, and they're going to want to keep that going the way that it is. So just under 10 laps to go. Kirk Albers on the front, Kyle Perry, Ryan Knapp, Dustin Marici, and Aaron Beebe on the front of this race, finding themselves in a 5-man break with about 30 minutes to go. They found their way into this break, and now with 9 laps to go, at about a minute and a half per lap, I'd say, they don't have too much racing left to go. It'll be very interesting. The two that I want to watch now, on the front, Ryan Knapp, on the front, Ryan Knapp, and then that blue kit with the pink band on it, Kirk Albers. It'd be very interesting to see if they want this down to a sprint in this race or if they'll try to break away. I just heard a preem lap called for carbon fiber zip bars. So a $300 value out there right now, donated from the Zip and SRAM factory just around the corner. If you've always wondered where your beautiful Zip wheels are made, they're made just around the corner right here in Indianapolis, Indiana. You can tour that factory. You can set up a factory tour if you ever find yourself in Indianapolis. Reach out ahead of time. They'll be happy to walk you through. You can go in there and ogle at all the carbon fiber beauty that you can possibly find in one room. Zip Factory, Zip Racing Wheels. We gave away a set worth about $3,000 earlier today. Zip, a local company, but if you looked at the Tour de France, you would have seen a good chunk of the peloton racing Zip wheels made right here in America and even made right here in Indianapolis. World Championship wheels. So Preem out on there right now. Kirk Albers looking like he's going to take home that Preem again, not jumping out. They may even be taking turns with the Preem to say, gentlemen, don't mess about right now. We've got a good break. We're working very well together. Don't worry about that Preem. We'll sort it out at the finish. What you worry about with me is right now we are all best friends, companions, essentially all on the same team. The 5 of us work together. We each take a very short, brief period in the wind. The rest of us are saving energy behind you. We'll all take our turn in the wind at the front of this bike race. And as we'll start to watch this, as it starts to wind down a little bit more, we'll start to look to see, is anybody in that lead group of 5, anybody in there skipping pools or not taking their turn in the wind? Haven't seen that yet. So when you start to see that, it means one of two things. Either there's a rider in there that's too tired to actually take their turn in the wind. They'll start skipping pools is what we call that. Or they're gaming the system, starting to sit up a little bit and say, nah, I think I'm not going to take a pool in this section because I'm going to game the system a little bit. Maybe I'll tell you I'm tired, but I'm not really. And then when we start to get closer to the finish, I might make my way back up to the front and then take the sprint and beat you all at your own game. So that could be happening. I haven't seen anybody skipping pools yet. Still working together, still best of friends as they come through. Saw 8 laps to go. I believe they'll see 7 laps to go. So there's Aaron Beebe on the front, swinging off. Kirk Albers right behind him in that blue kit. Kyle Perry right behind him. Ryan Knapp right there. Dustin Marici sitting up, going to the back, taking a little bit of a bottle to take a little bit of a drink towards the back of that. Dustin Marici, again, not necessarily skipping a pool, but he did sit up, drift off the back just a little bit, take a drink of water. He knows that if something's going to happen, if the fire heats up a little bit, it's going to happen soon. So maybe he thinks, you know what, I'm going to get one last drink of water in. I got about 10 to 12 minutes or so left of this race. I'm going to get one more drink in before the action heats up. And that's Dustin Marici there in that green and black kit with that green and black helmet on there. He's a little bit of the unknown for me around here, not racing in one of these 4 or 5 big teams that are out there, and they are swinging off, taking a look at the finish line. They're going to see 6 laps to go. So 6 laps to go. I'm going to say it's still best of friends so far. They need to get down to about 4 laps to go, maybe 3 laps to go before they can start gaming each other, before they can say, okay, gloves are off. We're no longer friends anymore. I'm not working with you guys anymore. I want to win this bike race. I'm going to sit up and conserve energy, stop taking pulls on the front. They simply can't do that yet. It's too early to do that. If they start playing games, we call it cat and mouse, if you will, daring one or the other to move. If they do that this early, they could lose this bike race very quickly. Aaron Beebe sitting up, looking over. Now you're wondering what he's doing. Why is he looking at everybody like that? He swings out. That's a very professional move. He'll looking at the shoulders, looking at the face, looking at the demeanor of those riders, trying to figure out who looks tired, who looks like they're breathing heavy, whose face looks like they're in pain. Because of all those things, you can tell someone if they're ready to sprint or not, or ready to attack or not. If somebody's riding along with their mouth closed in a breakaway like this, that says, well, they look like they're having too easy a go at this. They're feeling pretty good. I need to watch out for that person. So part of this game of cycling, 2 things. If you're watching people, part of the game is assessing what you think they're going through and how tired you think they are. Ryan Knapp doing the same thing. Swings off, looks at everybody, taking a look at the demeanor. Are their hips rocking a lot? Are their shoulders tight? Are their legs or arms tight? Are they sort of sitting up like they look uncomfortable? Because he's watching. That's part of the game. Watch and assess. The second part of the game is if you're hurting, poker face extraordinary. Professional level racers. Vincenzo Nibali in the Tour de France, what he's known for is poker face extraordinaire. You can't tell by looking at that guy one bit if he's tired, stressed, under duress. You can't tell because he knows his partners or his racers are looking around at him and saying, does he look tired? If he looks tired and I'm not tired, it's time to attack. And so poker face is what you want to have out there right now. Don't show an ounce of your weakness, and these guys are pros. They know how to do just that. We're getting a nice group, a trio, it looks like, trying to get off the front, again, of that peloton to sweep up as many podium spots as they can. Texas Roadhouse still demanding attention at the front of that race, but we've got this nice 5 group, and let's see, is dissension starting? They're starting to break up a little bit, so they're going to start to see 4 laps to go. Kyle Perry just looking around, trying to do a little bit of an assessment. It's a little early to start the breakup right now. Right now they need to hold hands and be friends, maybe for another lap or 2, but this is when it starts. You see this right now. Riders, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, riders back starting to stop pedaling. That tells me the pace at the front is slowing down a little bit, and they're not pushing it quite as much as they are. Look at this. They're looking at each other now. The games are already beginning. They're riding too wide. That means they are not working together as well as they were. They're looking over their shoulder to decide, is this too early to start this game or not? Gentlemen, I don't know. This might be too early. With 4 laps to go, you can see that trio behind them trying to charge up to them. They need to stick to their guns, stick to the plan, and not start playing cat and mouse just yet. So look at this. The 4 riders there. Aaron Beebe swinging off, looking at him, saying, gentlemen, I don't know. You look strong. We're going to see 3 laps to go in just a moment. If I look over my shoulder, I can see 3 riders right behind us, and they are charging pretty fast. We've got number 52 right behind him. I've been calling him the wrong name. That is Bryce Brookshire. I was calling him Ray Smith. That is Ray Smith's teammates. Bryce Brookshire now getting on to the front of this bike race. He's looking pretty strong. Andy Messer been out there in no man's land for some while, and some time. He is still out there. As the riders are going to see 3 laps to go coming through. Just a moment, turned on to Mass Ave. So I'm hearing 18 seconds is the gap right now. So 3 big laps to go. They're looking at each other a little bit more. Just trying to figure out who looks strong. Dustin Marici on the front. That's Dustin Marici, Ryan Knapp, Aaron Beebe right behind him, Kirk Albers right behind him, and then Texas Roadhouse Kyle Perry. But look at this. This is the closest to Chase group we've seen. They have gone all in right now, doing all the work they can to try and make their way up to the front. Now, front group, no monkey business. They cannot sit up for 1 second and start to dream of a sprint finish. They have got to finish this off on the front, so these 5 need to continue working together. They're going to see 2 laps to go, and they are in extreme danger of being caught in the last lap if they don't do anything but give it all they've got right now. Look at Aaron Beebe, flicks his elbow, and what I noticed, nobody pulls right through. Kirk Albers right there says, hey, I'll come through, but I'm not putting in a big effort. That means they have stopped working together. They're sort of being cordial about it right now. They're saying, okay, I'll pull through, but I'm not going to put in a big effort right now. There are 5 of us in here, but I know I could get hung out to dry and stuck on the front right now because look at that. The 3 trio is right behind them, and then now they've got a full peloton coming up behind them as well. Aaron Beebe coming up on the inside says, if you're going to sit down, I'm going to go. That's a dangerous spot to attack in because he's got to make his way all the way over and then through this dicey corner 1. That you got to watch that speed limit there. Aaron Beebe right now, Kyle Perry right behind him. Dustin Marici trying to stay on terms right now. And Ryan Knapp coming through as well right behind him. And we've got Kirk Albers on the back 5. Don't know what's going on with number 52 there. Number 52 flicking his elbow a little bit. Bryce Brookshire maybe saying, gentlemen, help me out. I can't do this any longer. We are under 2 laps to go right here at the Mass Ave Crit in our men's professional category 1-2 race. You are looking at your leaders, 5 leaders on the road right now. Kyle Perry makes that big final swing on 2 laps to go, so he is going to hear a bell lap ring. And are they going to be able to stay away for this final lap? And here we go. Now the dissension has begun in earnest. Kyle Perry says, no, I don't want to be on the front. I've done it now. I've stuck myself on the front. My team has been working hard behind me there. Not the spot you want to be in. It is very, very difficult to win a bike race to the front. And now they start the track, stand, start. They're going to slow down and say, come around me. I do not want to be on the front. Kyle Perry, he does not like where he's at right now. He's on the front of a bike race. Hard to win from the front. Being stuck on the front, and he can also look over his shoulder and see Andy Messer coming. Attacks going up the side of the road. Kirk Albers said, I do not want to sprint with you guys. I am going to go now. Kyle Perry on terms with that. Right away, Kirk Albers goes because he knows he can't outsprint Kyle Perry. So he jumps on that backside. Number 1, he doesn't want to get caught. Number 2, he does not want to sprint this out. So he tries to put in a big dig while everybody's looking at each other. Sometimes you can just barely get away, and that's what Kirk Albers did. He tried to attack him when they weren't watching. Didn't work out for him. So he knows that he's not going to win that sprint. Kyle Perry biding his time, sitting there, just watching. He wants to wait. Kyle Perry is the Mark Cavendish of our area. He's got that small profile and a blistering sprint. Here we go on the final lap. Final part. Kyle Perry out front. Aaron Beebe right behind him. Ryan Knapp right on him as we go into the finish line. Maybe Kyle Perry went too early. Maybe not. He's got the aerodynamic advantage. Too close to call, but we had Ryan Knapp may have won that. Right behind him, Aaron Beebe, and I believe then Kyle Perry's going to round out the top. I think Ryan Knapp may have pulled off the win for his team right here in Indianapolis at the Mass Ave Crit. That would be phenomenal. It looks like he just may have pipped everybody else on the line. We will have to go to camera for that, but wow, what a finish to that bike race. Absolutely phenomenal, phenomenal finish. That lead break of 5 getting established with about 30 minutes to go, making their way down the road and looking really good. We're going to go to the replay tape right now. You can just see Aaron Beebe in the white shoulders on the right, Ryan Knapp in the black kit on the right with the red shoes, Kyle Perry on the left in the green. And watch this as we slow it down. I think Ryan Knapp with the bike throw at the end may have out-sprinted Aaron Beebe, but maybe not. That's why they put the high-speed camera. And you better believe right now up on the official stand, they are rolling this back frame by frame. They've got a camera that shoots right down the line there. And now that I see it that way, I'm thinking Aaron Beebe may have just pipped Ryan Knapp at the finish. Ryan Knapp shaking his head. So I don't know if he was shaking his head after that because he got it or shaking that head because he just got beat. But wow, what a finish to that bike race. Stay tuned. In just a moment, we're going to cut out to the finish area because we will be doing the podium presentation for our Pro Men's 1-2. I'll take this opportunity to thank a lot of people. Nuvo, Indy's alternative voice, Nuvo putting on this Criterium out here today. Mass Avenue Criterium and all the sponsors, Bicycle Garage Indy, BGI, big sponsor, Butler Toyota Scion, for donating the lead cars. I hear some cheers coming up out there. Ryan Knapp declared the winner. Ryan Knapp declared the winner right here at Mass Avenue by, I would say, maybe barely a tire width. So local boy Ryan Knapp done good today. So it looks like he's been declared the winner of the Mass Ave Crit. Wow, between he and Aaron Beebe, that was quite a sprint finish. So again, stick around because we're going to go live out to the field and we're going to join John Gatch up for the podium presentation on the day.
Thank you, Mass Avenue, for having us back. We hope you were entertained. I certainly was by that final race of the day. Very, very exciting. As it almost came all back together, they held them off by about 10 seconds. Ryan Knapp taken down. And we'd like to thank Lockerbie Books, James Scott Apparel, of course, our presenting sponsors, New Belgium Brewing, the Bicycle Garage Indy, Butler Toyota Scion, Chatterbox Jazz Club, Grey Goat Sports, the Indiana State Museum, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, SRAM and Zip. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Eskenazi Health. Thank you also to Motion Cycling and Fitness, BGI, Bicycle Garage Indy. Nice job as always. Thank you for the support, Bicycle Garage Indy. So we get up to the podium, please. Ryan Knapp, Kyle Perry, and Aaron Beebe riding for the Bissell ABG Giant team. Second to set up our podium. There's Ryan Knapp. No, it's not Ryan Knapp. Teammate of Ryan Knapp. Celebrating. There's Ryan Knapp right there on the start-finish line. We get Scott Herman, who is doing our webcast, to get a word with your winner, Ryan Knapp.
All right, I'm down here on the finish line with Ryan Knapp.
Knapp. Ryan, I got to say, personally, I'm very excited. I've watched too many of these races that you've missed out on the break. And today, I watched you attack after attack to cover every single break. Talk me a little bit through your race today.
I felt pretty good the last few days, and kind of today after I was in that first move with 3 guys that I actually thought had the right ingredients to go. We had a decent gap for a while too, but it just kind of fell apart, which I was pretty frustrated when that came back because I poured a lot into that first one. But then I was just frustrated and intent on getting something out of today, and so I just tried to stay at the front and because this course kind of it's the same 20 people in every move, just kind of rotating, so I just tried to be in that mix and hope that a break would go. I didn't have a ton left in my legs, so I was just hoping the break went quick and then I could kind of fake it from there, but I got lucky. Somebody else opened up the sprint first and I was able to kind of stay out of the wind for a while, but yeah, I'm really happy to win this race, and it's big for our team and all that stuff, so
yeah, it's great to see. So with about 5 laps to go, a little bit of cat and mouse started there. When you came around on that last lap, did you honestly think, were you like, you know what, I think I can actually win this race? Or were you looking across at some other people saying, I don't know if I can outsprint them?
Well, I was having this kind of like internal discussion for probably like the last 10 laps. I was like, I've done a lot, been off the front. I can have an excuse if I don't win because, maybe if I lose, that's fine. And I was like, no, that's dumb, don't say that. And then on the back stretch, I kind of played the reshuffling well and I got a free ride up to a little, across the gap on the back. And I was sitting 3rd or 4th wheel, but the guys in front of me had all put in kind of a decent little effort already. So I was like, okay, well, if I play my cards right and this, shakes out where I don't have to hit the wind until the last stretch, that maybe it's possible. And, luckily the pace was high. We never really slowed down. I was able to just kind of stay out of the wind and didn't honestly have to sprint much until that last intersection, but obviously we ran out of, I needed every pedal stroke, so.
Did you know you won that sprint?
No, we actually went the whole lap, Aaron Beebe and myself, just like, did you win? I don't know, did you win? And it was a pretty good vibe in the break. Everybody knew everybody, and so, it was a pretty classic bike race. No sketchy business, but yeah, we definitely did not know who it was. We thought we passed Kyle, but between Aaron and myself, we weren't sure. So
very nice, Ryan Knapp. I'm going to say, take this, savor it, Mass Ave. This is your champion. We're going to see him up on the podium in just one moment.
All right, we're going to get Aaron Beebe and Kyle Perry and Mr. Ryan Knapp up to the podium over here. And Aaron, we have some pre-money to give you, courtesy of Jason Fowler and his best friends, who badgered us into giving away a pre. You give him the thanks for it. This, Ryan Knapp winning this race really puts his new team, this team is a new team, it's the first Internet Bank cycling team, kind of puts them on the map. I think, Scott, that this is the first big win for that team.
Like I said, I've watched this team heartbreak after heartbreak this year, getting a lot of top 3s, a lot of top 5s, just missing out on the podium. And you're right, this really puts them on the map to say, we're here, we're serious, we're going to win bike races. We know from the women's side they've got Bree Clark and Sarah Kimberly. We know they've got firepower there. Now on the men's side, we say legitimate as well.
All right, Ryan, if we get you to come around behind the podium with Aaron and Kyle Perry.
Give Ryan next.
We're going to get our podium presentation underway. Last one of the night, but don't go away after this, folks. The Chatterbox Cafe is going to have live music going. New Belgian Brewing going for a while as well. And of course, you're down in Mass Ave, so you know it's a good time down here. So come on and stay. Get your cameras ready. Put your raincoats on out there, I think. If you have sensitive electronic equipment, you may want to cover it. Or if your hair is going to get messed up, like my hair. No, my hair never gets messed up. All right, in 3rd place, riding for the Texas Roadhouse team. He was my pick. Sorry, Ryan. He was my pick to win because you'd been in the break early. 3rd place on the day, riding for the Texas Roadhouse cycling team, Mr. Kyle Perry.
And second place, your silver medalist, racing for ICC Bissell ABG Giant right here in Indianapolis, Mr. Aaron Beebe. And taken down one of the monuments of Midwestern Criterium racing. So happy to see this man on the top step, racing for the First Internet Bank cycling team, Mr. Ryan Knapp. He gets the flowers, he gets the champagne, he gets a pair of podium shoes from Zecco. What more could you want? It's like the perfect evening in Indiana. It's summertime, and Ryan Knapp is on the top step. Let's hear it, Mass Avenue. Ryan Knapp, Kyle Perry, and Aaron Beebe. Wonderful job, great job to Bissell, First Internet Bank, and Texas Roadhouse Cycling. And great job, Mass Avenue. How about hands up one more time, gentlemen? And one more big round of applause for our victors in the 7th Mass Ave Criterium. Thank you, thank you, thank you.